strong hands clutched the girl's throat. She could barely grab at least one breath of air. Her throat was compressed, and there was almost nothing to breathe. She did not understand why her executioner always looked like that. The huge lapis relaxed their strong pressure and released the beauty's neck a little, giving her a chance to function normally and breathe deeply. The hero sat on the beautiful body of the young lady and did not take off his shoes. He looked at his hands that had recently held the beautiful neck and did not seem to recognize them. One strong swing of the magic hands sent the new moon on a long flight. The guy never expected such power from a stranger. How such a fragile lady could have so much power was unknown. The guy's flight was not long. The force of gravity beckoned him down. The young man landed very unpleasantly on his back, killing her in the process. The young man cleared his throat, clutching his chest, his fall raising a huge nest of dust in the middle of the green forest. The boy remembered a recent event, and the area was not very familiar to him. He did not remember how he ended up there. All this seemed more like a dream than reality. Perhaps now he is at home in bed, and all this is just a dream. If all this was wrong, then why did the hero so truly feel the pain of landing? The gusts of wind and the ground beneath him. Was there really something more that he did not know? The young man grabbed his head from a sharp headache, clenched his teeth tightly until he ground them, hoping that this would somehow help, although it was useless. Even the world began to gradually come into focus. The pain only intensified. Some pictures flashed before the guy's closed eyes. Here he is, standing opposite a tall man, holding a beautiful woman whom he recently met by the shoulder. An angry dog is growling at him. Someone is discussing him behind his back. It seems that these were all memories. The guy's blue eyes became huge. Horror penetrated to the very bones, and even distracted him from his thoughts when the young man saw a huge, razor-sharp blade at his neck. The sword was held in the hands of the beauty from the memories. The young lady was very angry because the younger brother had already lost. All these attempts were in vain. But why does he still continue to resist? The young lady's cheeks were covered with a crimson blush, expressing deep resentment, because how this impudent, among other things, dared to press her to the ground with his body. The guy was even more frightened. His whole body was trembling and vibrating, because he did not suspect that he could answer the question of his new acquaintance. The only thing that worried the new moon at that moment was his future fate. The guy's words seriously angered the young face. It was ready to crush him at that very second, like an earthworm. How dare he do such vile things, and then say that he doesn't even know why? Suddenly, the hero was distracted by another female voice. The girl with pink hair was angry because the younger brother, he would not show up because the older sister was not at all interested in him. The newly arrived girl did not stop her tirade. The boy had already lost twice, but still behaved like an idiot. Was he really so ashamed to accept a refusal? She did not understand. The guy stared at the stranger with all his eyes. Her words for the young man were like a bolt from the blue. Because where did they get the idea that he generally liked the beauty with a sword? He didn't remember saying that. The girl with pink hair was even more enraged by the boy's words. She couldn't even find the right words for this shameless person to describe everything she was thinking about him. The older sister turned away from the guy. It was time for him and the younger sister to leave, because they no longer had anything to do there, just as there was no point in continuing the conversation with this ignoramus. Under the soles of the young lady's white shoes, a blue stream of unknown light shimmered. The blue light carried the young lady and the little sister she had grabbed away from the shocked and confused hero. Finally, the young man stood up. His head was still pounding. He did not understand what was happening. This was not a dream, because all his senses were working perfectly, and he even felt the cold from the blade on his neck. A strong cough pierced the young man's lungs. He barely had time to cover his mouth with his hand when traces of blood immediately appeared on it. The guy's head began to spin. Stars twinkled before his eyes. He even had to grab the tree trunk to avoid falling down again. An unexpected guess dawned on the young man. He remembered that the second girl called his friend with the sword Ning Yuan. This name was familiar to him. Horror covered the hero with renewed vigor. This is the name of the main student of Lu Shui Peak. The guy moved into a game called The Legend of the Immortal Swordsman. Cotton wound in circles. According to the plot, it was a scene where NPC Ning Yuan challenges Ning Yuan and loses, since he had been clinging to the girl for a long time. She tells brother Shun everything, after which it turned out that brother He is part of the demon clan and was killed. The young man stopped abruptly, his discontent reaching new proportions. He could not understand why he was transferred to the body of some loser NPC. The guy grabbed his head and screamed at the top of his lungs. because logically, it was he who should have turned into the main character Li Xiaoyao. The boy in He Qingyang's body took a deep breath. The situation was very unpleasant, but not stalemate. You just had to think about all the options and decide how to proceed. The young man still had a heavy heart. The worst part was that he constantly missed NPC dialogues during the game and only vaguely remembered the overall plot. The young man finally pulled himself together. Fortunately, he almost completely completed the game and knew about the general events. If you think about it like that, then in this reality he could be compared to God. A girl in pink was approaching the hero from the direction of the forest. She called out to her younger brother, He. The beauty turned out to be the external disciple of Lu Shui Peak, Liao Xin. She looked for the young man everywhere and was finally able to find him in the middle of the clearing. The blue-eyed man remembered the girl. She was the sixth of Qin Nash, with whom she was in love and only pretended to be his girlfriend. And on the night when he was finally given a pumpkin and the NPC fell into unconsciousness, she sucked out his entire essence, pretending that she wanted to console E. After everything, the woman gave all her energy to her beloved guy, from which he was able to advance 2 stages. The young lady grabbed her shoe over a pebble and was rapidly approaching the ground. The beauty in flight smiled tenderly and winked at the young man. She hoped that younger brother, he would help her stop her fall. The hero staggered away from the woman flying at him, and she, with all her might, hit her whole body painfully and landed face down in the dirt. The young lady clenched her hand tightly into a fist. This fall hurt not only her body parts, but also her pride. She did not expect such a reason from her old friend. Liao Xin wiped the dirt off her face with her hand. She couldn't understand why the guy didn't catch her, because the fall caused the girl terrible pain. Wasn't he really ashamed of this? He Qingyuan said with the most charming smile that he simply did not want to disgrace the young lady because a man and a woman should not touch each other, and now she should get up and go drink some medicinal wine at home. The guy rushed to quickly run away from the angry girl, reminding him that he still had a lot to do, and the lady shouted after him to help her get up because she was struggling very much. Already not paying any attention to the angry acquaintance, the young man ran to the hostel as quickly as possible. He needed to rest and collect his thoughts. The beauty was very upset by the guy's behavior, because how should she now explain to Qin Shun, who returned empty-handed and couldn't do anything about it? Finally, Liao Xing got up from the ground. She was already thinking about a new plan, because things won't work like that. You can't leave everything halfway. The hero approached the dormitories. These were several very beautiful, majestic buildings in the ancient Chinese style. At the moment, the guy was an external disciple of Lu Shui Peak, so he did not have a token, without which the young man could not leave the Heavenly Kingdom barrier, and in order to get a gap, he had to complete mandatory tasks. Still in his own thoughts, the guy reached the door he needed and opened it. Crossing the threshold of the room, He Qingyuan sat down on his bed. He was burdened by his own thoughts because if he could not leave the Heavenly Kingdom, he would most likely die from Ning Yuan's sword in just 6 months. The guy would like to relax on his bed and forget himself, but the memories that his future killer was already at the 3rd stage of vein condensation, while he was only at the stage of purification, haunted him. The young man was confident that soon his opponent would reach the top of the golden core stage, while the worthless NPC in whose body he was located would never break through. The guy was lying on the bed, immersed in his heavy thoughts. It seemed that nothing could please him now, because he did not see any way out of the current situation. The young man firmly decided that he must leave the Heavenly Kingdom before the great competition, during which his fate would be decided. But if he had already found himself in this fascinating world, he had to enjoy it to the fullest. Suddenly, the door of the room opened, and on the threshold of He Qingyang stood another external student of Piku Lu Shui, and also the hero's sworn friend, whom he hoped not to see again, at least today. The guy sat down on the bed looking at his guest. He was already starting to get fucked by this woman, who turned out to be very annoying. The woman went forward to her younger brother. Ning Yuan never liked him. She tried to convey to the guy in the most seductive voice. The impudent young lady considered herself no less charming and beautiful than a girl. Then why shouldn't the boy turn his attention to her? The young man's face expressed universal distrust, disappointment, and sadness. He understood where his friend's monologue was leading, but the boy really did not like this proposal. The lady finally entered the room, closing the door behind her, thereby cutting off any escape route for her friend. The woman was getting closer and closer to the board. He Qingyuan, He knew the plot of the game very well and had no doubt that the motives for the appearance of an acquaintance in his room were not at all friendly. Liao Xing had love in her eyes. She looked at the young man with the most lustful look she could, because she wanted to help him heal his wounded heart. The guy looked like a trapped doe, because his sworn friend was getting closer and closer, although she told his younger brother that she was in love only with him. But he knew the truth and did not believe a word. The guy didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to be closer to the woman. It was as if she had lured him in and magnetized him. The woman was almost sitting on the young man's lap. She saw that his body was also thirsting for her, although the young man knew that everything was wrong, something that should not have happened under any circumstances. The impudent young lady threw the guy onto the bed, pressing him with her own body. There was nowhere to run. She would not let her prey out of the net. Ning Yuan tried his best to distract himself from the seductive young face that chained him to the bed with its weight, although the desire to do so was melting before his eyes. He did everything that depended on him, just not to look at his opponent. His face turned red, and his consciousness gradually melted. When Liao Xing asked the guy to hug her as tightly as possible in a tempting voice, the hand could not stand it, and itself reached out to the beauty's waist, despite the desire of its owner. Finally, the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was able to at least slightly cope with the harmful limb and took it away from the desired body. The eldest young lady smiled slyly. She believed that her acquaintance had completely fallen for her magic and was under complete control. The woman whispered sweetly in Brother He's ear, promising that very soon he would feel heavenly pleasure and never again in his life would he want to stop this sweet moment that only she could give. The boy's hand moved forward sharply, with force. Somewhere in the most intimate corners of his consciousness, he found the strength to fight and resist this face. The powerful energy that erupted from the young man's upper limb lifted the woman high in the air, tearing her away from his body and finally allowing her to breathe and think completely freely. Liao Xing flew across the room and was able to stop only when she hit the front door painfully. Ning Yuan carefully examined his own hand. What happened was simply amazing. He did not believe that he could so easily push away the woman who still could not recover and get up from the floor. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was in terrible pain. It seemed that all her internal ones were bleeding, so she still could not get up and take an upright position. The young man still could not take his eyes off his upper limbs. The energy moved unusually to the tips of his fingers. The sensations were very unusual. It seemed even impossible. It seemed that this was exactly the cultivation. Incredible energy was still flowing everywhere in the guy's body. He finally understood what was happening and how to use it. From the very beginning, the owner of the body was a demonic wolf, although he only recently took on a human form. His first Starfire stage is the equivalent foundation formation stage in human cultivation. That is, the auras are similar, only the actual strength differs. Liao Xing finally managed to get up from the floor. Leaning with one hand on the door, she could barely stand straight. What was this impudent thinker thinking? Has he really gone crazy to do such things? The young lady was very angry, because the guy was always just a non-entity that could not break through even after 2 years of cultivation. Whereas now he was able to harm her when she reached the foundation formation stage. The guy was angry. He said outside that he didn't want to ruin his reputation by touching the girl. Besides, it was his room and he even closed the door, but she came in without his permission. The young woman still stood her ground, claiming that she had been in love with the guy for a long time and he himself knew it very well. Ning Yang had a counter-argument to Sister Liao's theory, because if she was madly in love, then why did she cast a charm spell on the guy? The beauty was burning with anger from within because how could he even dispel her spell? This non-entity at the stage of chi purification. The door to the young man's room finally opened, but all that could be heard was surprised screams in a woman's voice, who did not understand what was happening and why the boy was doing this. Pieces of clothing from a very dissatisfied Liao Xing were the first to fly through the exit. After the things, the owner of the apartment gave a kick in the ass to the owner of the clothes, which made her even more angry. How could this absurd non-entity treat the young lady like that? The dorm room door slammed shut with a loud thud. They could finally take a break from everything they had seen and heard. Ning Yuan rubbed his hands with satisfaction. This woman wanted to suck out all of his essence to help her lover, but she failed. The young man was shocked. Did the girl really consider him the same idiot as the former owner of the body was? He was much smarter and had extraordinary knowledge. He knew in advance what would happen, so he would never let her get close. The guy didn't remember well the history of this NPC, but they said something about the essence of the blood of his clan of demonic wolves. It accelerated cultivation, but the hero himself was lazy and did not study at all. So the boy did a brilliant thing and got rid of sin at the beginning. It was a beautiful sunny day outside. The rays warmed everyone. The wind swayed the trees near the hostel, carrying leaves throughout the area. The blue sky joyfully shone to everyone around. Ning Yuan was hiding by a tree, looking around from behind his makeshift shelter. The guy quickly turned his head, looking around. He hoped to remain unnoticed and no one would find him. The guy moved, hiding behind the trees. He knew that there was a barrier somewhere nearby, but since this was the game world, maybe he too had changed, like the hero himself. The young man rushed as fast as he could towards the invisible obstacle. If he could run away right now, he would do it without hesitation. The guy crashed hard into a wall of energy. His plan didn't work because the barrier still hasn't gone away. He'll have to come up with another way to escape from the heavenly kingdom. The blow landed the guy on the grass. He hit his face pretty hard and now he needed a short break. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak sighed heavily. He understood that since the plan did not work, he would have to come up with something new. At that time, due to the obstacle, a joyful young lady was approaching him. The girl squeezed through the barrier without any problems. He didn't even think about stopping her or somehow impeding her movement. The beauty called the young man and he finally saw her. His face was familiar to him because he had spent a lot of time playing. Looking down on the young man was the external disciple of Lu Shui Peak, who was also the editor-in-chief of a magazine called Chronicles of the Heavenly Kingdom. Zheng Qingqing was very surprised. Did the guy really want to leave the mountain, which was a refuge for all of them? Ning Yuan was not prepared for such uncomfortable questions. The guy decided to answer that he was just walking around the area and was a little tired, so he sat down to rest. The young lady had previously returned from a mission because she had received a message from the Chronicles that junior brother, he had challenged chief disciple Ning Yuan. The girl simply beamed with happiness. The news was so important that she simply had to go back and write about it. The new issue of the magazine would definitely sell out very quickly. The young man was very surprised at how quickly gossip spread, because the incident became known only half a day later. While the young people were walking towards the dormitories, the girl said that she received a mission. But on the way she heard about the events, she thought that there was enough time to complete the task. So they returned to write an article and was very happy that she came across the guy. The guy tried to explain that all this was a simple misunderstanding, because he then fell and hit his head very hard. But the interlocutor did not believe that the younger brother was really in love with Ning Yuan. There were rumors that in fact the hero was simply jealous of his elder brother Qin, which is why he courted the best student. But the young man did not have to worry because she treated his rival exclusively as a brother in the sect. Ning Yuan didn't understand how he could even like the sword girl. Even though they were all students of the Heavenly Kingdom sect, there were still boundaries between them and Yuan Peak. The guy rightly reasoned that all this was just empty talk, because he almost never saw Sister Ning in person. Zheng Qingqing remembered how she heard with her own ears when the young man challenged the beauty. He promised that he would win her at the great competition of the Heavenly Kingdom and would undoubtedly make her his wife. The magazine editor looked at the guy carefully. She still knew that Ning Yuan was at the vein condensation stage and would undoubtedly reach the golden core in half a year. She was indeed an older sister. The boy's face darkened. He didn't like the direction the conversation was going. The girl was not at all embarrassed by the guy's bad mood. On the contrary, she said that the young man's future opponent had already received the title of Sect Master, so that now she had to be addressed not as an elder sister, but only as Miss Yuehua. The hero said that he was in an altered state of consciousness, but he could not understand how Ning Yuan could say such a thing. Being only a minor NPC, he dared to challenge the plot character and even wanted to marry her. The journalist did not let up. She hugged her younger brother from the back, which surprised him very much, and asked if it was true that there was something between him and Mrs. Yuehua. The young lady's eyes shone, and she promised the new moon to give 3 low-grade spirit stones in exchange for information. Unnoticed, behind conversations, young people came to the lawn in front of the dormitories. They were again surrounded by large old buildings that did not care about people's problems. The hero realized that this was his chance to get away from the uncomfortable chatter and told Zheng Qingqing that he had left medicinal soup in the room to cook, which he had completely forgotten about. The guy smiled awkwardly. He himself did not believe in his lie, but still continued to say that his brew should be ready, so it was time for them to part. The chief editor saw 5. He Qingyang quickly flashing on the way to the building. He was trying to get away from the conversation as quickly as possible. The girl very quickly caught up with the guy. He wouldn't leave her so easily, because the journalist still had a lot of questions left for the article in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Kingdom. The young lady smiled out of the hero's absurdity, because they were neighbors and it was much better to go to the dorm rooms together. The young man smiled. It looked like he really hit his head hard because he completely forgot about it. Unfortunately for him, it would not be possible to just skip all the dialogues as he once did during the game. Zheng Qingqing believed that in fact the guy had very pure energy, and if he continued to train carefully, then in 3 years he would be able to fight on an equal footing with Lady Yuehua. So there was not the slightest need to rush so much and do it at the next competition. The young man's face again became darker than a black cloud. He did not say it out loud, but he was not at all sure that he could survive the next 6 months. The journalist, not paying attention to the guy's bad mood, continued to say that now his rival had a reward called the Dream Lotus, which was given to her by the sect master, so he definitely needs to find the very rare flaming sword of the Sun Dragon. The blade would greatly help speed up the development of the new moon, and fortunately for him, the chief editor knew where this weapon was located. The hero respectfully thanked elder sister Zheng for the advice, but he really did not have any feelings for Ning Yuan. She was a bird of a completely different plane, which was impossible for him to reach. The girl put her friend under strong pressure because she didn't believe a single word he said. Mrs. Yuehua was now on everyone's lips, and besides, he had already met her several times, so the young lady hoped that soon the relationship between the young people would come to an end. New level. Walking through the crowded streets, the interlocutor noticed that He Qingyang was just trying to go down the mountain, so he was not tired at all. The guy understood that he would not be able to hide anything from Sister Zheng, because discovering secrets was her professional calling. The journalist thought, if she remembered correctly, the boy had not yet completed a single mission, but if he could complete at least 4 tasks, he would be allowed to go down the mountain. The hero smiled at his interlocutor. He was just thinking about going to the resource pavilion tomorrow on this matter. The chief editor was angry. It even seemed that she had become times larger in size than the frightened young man. He could not understand why Zheng Qingqing was looking at him so strangely. The girl noticed that Brother He was a little different from what he was before, because until now he had constantly come up with different excuses when she persuaded him to take on a task. Kranya watched her interlocutor incredulously. Today he was too hyperactive. The young man was covered in cold sweat from horror. Did his friend really understand that he was not the same NPC at all? If he was exposed, then it is unknown what would happen. Perhaps the guy would even be struck by lightning. The journalist's idea was like a bolt from the blue and did not correspond to reality at all, because she believed that it was all about the power of unearthly love. He Qingyang smiled. After 2 years in the Heavenly Kingdom, he realized that the older he gets, the less time he should waste. The young people finally reached the desired building. They were almost at their destination. In parting, the girl asked the guy if he remembers any more old images or if his feelings for Mrs. Yuehua arise again, then he should definitely tell her. Already through the closed door, the hero heard the voice of a friend. Given her abilities, thanks to this material, she will definitely be able to write the most interesting issue of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Kingdom. The young man looked in the direction where the editor-in-chief had recently been. He had a very bad feeling. He Qingyang went to his room. It had long since gotten dark and he would draw up a plan of action tomorrow. A large, clawed white paw of a wild animal landed on the wooden floor. In the place of the young man stood a large ashen wolf, who was very surprised by this turn of events. The guy had completely forgotten that the first master of the body was a demonic wolf, and in the early stages he could return to his animal form when night fell. But he could not understand why this happened now. The creature howled at the top of his voice. He couldn't even speak normally. This former NPC was so unhappy. The Heavenly Kingdom was the territory of cultivators, and most of them simply hated demons to the core. If anyone found out that the young man was a demonic wolf, he would simply be skinned and eaten. The beast's stomach made a very loud sound, attracting all the owner's attention. Tears poured from the guy's eyes. He had not eaten anything since the moment he moved into this world and was very hungry when he heard a woman's voice behind him. The owner of the white fur became nervous. He recognized this voice from 1,000 because it belonged to the same Ning Yuan. The main disciple of Lu Shui Peak carefully examined the animal. She decided that she had met the spirit beast of one of the younger disciples. Ning Yuan, in the body of a demonic wolf, smiled. He really liked this theory of the girl with the sword. The young lady leaned closer to her four-legged friend, and having caressed him, realized that he did not even have a binding spell. Therefore, most likely, he did not have an owner. The beauty picked up what she believed was an animal, because he was in a dormitory for students, and if he did not have an owner, then he was forbidden to enter here. Ning Yuan carefully examined the room in which they were. She did not yet know who its owner was, but she already considered it unusual, because how could they throw their clothes right at the entrance? The lady looked at the poor Fluffy with sadness in her eyes. He looked very hungry, so she offered to go with her to at least have a little snack. The young man enjoyed the aroma coming from the girl. It was so pleasant that he wanted to take a bite, because such a sweet smell could only come from delicious food. The guy realized that Lady Yuehua had a jade spirit body that naturally attracted demons. So if he absorbed some of her essence, he would greatly enhance his cultivation. The demonic wolf shook his head from side to side. This could not be done. Even the thought of absorption was wrong, but his actions greatly surprised the girl, who was still holding what she thought was a puppy in her arms. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Shui Peak's top student in surprise. He was a difficult dog, although she couldn't guess it. The hero recalled his first meeting with Ning Yuan and could not believe that the young lady who pressed the sword to his neck and who was now holding him in her arms were one and the same person. The beauty pressed her lips to the animal's forehead, trying to calm him down. The little sister would definitely protect her four-legged friend. The sun was setting behind the dorms, and the heavenly kingdom was gradually plunging into the darkness of night. Mrs. Yuehua said that the master instructed her to take her uncle to Lu Shui Peak, and there she met the puppy. The girl put her little friend on the ground in her room. She thought he was very cute and extremely charming. The lady took a towel and went up to the dog, because she wanted him to let him wipe his little quotes. Without even guessing who was really under the guise of the fluffy one, the main disciple of Piku Lu Shui took the paw in her hands to wipe it with a piece of cloth. The beauty looked with large gray eyes with an open, gentle, and even a little loving look at the dirty puppy. Ning Yuan, who was currently in the body of a demonic wolf, was very surprised because he didn't even notice how dirty he was. Lady Yuehua folded a piece of cloth. She couldn't remember ever seeing a spirit beast in the heavenly kingdom. The girl was brushing the dog and wondering if he had accidentally entered this place. And at that time, the four-legged dog could not understand what was going on and why Ni even behaved completely differently than in the game, and in general treat him so kindly. The beauty's cheeks were covered with a slight blush as she told her new friend about the events of today, when the younger brother, he challenged her again and, as expected, lost. The young lady considered the young man very strange and did not believe at all that she liked him, although everyone around her thought so. The white wild beast looked at the beautiful young lady with distrust and did not understand her at all. Why she suddenly started talking about the guy and their relationship. The girl picked up the animal and looked into its eyes with a trusting look. She admitted that she actually didn't hate Brother Hai at all. Her feelings towards the guy were completely different, but so far she couldn't say which ones. The young lady broke off on the floor, although her new friend listened to her very carefully, but she believed that he was too small and, anyway, would not have understood anything. Unexpectedly, the demonic wolf remembered one small detail. He was completely naked, so as quickly as possible he covered his shame with the only thing that was available, namely his tail. The behavior of the kids greatly amused the girl because she did not expect the tailed one to be so shy innocence itself. Mrs. Yuehua carried the tsutsik to bed. Today she will let her new friend sleep next to her. The best student Piku Lu Shui put the anxious animal in a place to sleep, although he could not believe everything that was happening. The beauty began to change clothes in front of the discouraged Ning Yuan, and he was thinking, does she really like to catch small spirit animals to sleep with them? And what should he do next in this whole situation? The guy didn't know where the children were going. Not a single spiritual beast would refuse such a thing and abandon Ning Yuan. Because he could continue his life, he just sniffed her body several times, and therefore, if he ran away, it would be very suspicious. It was real torture for the guy, but fortunately, the owner of the room still slept in her underwear. The main disciple of Lu Shui Peak closed the curtain. It was time to go to bed. It was already deep night. The young lady hugged her four-legged friend tightly to her body. The day had been very hard and eventful, and therefore she was tired and wanted to rest. The young man in the body of a spiritual wolf was shocked how he could even fall asleep in such an environment. After the beauty fell asleep, The scent of her jade body became even stronger, and the young man could barely contain himself. But now he was just a small dog who could neither speak nor do anything else. Mrs. Yuehua closed her eyes. Her facial features were relaxed, and it looked like she was fast asleep. Fluffy wanted to sneak out of his rival's arms unnoticed and began to crawl out from under the blanket. King Young, who considered himself very inconspicuous and quiet, was greatly frightened by the voice of the girl asking her little friend to stop sliding on the bed. Ning Yuan turned over onto her back and seemed to be lost in sweet dreams again. The guy finally had a chance to get off the bed, but due to the fact that his paws were so numb, he almost collapsed on the floor. The outer disciple of Louis Shui Peak looked at the open window and thought that he could climb out through it. Then he wouldn't have to make much noise when opening the door. The white demonic wolf looked everywhere into the open window onto the street. It was very close to the ground, which could not but please him. The young man in the body of an animal scurried away from the room as best he could. Although it turned out that the lady was not that scary, but it was time for him to leave as quickly as possible. The next day, a lot of people gathered at the resource pavilion, although the weather was quite cloudy and foggy. Feet in black boots walked confidently along the tiled road. Those around the guy behind him were discussing his recent clash with Ning Yuan and the fact that he was jealous of her elder brother Qin because he was afraid that they would run away together. Although in fact, Qingyan was not at all equal to the chief disciple of Lu Shui Peak. People were still discussing that the possessed man was constantly pestering Mrs. Yuehua and causing her troubles. Some even thought that he was sick. And the guy who heard everything was very irritated by these conversations. The young man approached the elder and wanted to take on some low-level mission. An old man in dark glasses raised his finger up to attract attention. All the tasks for this month had already been distributed. Unfortunately, the boy arrived too late. The hero could not believe the words of the wise man, because he really needed to urgently complete all 4 missions in order to leave the mountain. The older man thoughtfully scratched his gray beard. He thought what he could do for the new moon and where he could find a task if it was so urgently needed. The sage reached into his desk drawer. It seemed he still had 1 task left. The old man had 1 last mission left. The reward for it was only 2 points, so few people wanted to take it. But if the boy is confident, he can take it for himself. The sign in the man's hands said that this was the case of the Huashui Tower mummy, and noted that it was a low level, so many disciples refused to take on this task. The sun was already setting behind the walls of the Heavenly Kingdom dormitory. Very soon, the people who were now walking on the outskirts would sleep and have sweet dreams. Qingyan was sitting in his room and having poured out the entire contents of his wallet onto the table, he was counting his own belongings. He needed to find out how much money he had left to live on. There were 20 low-grade spiritual stones in front of the guy. The former owner of the body was a real beggar. The guy had weak cultivation and almost completely no money, so it is unclear why he even went to the Heavenly Kingdom. But the hero recalled that the NPC came from a fairly good family, a famous clan of demonic wolves. Then she did not understand why he was so poor, surprise. An unexpected cry from behind the editor-in-chief of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Kingdom scared the young man to the point of trembling. He was too immersed in his own thoughts, so he did not expect it. Zheng Qingqing looked at the guy through the open window of his room. She immediately came to the guy as soon as she heard that he had finally accepted the mission. The hero said that he had registered not long ago, and the elder gave him one-time permission to leave the top. The girl heard that Lady Yuehua also just received the task of leaving the top, and, as she knows, the goals of her missions with the young man were very close. The journalist could not believe that this was an accident. It seemed to her that the guy had deliberately set up the meeting, but he denied everything because he simply took a mission that no one wanted to take. It was just a coincidence. The young lady could not believe that everything was happening only because Qingyang had very little money left, but in front of her, on the table, lay all his belongings. The girl, looking most worried, assured the young man that tomorrow, as soon as he completed the mission, he could exchange the 2 points he earned for 10 medium spirit stones. The boy's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't believe his own luck, because 10 medium spiritual stones were equivalent to 300 liang of silver. The journalist assured her interlocutor that, depending on the region, even more coins could come out, and, if she had already provided him with such valuable information, now he simply had to tell about his romantic adventures with Yuehua when he returned. The chief editor was confident that when the young people became partners, she would become famous throughout the Heavenly Kingdom, and Ning Yuan was an ideal candidate for double cultivation. The girl said goodbye, leaving He Qingyang alone with his thoughts. The young man could not even think about joint double cultivation with the best student of Lu Shui Peak. He was sure that he would die before he even tried to do such a thing. The next morning crept up completely unnoticed. The sun's rays had just begun to break through the foggy haze towards the ground when a lonely figure was already walking along the path towards the mountains. The guy couldn't stop thinking about his own financial well-being. All he had were 12 low-grade spiritual stones in the middle of the Starflame stage. The young man also had knowledge about the future plot, but that was all he had, so his mood was not nearly as sunny as this magical day. The hero grabbed his head. It was in vain to even think about escaping from the heavenly kingdom. In a week, he would die of hunger, so he had to quickly sort out the money at the next stage so that when the time came, he would not be taken by surprise. The guy couldn't believe it. Just recently, he was sitting at home and just playing games. And then he was transferred into the body of this ill-fated NPC who didn't even have any special abilities. If you think carefully, everything was not so terrible. You just had to accept your own fate and try your best to reach the top of this world. While thinking, the guy didn't notice how he had been walking for 2 hours, so it was time to replenish his water supplies. He Qingyun went to the camp to get more water for the journey, and never thought that his sworn friend had been waiting for him behind the stone for a long time. Cool water flowed down the girl's tender legs, cooling her feet after a long journey. The young lady, immersed in her thoughts, sat on a stone by the lake and enjoyed complete unity with nature. The young man approached the reservoir, and what he saw pleasantly surprised him because the water was very clean, crystal clear. The two young people became wary when they heard unexpected sounds, thinking that they themselves were on the lawn. The loud cry of the hero, who did not understand who was next to him, frightened the beauty, and she jumped from her seat straight into the lake. The guy did not expect to see Liao Xin in the water. If only he had known that this would happen, he would have simply run straight from the mountain, because now this headquarters was essentially a bathhouse. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak, still submerged in the water, asked the young man if he was suddenly looking for her in this area. He Qingyun smiled at the awkward question, because he was just passing by and decided to quench his thirst. If he only knew that the girl was swimming there, he would have made a detour around the pond. The young lady stood up. Her wet dress clung to her slender figure. The girl was very surprised by the coincidence, because now she and the hero were just the two of them, and now he could no longer be embarrassed by anyone and completely surrender to his feelings. The seductress was sure that the young man had come specifically to her. She would have been very upset if he had not been able to give his life essence to his elder brother Qin. The guy tried to get away from the unpleasant conversation as quickly as possible, because he needed to get down from the mountain as soon as possible to complete the mission, so he no longer dared to distract Sister Liao from water procedures. The beauty threw herself on the neck of the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak. She did not plan to give up so easily, especially when the victim herself came into her network. The girl, in the most gentle voice she could muster, asked her old friend to tell her what had happened, because perhaps she had angered him, or had done something wrong, because before he had been much kinder to her. He Qingyun, trained by past experience, no longer fell for provocations, but still asked whether his interlocutor was a pervert. Despair overwhelmed Liao Xin. She let go of the guy and fell to her knees, unpleasantly killing them in the process. The guy's words were like a bolt from the blue. For the beauty, despair gripped all the innermost corners of her heart, developing into pieces as soon as this worm dared to call her a pervert. The young lady could not give up and allow her mask to crack. She stood her ground and tried to prove that she really had feelings for the hero, and his attitude was completely unfair. The young man still managed to part with his elder sister Liao. He believed that it was better for her to pay more attention to his elder brother Qin than he did then. Perhaps the result would be much better. The lady was very angry. Did this weakling really understand something? Lately, he had been deliberately avoiding her, but this could not be, because the guy always liked the girl's advances. An unknown person was carefully watching the entire action unfolding in the reservoir from a tree branch nearby. The young man jumped from his makeshift shelter right behind the young lady. The young man thought that He Qingyang was really strange, because although he said that he admired the lady, the guy heard that he had a fairly close relationship with Liao Xin, whom he had recently followed. The guy continued to describe what he saw to Ning Yuan, because he saw how the girl in the lake tried to get closer to brother He. But he refused her and even called her a pervert, so it is completely unclear what was in his head. The beauty looked half-turned at her younger brother Li. She believed that one shouldn't just meddle in other people's affairs. The young man, with all due respect, apologized to the chief disciple of Lu Shui Peak. He realized that he had allowed himself too much. Younger brother Li said that recently demonic forces have become active again, and this time, the young lady's task was related to them, so she must be very careful. The girl crossed the barrier. She knew all the adventures and problems that could await her on the other side, but she was not afraid of it at all. On this path, the young people diverged because the beauty had to go north to Zuoyao County. The young man sincerely smiled at his older sister because he believed that she would definitely return with victory. Finally, He Qingyun reached the barrier that last time did not want to let him through, but this time the guy had a permit to leave the territory with him, although he still hesitated. The young man held out his outstretched hand in front of him, in which he held a sign with a task. This was supposed to help him cross to the other side. The guy's hand slowly passed through an invisible wall of energy, which this time did not hold him back at all. The boy himself could not believe his own luck. This sign really worked and gave him the opportunity to leave the upper hand. The hero ran over the barrier, but unfortunately, this one-time pass had a return function, and if he exceeded the mission time, he would be forcibly teleported back to the Heavenly Kingdom. The guy was running across the lawn. If it weren't for the return function in the passes, then one could have thought about running away, but now it was necessary to complete the task faster in order to earn at least some money. After a short journey, He Qingyun reached the main gate of the city. He had an advantage, because the guy knew the entire plot of the game, and it seemed that this was where his mission had to be carried out. The young man looked a little surprised at the sign at the entrance. He did not expect that he would get to the right place so quickly, because it only took half a day of travel. The hero entered the territory of Zui County, located 10 kilometers from the Heavenly Kingdom. He looked at all the buildings around and people passing by because for the first time in this world he went beyond the barrier. The guy walked along the central square of the city. It was a prosperous area, which had a very advantageous position and was located between mountains and rivers. The guy was surprised by everything around him. His eyes had already seen all the items that were sold here in the game, but in life it felt completely different. Then these things were just static images, and most sellers could not even enter into a dialogue. The guy's happiness knew no bounds. Now, when he listened to all the conversations and laughter of the people around him, one could feel a new, hitherto unknown experience. At the sight of the merchants, the opinions of the external disciple Peak Lu Shui were captured by one thing only. The previous owner of the body did not even have normal weapons, which could make it very difficult for him to complete the missions now. He Qingyun felt very uncomfortable going to this task without any sword. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan looked at his wallet, with small belongings, and thought that it was time to at least buy a little of the most necessary weapons. A girl stood at the window of an armed store and was already waiting for customers. She noticed the interested look of the young man and realized that she would definitely be able to sell something today. The guy carefully examined the product, hearing his voice calling to the saleswoman. She was interested in whether the gentleman was thinking about something specific, or whether she could happily help him choose a weapon. The young lady was sure that her store had absolutely everything, from secret weapons that could be hidden in a sleeve to huge axes with which you could easily destroy your enemies. Although the young man did not know how to use a weapon, he needed a very ordinary sword, and he hoped that the girl would help him choose the right one. The guy's attention was captured by something incredible that he simply couldn't take his eyes off. He was shocked by the beauty of what he saw. The cold metal sparkled in the sun, and the handle seemed specially made to fit the guy's hand. It was exactly the sword he was looking for. The guy could not take his eyes off the weapon. He simply fell in love with it and craved it with all his heart. The saleswoman noticed that he had a vigilant eye because the sword cut steel like butter. It was ideal for self-defense and cost only 10 liang of silver. Unfortunately, He Qingyun did not have any coins with him, so he would like to pay with low-quality spiritual stones. The girl believed that there was no reason to worry because there was an excellent pawn shop nearby, and there it was easy to exchange stones for silver. If you convert the amount into spiritual stones, then 3 for a sword would be enough. The young man took out the required amount of jewelry from his wallet. He thought that it was a little expensive for him, but the weapon was worth all the expenses. The saleswoman happily took the money she had earned from the shocked buyer. She was very grateful to him for today's earnings. The guy, while sheathing the new weapon, said that he was actually a disciple of the Heavenly Kingdom from Lu Shui Peak, and he would really like to ask a few questions about the flower house. The girl behind the counter finally recognized her customer as an immortal cultivator and decided to immediately say that she actually knew a little about this place. The merchant shared information that the flower house was one of the largest brothels in the area, but recently, many emaciated and dying men were found there. The authorities interrogated the girls working there, and even the Flying Dragon squad checked every corner. All the workers turned out to be human. But if this was really the case, then how they could exhaust all those men so much was very suspicious. The guy was very grateful for such detailed, new information and was planning to immediately go there and check everything personally. The saleswoman smiled joyfully. She believed that the cultivator from the heavenly kingdom would definitely bring people to clean water and reveal exactly what the problem was in the house. The girl happily waved after the proud young man. She believed that he would definitely cleanse their city of this evil. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan reached his destination, but to his surprise, the building was not very crowded. One could even say that it was empty. There were only a few visitors in the flower house, carefully watching the performance of the girls dancing on stage. Ning Yuan realized that the dried bodies greatly affected the flow of customers, because otherwise there would be many more customers in the building than he saw in front of him now. The young man's attention was captured by a charming young lady who was coming down from the upper floors and complaining that at this rate she would have to close in less than 3 months. The woman clutched her head, because in her establishment a lot of clients had already suffered, which greatly affected its image and led to the owner of a severe migraine. The owner of the premises could not believe her luck when she saw the guy. There had been no new clients on her doorstep for a long time. The owner of the flower house immediately swooped down on the young master to offer him something to drink, to satisfy his hunger from the road, or to invite a girl to his place for a massage, or even to listen to a melody or to play games because her girls could do everything. The young man was shocked by such a meeting. The woman was in real despair and really needed new clients. The boy introduced himself to the young lady and said that he was a disciple of the heavenly kingdom from Lushui Peak and had come to eradicate evil and restore justice. After these words, he felt like a real hero. Tears flowed like rivers from the eyes of the owner of the brothel. She considered herself very unhappy, and the immortal master could not even imagine because of what she had to go through these days. Ning Yuan tried to calm down the lady who threw herself on his chest. She prayed all day and night for a real hero to finally come and save her. And it seems that they did. The surprised young man pulled back a little from the upset lady. First of all, he needed more information, so she had to calm down and tell him everything that happened. When the woman was able to control herself, she reported that 2 months ago one of the visitors was found dead in the bed of one of the girls, which greatly frightened the other workers. At first, everyone thought that the man had simply had too much to drink or something similar, but from that day on, another client died every 3 days. When the young lady reached the most terrible place in history, sweat appeared at the head of her, and her eyes widened. The kidneys of each of the victims were cut out. The guy was seriously scared. This development of events looked like the local equivalent of a chainsaw massacre. As the immortal master knew, the woman reported to all the authorities, but the flower house worked in a gray area between them and the flying dragon. After a few days, they realized that all the murders were connected to the establishment itself, so they left the solution to the owner. The woman burst into tears with renewed vigor. She had no choice but to ask the heavenly kingdom for help, but she still did not understand why so many problems had fallen on her shoulders. In this world, surgical organ transplantation had not yet been invented, so the thief who took all these kidneys was most likely a cultivator or a demon. But it was more logical to take the hearts. Was it really these organs that he lacked? So he replenished the supplies. Another dark thought dawned on the young man. Perhaps the criminal simply wanted to get the flower house for himself. If the killer turned out to be an ordinary kidney-taking demon, then he had little strength, and when he was not above the foundation formation stage, then the guy should have easily dealt with him. After all, it was a low-level mission. Ning Yuan asked the owner when the last murder happened and found out that it was the day before yesterday, so she believed that tomorrow another person would die in their establishment. The woman pressed closer to the guy. She considered herself very unhappy and did not know what to do. The lady begged the immortal master to help her save the flower house, and he promised to do everything possible that depended on him. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by a beautiful girl who demanded the attention of the mistress of the house. The young lady was walking down the stairs. She had been asking to buy birds' nests from shopkeeper Wang for a long time. Several days had passed and she didn't understand what the lady was waiting for. The owner of the establishment told Lianer that things had been pretty bad lately. He himself only had 4 clients, which was not enough to cover expenses, and as soon as the immortal master sorted out the problem, she would go shopping. The worker looked at the young man out of the corner of her eye. She was very surprised that a disciple of the heavenly kingdom had arrived at their establishment. The blonde, no longer paying attention to the conversation of the people she had interrupted, went on about her business. In such conditions, she was ready to wait a few more days. The woman told the young man that Laner was one of the best girls, and therefore she was a little spoiled, but her bad mood was not surprising, because her monthly income had dropped very much. So the young lady asked not to pay attention to the impudent man. The guest asked the chief to prepare a room for him, because he needed a little time to develop a plan of action. Today, he would like to observe the work of the flower house a little to make sure that everything goes well. On the way to the apartment, the madam said that bodies had already been found in almost all the girls' rooms. Only in Lianer's room there had been no incidents yet, so her bad mood could be understood. King Yang asked which bedroom belonged to the beauty he had recently met. The lady of the house pointed to the room they were passing by and said that it was there that not a single murder had yet occurred. The hero beamed at the thought that dawned on him. Today he will stay overnight in the guest room, and tomorrow he will change places with Miss Lianer. The guy and the owner of the house decided to come to the bedroom of the best workers before going to bed. The woman knocked on the door for a very long time, but no one opened it. She even decided that one of her girls decided to take a walk somewhere for the night. The door of the room was opened by an angry young lady. She was about to go to bed and the guest disturbed her. The lady, not paying attention to the mood of the employee, said that tomorrow morning the immortal master would exchange bedrooms with her so that she would have to pack her things as soon as she woke up. The news angered the beauty even more, because searching for a criminal was one thing, but a man occupying a lady's room was completely different. The girl did not understand how this was even possible. Completely calm. Ning Yuan said that he was only worried that the criminal might harm the girl, otherwise he would not have asked for such a thing. The worker came close to the young man. He was quite good, so she decided that she would even allow him to stay in her chambers for a while. A lady intervened in the conversation, driving the impudent guy away. Because the immortal master was different from other men, so she had to behave decently. The blonde, offended by the woman, went deeper into her room. She really didn't like this attitude towards herself. When the owner of the building took the guy to his apartment, she apologized for her employee, because girls from such places often lacked tact, so he shouldn't take behavior to heart. The traveler stopped at the door of one of the rooms. It seemed that this was where the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak would have to spend the night. The lady took the guy into the bedroom and said that it was simply ideal, because from there you could see the entire first floor. The mistress of the flower house grabbed her last hope by the hand and squeezed it tightly. The woman looked with an open, sincere gaze at the guy. Her life and earnings were in his hands. If another murder occurs, then even those of the few clients who fled. The young man promised with a smile that he would do his best, but now he needed to prepare. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan pushed the mistress of the house out of the room and apologized and went to the apartment. The guy, tired during the day, was finally able to remain alone and sit down at the table to think through his further plan of action. The guy remembered that there was indeed a quest in the game related to a brothel, but the reward for it was too small, so he always ignored it. If he had the opportunity to return to his homeworld, he would not have missed a single mission. The young man received his sword. Now he has a weapon, so that tonight he will engage in cultivation. And he also needed to learn all the cultivation techniques of the first owner of the body. King Yuan received a textbook and began to study swordsmanship techniques. He hoped that dealing with the criminal would not be very difficult. Although this mission was of a low level, for which only 2 points were given, and it seemed that there was nothing dangerous in it, the young man believed that he could not afford to relax and trust chance. According to the book, in order to reach the foundation formation stage, you need to collect spiritual energy at a point on the forehead to feel the spirit of all things. As cultivation grows, the perception increases and, in the end, reaches a completely different level. Although the boy was at the starfire stage, which is equivalent to the formation of a foundation, everything should have worked out for him. Everything seemed quite easy. The guy closed his eyes tightly, trying to focus on his forehead and thoughts and spiritual energy. Unknown. Black figures appeared before the inner vision of the descendant of the demonic wolf clan, which seemed to be enveloped in flames. The shocked guy suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening, because he really felt the whole essence. The hero could not understand why the former owner of the body neglected self-improvement, because cultivation was a very interesting process and brought a lot of pleasure. It was unclear why this mediocre NPC did not put in at least a little effort, because now the guy could have already reached the third stage. It was simply a terrible waste of the talent of the demonic wolf clan. The young man did not plan to stop there. He opened the textbook again and began training. Ning Yuan studied technique by technique in order to reach a new level of cultivation as quickly as possible. On the street, the sun had already completely set below the horizon, but this did not stop the young man. He continued his studies in the dim light of a candle. The guy with a very concentrated look took a new pose from the textbook. The day was very long and grueling, but he continued to train. The guy smiled contentedly. He had almost completely studied the first 3 chapters of the new technique and had an excellent reason to be proud of himself. Ning Yuan was very interested, so he decided that as soon as he returned to Lushui Peak, he would definitely take even more techniques from the library in order to develop as soon as possible. In a second, a beautiful, blue-eyed, white demonic wolf appeared in the guy's place. The guy, going about his business, did not notice how the sun had set. He had completely forgotten that at night he could turn into an animal, so he was very upset that this happened to him for the second time. The hero in animal skin decided that now was not the time to be upset. He had been on his feet all day, and he needed to rest very well in order to have the strength to catch the criminal tomorrow. The white demonic wolf climbed onto the bed under the blanket and instantly fell into sweet dreams. The full moon was already high in the sky, and the stars brightly illuminated the earth, but the peace and quiet of the night forest was disturbed by the sounds of the chase. Ning Yuan moved very quickly in space. She was sure that she would be able to escape or not, but those she was chasing were still only waiting for death. The husband did not believe a single word of Mrs. Yuehua, and in general he considered her only a dummy, because she, without realizing it, had fallen into the trap of criminals. Behind the girl, several robbers jumped out of the darkness. There was no way left to leave. She was surrounded, but in fact she didn't really care about it. The criminals were already hanging over the beauty. They felt that today her jade spirit body would become theirs. They were eager to receive her energy and could not wait to grab the young lady. The lady took her blade in her hands. She expected that a battle would soon begin, which could not be avoided, but she did not intend to appear so easily. Under the stars, in the hands of the best disciple of Lushui Peak, the silk dew moon sword sparkled. Clots of strong energy swirled in the clear sky, which everyone present could feel. The metal blade of the melee weapon was enveloped in powerful blue streams. Ning Yuan created a strong whirlwind, and with the help of the silk dew moon sword, she tried to destroy all the demons. The young lady's eyes widened in shock, reflecting the blue stream of energy she had recently created. A huge layer of powerful energy walked along the ground, taking away everything in its path and terrifying everyone it met. The demons fell to the ground with an inexpressible feeling of pain. Fear and panic were reflected on their faces because they understood that the end would soon come. Attackers fell at the feet of the young lady who, until recently, were sure that the girl's jade body would soon be in their hands. The once ruthless attackers were now begging Lady Yuehua to have mercy on them and not spare their lives. The lady destroyed all the criminals with one strong swing of her lunar silk dew sword. This was a very small obstacle in her path that would not stop the girl. Ning Yuan will not joke with murderers and scoundrels. None of them deserve mercy. All the demons have long been dead from the inside. The young woman stepped with her white boots on the sharp blade of the bladed weapon. The relaxed young lady rose into the air. Her mission was completely completed, and she could return to the heavenly kingdom to rest. A powerful stream of blue energy flew into the sky, taking the girl with it away from the battlefield and leaving behind only silence and the bodies of demons on the lawn. In the dark night sky of Zuoyao County, in addition to the stars, some other lights could be seen, but no one paid attention to it, because the residents of the city had already been resting for a long time. Somewhere high above the houses of city residents, the concentrated M's, Yuehua continued her movement in the direction of Lushui Peak. The sun had been shining over the flower house for a long time. The blue sky called on everyone to leave their sweet dreams as quickly as possible and start a new, beautiful day. As promised, in the morning, Qingyan came to one of the workers to change rooms, and Liner, whose mood was much better today, asked him how he was going to catch the criminal. The guy smiled mysteriously. He was not yet going to answer the girl's questions and talk about his plans so that they would not reach the killer. So this was secret information. The young lady's face darkened, as if a black gloom had settled over her. When she passed by the young man, the lady asked him if he was afraid to be alone, because the criminal cut out the kidneys of his victims. The beauty looked over her shoulder at the immortal and with a very mysterious look, decided, in parting, to thank him for his help. The flower house worker went about her business, leaving the guy, who now had a lot of questions, in the room to think about what was happening and in order to finally catch the killer. Unexpectedly for the guy who was expecting luxury and originality, the furnishings of the room turned out to be quite ordinary and calm. The attention of external disciple Peek Lu Shui was captured by the voice of the owner of the house. She was informing someone that, unfortunately, her establishment did not serve women. He Qingyan looked outside the door, wondering what the lady who might come to the brothel looked like. What he saw brought an expression of horror and surprise to the young man's face. He did not understand what Ning Yuan was doing in such a place, because now she must perform her own task. The young lady smiled tenderly at the owner of the establishment and reminded her that they now had almost no male visitors left. Mrs. Yuehua took out a stack of silver coins from her wallet, which made the interlocutor's eyes sparkle. She could not believe that the woman really wanted to kick out the guest who brought the money. The chairman of the flower house beamed. The girl was right. There was no need to waste clients like that, but it was better to offer the guests something to eat or stay the night. Top student Pika Lu Shui said that she would really like to rent a room for a short while. The girl felt a slight demonic aura in this place, but fortunately, there was no trace of blood from it yet, which means most likely it was some kind of minor demon who had not yet committed any evil deeds. He Qingyun slammed the door shut, hoping that no one would notice his presence in the room. Streams flowed down the guy's face. Even the thought that a girl would see him in this place frightened him. The young man heard that the women stopped at the room in which he was, and Yuan Hu was interested in who exactly was now on the other side of the door. The mistress of the house said that this was just one of the girls of their brothel, because she promised the immortal master not to tell strangers about his presence in order to prevent information leakage. Ning Yuan warned the older woman that they should be careful, because lately demons have begun to act more actively, and they must understand that suspicious individuals can even penetrate them. The guy's veins began to shake when he realized that the body of a jade spirit allows him to feel the presence of demons and evil spirits. In the heavenly kingdom, the guy didn't have to worry that he would be exposed, because there were many spiritual beasts in the mountains, whose aura was very similar to demonic ones, and they didn't even pay attention to the weak. Now that the hero went out into the outside world, the difference between the auras of a human and a demon became too noticeable. He needed to find a way to hide his energy as soon as possible, otherwise the girl would understand everything when he returned back. In the game, the beauty was simply merciless, killing any demon or evil spirit she encountered, and now, He Qingyan was afraid that the same participation awaited him. Imperceptibly, the day flew by due to various matters, and a clear, starry night came. A bright moon shone over the flower house. The guy was lying on the bed, waiting for the thief, because judging by what the owner of the house said, attacks usually happened somewhere at the same time, so the killer demon should have appeared soon. Suddenly, the silence of the dark streets was broken by a loud scream, someone calling for help. The guy who was expecting an attack in the room jumped up in fear on the bed. He could not think that danger awaited in a completely different place. The young man pulled out his sword and flew out into the street, ready for a fight. He planned to destroy anyone who was now attacking the flower house and completely overcome any danger. In front of the young man stood a worker whose room he had occupied at night, and the girl was held hostage by an unknown man. Leonard kicked and tried to fight off the killer, who did not at all expect that she would be in that room because, it seemed, he knew that the young lady belonged to another bedroom. At the feet of the young lady, who worked part-time in the flower house, lay something that very much resembled a dried, frightened, bloody mummy, which, it seemed, had recently been her client. The criminal did not notice He Qingyan's approach until it was too late because the youth approached him very closely from behind. The guy hit the killer with the energy coming out of his weapon, who, not expecting this, out of fear, released his hostage. The attacker quickly realized what was happening and, having received his blade, began to fight off the hero. Fortunately for the young man, the blood of a demonic wolf flows in his body, so at least some benefit from the former master was because he possessed some self-defense techniques, and the boy also trained last evening, otherwise he would not have been able to evade. The killer realized that in front of him was a cultivator, which meant that things were very bad. His chances of winning decreased exponentially. Under the gaze of the astonished external disciple Peek Lu Shui, the criminal abandoned his victim and ran away as quickly as possible. After checking the condition of the flower house worker, the young man ordered them to call for help, and in the meantime he would go in pursuit of the fugitive, because he absolutely had to be stopped. The young man pushed off the ground with all his might. He did not expect that a low-level task could come with such complications. The girl, still unable to get up, began to call for help as her savior ordered her. The first to hear the noise and ran out of her room was a new guest of the establishment. She still didn't know what had happened, but she felt that something was wrong. The main disciple of Lu Shui Peak was confused by the screams, and the girl who still did not rise from the ground. She wanted to find out as soon as possible what was happening and how she could help in this situation. Laner told the girl who came running in response to her call that the immortal master was chasing the criminal. After experiencing stress, the young lady fainted right in Ning Yuan's arms. Beauty didn't expect to hear that some of Lu Shui Peak's disciples were still in the building, and few would agree to take on a low-level mission. Through the night, quiet streets of Zuoyao County, which were illuminated only by the moon and stars, the chase continued. He Qingyan tried to catch the killer from the flower house. The narrow streets heard the guy ordering the fugitive to stop. Although the young man was extremely fast, he was still lagging behind in a terrain that was foreign to him. The guy ran into the alley after the criminal, but this was no longer there, and a blank wall was visible in front of the young man. The immortal master could not believe his eyes, because the fugitive was nowhere to be seen. He had fallen through the ground or become invisible. Goroi was very angry. He did not expect that a criminal on such a low-level task would be so fast. He literally disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Things were taking a bad turn, because judging by the recent skirmish, the enemy had a cultivation close to the peak of foundation formation, or even the first stage of vein condensation. He Qingyan knew very well that if he allowed this trash to escape, he would have to wait for another 3 days, and it was unknown whether he would come to the flower house again after their meeting. The guy calculated that, given today's date, the mission had already lasted 2 days, so there were only 5 days left. Panic covered the young man, because if he does not have time to complete the task, then he will be forcibly teleported back to the heavenly kingdom, in which case he will have to resign himself and go all the way assigned to the former NPC and die from the sword of Ning Yuan. A woman's hand touched He Qingyang's shoulder, and an unfamiliar voice asked why he didn't go inside. The hero, ready to fight at any second, turned around in fear, but what stood before his eyes was not a criminal, but an unknown young lady. The beauty looked at the guy in surprise and a little embarrassed. She could not understand what happened to him and why he reacted so strangely to her. Thinking that the guy didn't understand her, the lady asked him again if everything was okay, but this time she called young Master He by name. The guy was a little surprised that his interlocutor was not afraid of him at all, because she was very similar to a demonic fox. The girl was a little frightened by such words. Did the young man really want to somehow harm her? Because this was the only reason why she could be afraid of him. Peak Lu Shui's outer disciple quickly realized his mistake and tried to change the topic. He remembered that the lady called him by name, so he decided to ask her if they knew each other. The girl was a little amused, because she decided that the young master was joking with her, and taking his arm, reminded him that they were still in the human kingdom. So before talking, it was worth going to the demonic market. He Qingyun stepped with one foot through the invisible barrier into territory unknown to him until now. The vast territory of Zuoyao County was under an energy barrier and was hidden from the eyes of people and creatures who did not know about it. The girl confidently walked down the street. She felt at home, unlike the wary guy, for whom all this was a very new and unexplored world. Behind the barrier, there were huge houses and entire areas. It seemed that a whole new planet was located there. The guy was shocked by what he saw. Hundreds and perhaps even thousands of amazing creatures walked around him. The sky was illuminated not only by the moon and stars, but also by a huge number of paper lanterns. The young people were walking through the crowd of a demonic market when the hero decided to ask if they really knew the demonic fox personally. The young lady did not take into account the surprise of her interlocutor because she thought that young master, he was still continuing to prank her, because he was known to everyone in this place. Everyone knew who he really was. To confirm the girl's words, a person passing by greeted the guy, and the lady told him that 2 years ago his aunt asked him to forge a set of chains that sealed demonic energy. They were paid for, but the young man disappeared. The young woman was embarrassed. She never thought that she would meet an external disciple of Lu Shui Peak at the entrance of the demon market. In the house to which the demonic fox took his companion, he saw 3 little girls. The children rushed to the young man with hugs. They were incredibly happy to see him for the first time in so many years. The kid looked up at the gentleman trustingly. They said that they had kept all his things safe and sound, but they were very interested in where he had been all these 2 years and why he didn't want to take them with him. King Yuan couldn't understand what was going on and whether the former owner of the body really had such a great backstory. In front of the immortal master's new acquaintance on the table, there was a box in which, according to her, there were chains that could suppress the demonic aura and only cultivators of the stage of great perfection would be able to feel it. The mistress of the house in a stern voice ordered the children to return to the counter and stop taking a nap from work, which greatly upset them. The guy couldn't believe that his wish today had come true so quickly, and he could actually pick up the box if everything was paid for. The woman told the gentleman that he actually didn't have to pay for anything at this store because his clan was very supportive of her Ding family. The boy was informed that he had been gone for 2 years, apparently due to the fact that he did not have the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Kingdom after joining there. King Yuan decided that while he would agree with everything that was told to him, he could not even imagine what would happen if someone found out that he was not who he said he was, but had simply taken over this body. The young man smiled and said that he actually wanted to buy pills, but he only had a few low-grade spiritual stones left. The fox said that in the demon market, spiritual stones were not very valuable, but since the young master often interacted with people, he must have some human things with him, so they could be worth very high. The boy took out a bag from the chest. These were the only belongings that he had with him. He had nothing else. People said goodbye when the woman said that the dust store was located at a roadside stand run by a plump spirit of medicine. The guy stood in front of the store door and looked around, looking at where the shop with pills was located. This place was completely new to him. While walking through the demonic market, the immortal master came across a display case with a shining mortar. It seemed that this was the very place he was looking for. Very surprised by the absence of the seller, the guy began to call out to him, looking around and peering deeper into the room. Perhaps he had walked away for a while and, having heard the guy's voice, would immediately return back. The young man answered the voice with a mortar, which he initially mistook for a kitchen utensil, which greatly frightened the young man. Confused, King Yuan looked down at the household item. He could not believe that this particular thing was the owner of the store. The talking mortar was a little outraged by the visitor's behavior, but not wanting to lose money, she still asked the possible buyer how she could help and if he wanted to buy anything. The young man pulled out his wallet from his bosom and said that he would like to exchange this bag for a pill, something that could heal wounds if, of course, there was such a drug in the store. The seller didn't really like this guy, but he was used to doing his job well and efficiently, so different ingredients began to fly around and mix. Next, the pestle took up its work, crushing, in a mortar, all the elements present there into fine powder. When the seller finally completed the preparation, he spat out a magic green pill in front of him. Kramer said that he was ready to exchange the bag for a 9-cycle rejuvenation pill, which can revive even the dead. But since the buyer has only one bag with him, then, unfortunately, there will only be one pill. Lu Shui's outer disciple smiled. There was still no other choice, but next time he promised to try to bring a lot more things from the human world with him. The young man was very pleased. Exchanging the old bag for a pill that could raise even the dead to his feet was a wonderful agreement. Next time, he will definitely need to stock up on various rubbish. Finally, King Yuan got back to the flower house. The day was very long, but it was over and it was time to rest. Although the guy lost his things, he found real treasures, so that this day was definitely not a failure. First, he should have hidden everything and then checked the owner, because today another man died, and it seems that her business will not last that long. Suddenly, the guy felt the cold steel of a sharp blade at his neck. The guest crept up from behind very quietly and unnoticed. Terrible. Mrs. Yuanhua was interested in where the man was now, whom the guy was chasing. Sweat flowed down the river from the face of the frightened hero. He relaxed too much and completely forgot that the main disciple of Lu Shui Peak was now on the territory of the flower house. Ning Yuan looked at her interlocutor intently. He reeked of a demonic aura too much. The boy apologized in fear. He did not want to cause discomfort to his older sister. It seemed that the smell remained after the clash with the criminal, and very soon it would disappear. King Yuan was reassured by the fact that after today's meeting, he had a bracelet that could hide his demonic wolf aura, and it was good that he had time to put it on before returning. The beauty, after thinking, nevertheless removed the blade of the moon sword of silk dew from the interlocutor's neck. His argument seemed quite logical and worthy of attention. The still angry young lady threw lightning glances at the temporary owner of the room, because she wanted to make sure that his words were true. The aura that experienced the lady belonged to someone who was at the early stage of vein condensation, and it is unclear why a demon above the foundation formation stage was encountered on a low-level mission. But this could be left for later, and now we need to talk to the mistress of the house. To the guy's delight, the young woman said that she would report the situation to the main pavilion and ask for an increase in the mission time. Ning Yuan looked over her shoulder at the excited interlocutor. Now was not the right time to exchange empty thoughts, because there was too much work and they should already be leaving. It was deep night outside, but behind the door of one of the rooms, the glow of a flashlight shone brightly. The disciples of Lu Shui Peak found the owner of the flower house at the bedside of the worker who was attacked this morning. The girl wanted to ask Miss Leaner if she remembered the appearance of the attacker, because this information would now be very helpful in finding him. The young lady said that the man didn't even seem to have a face, just a black void. It looked like he was a demon. The young people also learned important information, namely that the attack occurred during work. The young lady said that during the act, the energy in the men's kidneys reaches its maximum, making them an ideal delicacy for demons and demonic cultivators. The owner of the establishment burst into tears. She believed that the worker would be safe if she swapped rooms, and therefore allowed her to accept the client. Greed completely blinded her, and now that another person had died, the flower house would have to be closed. Ning Yuan asked if there were other similar establishments within a 100-mile radius where men could relax. The owner of the brothel realized that the girl was also a cultivator and said that there were no such places nearby, which means that the criminal would return. But for a while, he would still lie low. Mrs. Yuehua presented everyone with the fact that she and her younger brother would be delayed for another month. All this time, she would pretend to be a worker, and the guy would be her client. The beauty saw He Qingyan's dissatisfied look, but he assured her that he would do everything as his sister ordered. The lady asked the mistress of the house to come up with a pseudonym for her to make it easier to pretend to be a courtesan and not to attract too much attention. The older woman looked at the guest with all her eyes. She could not allow a master of such a high level to go down to a girl from a brothel and even imitate doing such things. Ning Yuan assured everyone present that she was simply fulfilling her duty to expel the demon, and there was no need to think anything extra about this. The guy's shock was difficult to describe. It seemed to him that his head would soon explode from all the news, and when the main student of Lu Shui Peak announced that from that day on they would live together in the same room, he did not know how to contain his emotions. The young man's horror was felt by everyone around him. The color drained from his face, since he could never have expected such a turn of events. When the conversation ended and the young people left the women to go to their rooms to rest, the guy still asked his older sister if he could really stay. The young man understood that he could transform again at night. This was very bad, so he had to capture the criminal as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could be the first to die. The next day, He Qingyan found a beautiful, quiet green lawn on the shore of a lake, not far from Zuoyao County. The hero finished reading the 4th chapter of the Universal Law of Basic Elements, and everything turned out to be quite simple. He just needed to increase his cultivation before meeting the fugitive again, and he would not be able to escape next time. The guy was very angry that the killer dared to commit such an atrocity right in front of his eyes. It was too much for any criminal. The guy put the book aside. He had already finished the theoretical part, and it was time to move on to practice. The young man concentrated. The text said how to open the sea of qi, namely, it was necessary to collect spiritual energy and direct it all outward, which he tried with all his might to do. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was entering a meditative state because he needed to expand his perception while maintaining a calm and clear mind. The boy felt that the spiritual energy was as thin as a silk thread and light as a cicada's wing. It was very difficult to catch, but he knew that it was somewhere there, circulating in his body. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan was sitting on a stone in the middle of a quiet lawn. Now nothing in the world could distract him or confuse him, because he was completely focused on practice. Finally, after several days of continuous work, the young man was able to touch the energy. He was able to fully concentrate and apply the acquired theoretical experience. Ning Yuan watched the young man's actions from afar. She did not plan to disturb his peace. She just decided to check if everything was okay. The girl watched He Qingyan's actions with concentration. She understood that from the day he challenged her, the young man had changed a lot and began to work much more on himself. The lady remembered how the guy promised her that they would study together in the heavenly kingdom, and that he would win the great competition and make him his wife. Although at that time it was completely impossible to believe, the beauty frowned. She understood that she met the hero 2 years ago for the first time. So why then did he immediately want to marry her as soon as he got to Lu Shui Peak? On the shore of the reservoir where both students practiced, it was already getting a little dark. The sun was setting below the horizon, and its place would soon be taken by echoes and stars. The girl was completely focused on her occupation, feeling how the energy of her jade body circulated and connected with the earth and nature around. Mrs. Yue Hua looked at the horizon. She understood that the sun would disappear very soon and there would be darkness all around. The lady had heard a lot of gossip that Ning Yuan had already attended classes at Lu Shui Peak for 3 days, but it had no effect. But the picture she saw in front of her was significantly different from this information. The young man was focused on his practice, and his progress could be felt and seen with the naked eye. The boy felt very cool because he understood that if he continued to train like this, then in less than 2 months, he would be able to break through to the stage of vein condensation. Under the gaze of the astonished girl, the young man burst into a fit of evil laughter. He was very pleased with his rapid progress and now thought that everyone should bow before his power. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan beamed with pride in himself because at this rate he would soon become the strongest and no one would be able to defeat him. Ning Yuan realized that the guy had not changed as much as she might have thought. But meanwhile, night had already fallen over the valley. The sun had completely dropped below the horizon and a bright moon took its place. Under the supervision of the heavenly body, the young people returned to the flower house, in which, at dusk, candles had already been lit and bright light could be seen through the windows. The guy's hands were shaking, and in order to somehow calm it down, he put his fists clenched in his palms with all his might on the wooden surface of the table. The guy didn't feel very well. He had a feeling that tonight he might turn into a white demonic wolf again. Something had to be done about it before it was too late. The door opened behind the young man, attracting his attention, and the best student of Lu Shui Peak entered the room. The boy was very surprised that his neighbor returned so early, but still got up to congratulate her up close. Ning Yuan saw that his accomplice was not in a very good mood, so with a smile, he asked how her day was and if she would like to drink hot, delicious tea. The beauty told her cohabitant that she had been watching him all day, and after sunset she went into the city to once again look at everything in more detail and explore the area. The descendant of the demonic wolf clan was very surprised by the young lady's words, because he was too focused on practice and did not even notice her presence. Mrs. Yue Hua still poured herself some fragrant tea and said that when she went into the store yesterday, she felt a weak demonic aura. The young lady looked at the young man carefully, because today the demonic aura had disappeared. The hero began to tremble violently again, except that what the girl experienced yesterday was not his energy. Then after he put on the bracelet, it was suppressed so it was no longer noticeable. The young man's face darkened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Did Ning Yuan already know who he really was? The young woman decided that she sensed the residual aura of the demon that attacked the flower house. So she decided to walk around the entire city to check if there were any traces of energy left. The older sister smiled. It was already late at night, so she decided that she needed to take a bath and it was time to go to bed to gain strength for tomorrow. Ning Yuan decided to remind him that he was still a guy, so if his neighbor didn't want to take a bath, they could go to different rooms to provide her with at least some comfort. Ning Yuan was very surprised by the young man's behavior because he once said that he would definitely become stronger and marry her. Then why he was so embarrassed now was unclear. Lady Yue Hua was a little upset when she heard from the guy that he was very young back then and said all sorts of nonsense, so she shouldn't take that strange promise to heart. The girl looked at the young man with large gray eyes. She was interested in him responding to the offer to wash with her. The guy's cheeks turned bright red, and the eyes almost flew out of his pupils. He did not expect to hear such a sentence with his own ears from the main student of Lu Shui Peak. The young man began to take off his clothes little by little and asked his younger brother to prepare hot water for her. Only the bright moon witnessed the events taking place in one of the rooms, in the flower house, when everyone around was already asleep, except for one young couple. The guy poured another bucket of hot water into the bathroom so that the beautiful ladies could bathe comfortably. The guy sat down tiredly near the screen that separated the bathhouse from the other part of the room, and Yue Hua had already completely undressed and was ready for the evening procedures. The owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword dipped her day-tired legs into the hot, relaxing water. She literally felt the fatigue slowly leaving her tense body. The beauty completely immersed herself in the steaming vat. This was the most pleasant part of the day for her, because she knew that for today all her work was behind her, and all that was left was rest. The boy held on with all his strength because this woman was too unpredictable, and if he is not careful, then today could be his last night. Ning Yuan looked over her shoulder at the screen behind which her roommate was, and asked if he had studied anywhere else before joining the Heavenly Kingdom. The young man emerged from his thoughts for a second to answer the question. The girl found out that, as she thought, he did not have such an opportunity. The beauty wondered if the young man really didn't want to learn something more, because she was the one who could help him with this. From such a proposal from the girl, the hero forgot about modesty and common sense, and, looking behind the screen separating them, reminded that personal training is prohibited by the laws of Lu Shui Peak. Yu Ying looked angrily towards their interlocutor because he was still very carefully examining her naked body while swimming. Ning Yuan immediately dived behind the barrier separating them and covered his eyes with his hands. He didn't want to look. He was just too worried and forgot what the beauty was doing now. In fact, the lady had no intention of becoming anyone's teacher. She wanted to make sure that the young man would not detain her after they caught the criminal. The guy assured the girl that there was no reason to worry because if anyone asked him, he would say that he learned everything from the Holy Scriptures. The young man's eyes widened and horror like a mask covered his face. A white fluffy tail appeared from under the young man's clothes, which greatly surprised him because the boy had completely forgotten that night had long fallen. Ning Yuan, who was trying his best to cover up the uncomfortable part of his body, he just now remembered the transformation. Until now, he was more worried about his roommate. Ning Yuan only heard the door closing and the voice of a guy who said that its owner was very hungry and would go look for a bench to eat some noodles. The young lady could not understand how it happened that the young man had been cultivating for so many years, but still could not control his appetite. After the demonic wolf cult, the spirit ran through the streets of Zhuao County until no one saw its furry addition to its body. The guy at breakneck speed rushed past pedestrians who were still walking along the city streets and discussing their business. Today, the transformation began too quickly and abruptly, so the guy already had a soft, clawed white paw instead of his right hand. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak, who is a spirit, reflected his feet on the asphalt in order to accelerate as much as possible and hide as quickly as possible from passers-by, so that no one could see him in this form. Instead of the guy, a demonic wolf in all its glory was already running very quickly through the streets of the city. The beast had to find out as soon as possible the identity of the former owner of the body and learn how to control the transformation. Otherwise, his identity would very soon be exposed. So, if Ning Yuan is unlucky and the main disciple of Lu Shui Peak catches him, then his stay in another world will soon end, as most likely, his whole life. The boy in animal skin stopped because he felt an extraordinary thing that could now distract him from his heavy thoughts. The demonic wolf ran out of the city like a bullet, past tall buildings and asphalt roads, and rushed to a clearing in the middle of the forest, from which came an unsurpassed, delicious aroma. Green, tall grass under a tree in the middle of a quiet forest suddenly began to move and make strange sounds. The small head of the animal peeked out from the thickets and looked in fascination at the picture that opened before it. The demonic wolf could not believe that such a magical, delicious aroma came from fish fried over a fire, which he found on a lawn lost in the middle of the forest. The boy, who was now covered in white fur, could not take his eyes off what he saw. His stomach made loud noises and his mouth filled with saliva. He was so eager to try the delicious dinner. The owner of the catch, sitting by the fire with her rather well-fed cat, also saw the uninvited guest. Fishing, with a gentle look, looked at the little puppy and, it seemed, had no intention of driving him away from the fire and his prey. The young man smiled affectionately at the cute animal and very quickly realized that their visitor was very hungry, and it was by the aroma that he found their hiding place. The demonic wolf turned his head looking around. He could not understand who the unfamiliar girl was addressing. The white beast did not find anyone near him, but still did not believe that the young lady was speaking specifically to him. So he asked her a silent question, only with his eyes. The new friend understood the animal without words. She smiled, came one step closer, and told the child that she was talking to him. The girl saw a collar on the tsutsik, therefore, he had an owner. Then the dog should not have wandered around in the forest in the middle of the night, because if he got lost, his owner would be very upset. Ning Yuan was very happy to make a new acquaintance, because the young face turned out to be not only beautiful, but also very cute. Fishing offered her little friend a delicious aromatic delicacy that had recently been roasted over a fire. She was sure that he would definitely like the goodies. The demonic wolf plunged into someone else's prey with pleasure. He could not even imagine that ordinary fried fish could give him such pleasure. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was distracted from the delicious dinner by strange movements from the side. He became a little wary because he did not expect to see this at all. The cat, who had been watching the scene all this time, put out his claws, letting the uninvited guest understand that he was completely unwelcome here, and as soon as he ate the fish, he should immediately leave them with the hostess. The happy dog looked at her opponent. The animals spoke a language that only they could understand, so the girl did not know their moods. Tsutsik came closer to the young lady's pet because he felt an advantage over him, because it seemed that he was very jealous of his mistress and was afraid that she would exchange him for a new animal. The white beast understood that he was so sweet and charming that his rival felt a threat to his position. The well-fed cat was very angry because he was a spiritual animal and not some mongrel. And how could he even be jealous? Yet, his place was unshakable. He was irreplaceable for his mistress. The angry animals approached each other. Each stood their ground and did not want to retreat and lose to their opponent. The animals could not stand it any longer and got into a fight, which frightened the young lady very much. She tried with all her might to negotiate with them and separate them into different corners because she did not want them to get hurt. The girl, wanting to calm the conflict, did not notice the pebble lying in the middle of the clearing and grabbed onto it. The young woman saw the ground approaching her face and realized that she would not be able to maintain her balance. The fisherman's problems were not going to let her go so easily. So in flight, she caught the edge of her long cloak on a branch sticking out nearby. The lady's clothes covered her head so that she landed upside down in front of the surprised animals, who even stopped the brawl, not expecting to see such a performance. The charming, naked legs of his new acquaintance opened before the eyes of the shocked dog. The girl landed hard on the ground. Her whole body hurt from the terrible fall, and therefore, she could not even get to her feet yet. The white demonic wolf was so embarrassed that his face turned a bright purple color and he forgot about everything in the world, the delicacy, the recent party, and even where exactly he was. The red cat decided to quickly, with a strong slap in the face, bring the surprised Tsutsik to consciousness because he did not want to allow all sorts of perverts to examine his mistress. The dog was in excruciating pain. His cheek seemed to be on fire from the blow, and he urgently wanted to apply something cold. The young lady, still not getting to her feet, thought that it was time to get rid of the bad habit of making peace with everyone. Otherwise, sooner or later, it could end very badly. Ning Yuan, wearing the skin of a wild beast, still couldn't take his eyes off the magical young lady. A simply amazing view opened before the young man's eyes, from which he could not tear himself away for a moment. The new friend finally found the strength to get up and collect the scattered clothes. Unexpectedly, the young face became too sad. The only thing that made him happy now was her favorite raincoat, which she still thought of taking with her because it was quite cool at night. The demonic wolf was very embarrassed. He did not understand the girl's sudden mood swings, and on top of that, he himself also began to have a nosebleed. The young lady noticed that her little friend did not look very good and was stained with red liquid. The boy grabbed the sniffing holes. He realized that what was happening to him was what in his world they called blood a river, because he was still quite young and did not often see such pictures in front of him. The beauty wiped the agitated animal with a handkerchief. Although the bleeding stopped, he still needed to drink hot water when they returned home, because boiling water could cure all diseases. The totem beast carefully watched the dog, because he didn't trust him at all, and knew perfectly well why his nose was bleeding. He was not going to let this rootless mongrel near his owner. The girl finally cheered up again and, having decided to have a little snack, took herself a piece of fried fish. She was very interested in how things were now at home, where her thoughts constantly returned. The young lady's mood changed very quickly. She firmly decided that this was not her business at all. Since her father and mother did not care about her, then she also did not care what they thought. The wolf decided to find out from his striped opponent what happened to his mistress, and learned that the older master and mistress were forcing her to marry the heir of another clan of beast conquerors. The young lady had no choice but to run away because her destined one was simply huge and very strong, so much so that he could even kill a pig with his ass. But her parents would find her very soon, because they are fluent in the language of animals. The young woman became wary when she heard some strange sounds coming from behind the trees. She did not expect anyone else to come to their impromptu picnic. The girl reached into her bosom to find a weapon for self-defense, because someone dangerous could be hiding in the bushes. The beauty, with a very determined look, took out her leather whip and prepared to attack. The heir to the Beast Conqueror clan couldn't believe that her parents found her so quickly and didn't know what to do in such a situation. a lady in white boots was moving across the lawn towards her friends. She heard the entire conversation, but wanted to ask a few more questions. The young man understood where there was so much demonic energy that she felt around, but now it didn't surprise her at all. Ning Yuan was incredibly shocked when the head disciple of Lu Shui Peak came out to them, thinking that she was now resting in their common room. The girl also noticed the puppy and remembered that they already knew each other. She understood why she had not seen him for so many days. It seemed that he just went for a walk and got lost. The beauty looked at the dog with tenderness because she perfectly remembered their first meeting in the student dormitory. The lady from the Beastbuster clan recalled her presence. She wanted to find out who this mysterious person was and what she needed from them. As soon as the lady arrived, she was reminded that when asking another person to introduce themselves, the rules of etiquette require that you first state your name. Qin Liangshin from the Qin clan said that she and her ward were traveling and still wanted to know how to address the mysterious lady. Ning Yuan from the Heavenly Kingdom, Lu Shui Peak looked very stern. But she also decided to show courtesy and tell her name to her new acquaintance because she did not want to lead to a fight at all. The eyes of the young animal tamer sparkled because she could not believe that the real Mrs. Yuehua was standing in front of her. The girl was simply incredibly happy. All her suffering was worth this meeting. The descendant of the Demon Wolf clan was just as shocked as the owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword because they never expected to meet her devoted fan here. The new acquaintance was a little embarrassed because for a very long time she had been infatuated with the young woman and dreamed that she would leave her autograph as a gift. Suddenly, in the girl's hand, a sharply sharpened steel blade of a fairly large knife shone. The young lady's cloak, which she had recently pulled over herself, again flew somewhere to the side. But now she was no longer so worried about the cold night air. The young fisherman turned her back to the main student Pika Lu Shui because she wanted her idol's autograph to remain there forever. Mrs. Yuehua was shocked by this turn of events because she did not expect at all not only to meet her fan in the forest, but even more so that she would have to sign her skin with a knife. Ning Yuan also didn't think about such a development of events. He was now in the same state as his roommate. The lady threw her outerwear on her half-naked acquaintance and decided that instead of an autograph, she would give something more meaningful. She would give something from her things. The animal tamer was very grateful for the care shown. It was still much warmer in the cloak. Even despite the fact that there was a fire burning nearby, the air was quite cool. The younger lady's eyes wandered as the owner of the Silk Dew Moon Pea took out her own comb as a gift for her. Qin Liangshin was simply beaming with happiness, and everyone around her could not understand why she was so happy. The white demonic wolf realized that things were getting serious, and it was time to get out of there before he got a good chance to escape. When the beast was already moving in the other direction from the fire, Ning Yuan noticed him and asked him to stop, because she was not finished with him yet. Although Ning Yuan didn't like the girl's idea, he understood that he had a demonic bracelet, and if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to sense its energy. Mrs. Yuehua sat down with the dog the last time they met. He didn't have a collar yet, so now he has an owner who may even be worried about where his animal went. The young man in white wool looked at the best student of Lu Shui Peak with all his eyes, as if he was fascinated by the beautiful girl. The beauty smiled tenderly. Her little friend was very sweet. Probably many young people bestow their attention, gifts, and tasty treats on him. The owner of the Moon Sword of Silk Dew tied a rope to what she thought was the collar, so that the animal this time could not get away from her. The young lady told her fan that she felt a demonic aura nearby. But if she was leaving the spiritual animal, then everything was fine, and she would take the little dog with her because she was already familiar with him. The young man was very upset when he heard that his idol was already on his way. It was too fast. They didn't even have time to communicate well and spend at least a little time together. Ning Yuan didn't see how her fan's mood worsened and simply said that she was staying at the flower house, which was very close to where they were now. The beast conqueror was very happy because what she thought was just a brilliant idea came to her head. She decided to leave with her idol. However, leaving Qin Liangshin, the best student of Lu Shui Peak, along with her furry friend, returned to her own room, which was still located on the territory of the brothel. The guy had a deja vu effect. His girlfriend, in the form of a tsutsik, put him back into his own bed, which was not very pleasing because he again had to look for ways to get out. Mrs. Yuehua couldn't get enough of today's meeting. Since the dog was with her again today, the girl decided that she would not let Ning Yuan disturb them. Beauty believed that her roommate would not come today. She hoped that it would not be difficult for him to survive until tomorrow morning in an unfamiliar area. The young man could not believe whether he, in the body of a man, was so much worse compared to him in the body of a puppy. The young lady squeezed the fluffy one tightly in a tender embrace. His fur was very soft and smelled very pleasant, not at all like a dog's. The boy was tightly squeezed in pleasant, soft pressure. It was so cute that it even made him feel a little sick. Ning Yuan picked up her snow-white friend in her arms. She couldn't get enough of their meeting today and decided to take him to bed because it was already time to go to bed. This time, the beauty came up with everything down to the smallest detail and threw a stream of strong energy towards the exit. The best student of Lu Shui Peak closed the door and windows. She hoped that her neighbor would get the hint when he returned. Which amazed the demonic wolf, fear gripped the entire inside of the hero. He did not know what to do and how to get out of this situation now that the young lady had blocked any possible exit for him. The beast was already perfectly imagining how in the morning, instead of a little furry friend, the girl would see a naked guy in bed who would transform back. And this thought terrified him because everything could end very sadly, even deadly. Tears flowed like rivers from the guy's eyes. He didn't understand why so many problems had fallen on his shoulders. After the young people ended up in bed, the dog noticeably relaxed because the girl's body was incredibly soft and emitted the scent of flowers. The demonic wolf could not stand the temptation and still tasted the skin that beckoned him. Finally, the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak realized what he was doing and what a compromising situation he was driving himself into. He was overcome with incredible horror as he imagined what would happen when the girl found out who he really was. The young lady saw the strange behavior of the animal and was also very surprised, because last time he seemed completely different. The beast was very confused, because the beauty had until now considered him a loner. But it turned out that he, like all other pets, loved to lick and spend time with people. Qing Yun understood that he was too attracted to the young girl's body. He could not resist. But fortunately, he was now in animal form, because if a person did this, he would most likely die. The boy was afraid to even imagine what Sister Ning would do to him if he ever found out who exactly was under the puppy's snow-white fur. The demonic wolf did not know what to do with himself and how to fight desire. He was very tormented by doubts, and it became more and more difficult to restrain himself every second. How can a dog have stupid intentions? Who is to blame that he was born to spirit beasts? Not to mention demons and monsters. Even an ordinary person would have a hard time resisting something like this, but he is literally forced. He is just a victim. Qing Yun could no longer argue with the title of the Jade Body. It was beyond his strength, and therefore pressed himself against it as tightly as possible. The beauty liked the closeness of the fluffy one, so she decided to give him a name. But did she have the right to do this when they only name their favorites? An interesting thought came to the owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword when she was watching her white friend. Perhaps this little girl would want to become her pet. The young man was afraid that if Lady Yuehua agreed to become a spirit animal, she would never be able to escape from the mountain. But if she didn't agree, it seemed like she would be very disappointed. The young lady understood that the beast was still too young and did not want to leave his parents, but she was ready to wait. It would be okay if he agreed when he grew up a little and gained experience. The girl said that if a young man agreed to become a pet, he would always watch his owner for the rest of his life and would never be able to see his parents again. But judging by the reaction, he was happy with this option. The guy, in his own skin, felt that Ning Yuan treated animals and people differently. She was always very cold with the latter and did not let anyone close to her. It was already deep night outside, so it was high time for bed, especially since the lady was supposed to teach her roommate a technique tomorrow, which she hoped he would master very quickly. Could it be that the elder sister could not trust anyone completely? The dog drove away these thoughts from himself and, completely relaxed, closed his eyes. Perhaps he had simply become paranoid. The demonic wolf sharply opened his pupils. Everything was very bad. These pleasant thoughts distracted him from the really important matter. The door to the room was tightly sealed with energy, and the animal was held in his arms. And if in the morning a naked man appeared in the bed of the best student of Lu Shui Peak, then he would end. The guy was not able to destroy the girl's technique, but he didn't want to die like that. It was too fast. He still didn't have time to enjoy this world. Even according to the plot of the game, he still had 6 months. There was a bright moon above the flower house. The night had long since fully come into its own and happily ruled everything. Only one puppy did not sleep. His eyelids were swollen, his eyes were closing, and his body was overcome by fatigue. He was very tired during this time, while he was trying to come up with at least some effective escape plan. The guy was convinced that the owner of the Moon Sword of Silk Dew was fast asleep, and therefore, it was time to act before dawn had yet come, and he still had some chance of salvation. The beauty was sleeping soundly and seemed to be having very pleasant dreams, because she did not notice the movement next to her at all. The white demonic wolf jumped off the bed. He understood perfectly well that he had little chance and had to act more quietly and quickly. All the usual exits through doors and even windows had been blocked by the girl the day before, and therefore he was left with only one option. The beast, with a very determined look, decided to dig under the room. It seemed that this was his last chance for salvation, and he would certainly use it. All the rooms of the brothel in Zuoyao County had long been asleep, except for one, which still had a dim light on. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak, who was in a furry skin, tried to dig under one of the walls of his room in order to get out as quickly as possible. The young man was completely focused on his work. Sweat had long soaked his white fur, but he was sure that in an hour he had to cope, because his fate depended on it. The guy was so focused on what he was doing that he didn't immediately notice how a black shadow covered him. The evil Mrs. Yuehua, who was awakened by extraneous sounds, could not understand what her little pet was doing in the middle of the night and why he was ruining the property at home. The hero's whole life flashed before his eyes. He could not understand why the girl was awake because he tried not to make unnecessary sounds and, moreover, did not know how to explain his actions to her now. The beauty greatly simplified the young man's life and came up with an explanation for everything that was happening. She realized that the baby just really wanted to go to the toilet and should be let out. The demonic wolf was very happy about this development of events and actively nodded his head. He did not expect that everything would go so easily. Ning Yuan stretched her hand forward again to use her energy on the entrance door. The door opened. The passage was clear and nothing else could prevent anyone from leaving the room or getting inside. The guy immediately took advantage of the offer and flew out like a bullet through the open passage, almost knocking the young lady off her feet. The lady smiled after the cute animal. He ran away because it seemed he had endured it for too long, but she was sure that their meeting would not be the last, so she was very calm. Top student Piku Lu Shui was going to go back to bed and have sweet dreams in private, because she knew that no one would disturb her again that night. The attention of the young face was captured by something unusual, and he realized that the plans would have to be changed very much. Lady Yuehua clenched her hands tightly into fists. What she experienced was nothing less than a demonic aura. The owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword flew into the sky to find the owner of the energy and finish him off as quickly as possible. Exhausted by the long and fast run, the white demonic wolf was finally able to rest under a tree. He was incredibly happy that he managed to get out of the tight embrace. The young man believed that it was still not very good to return to human form right in the middle of the forest, although it was still better than dying. The boys reasoned that he needed to find the demoness he had recently met and get new clothes. A guy walking through the streets of Zuoyao County returned to the place where there was once a demon market. He Qingyan carefully looked in front of him at the place where they entered last time. He was sure that this was where the entrance should be. The fox was surprised, at the last meeting, that he asked her very strange things, because all the demons could find the entrance and he must remember how, it seems, the young man really forgot his essence. Although the demon and human races have had certain agreements, there are still some among human practitioners who ever hated others. The entrance cannot be fixed at one point, but the places where it opens are not very far from each other. The hero sighed heavily. Unfortunately, he would have to look. This night was getting longer and did not want to end. The white beast ran around the area trying to find the right point, but so far he had not succeeded. The guy briefly interrupted his own search because he saw something somewhat extraordinary and much more important at that moment. Over the heads of not many passers-by, in the dark sky, Ding Ming flew. The young man was very shocked by his temper, because it was precisely him that he had come to look for. The fox, without slowing down, passed through the wall. She knew that the whole city was already sleeping, so she was not worried that someone would see her, disappearing from sight. He Qingyan was very pleasantly shocked. He couldn't believe that as soon as he thought and his wish came true, he was able to find the entrance to the demonic market. The guy didn't see Ning Yuan approaching from behind, so he was very surprised that the smell of her body was felt stronger and closer. The guy finally turned around, but what he saw surprised him even more than the found passage to the demonic market, because he did not expect to meet the young lady again that night. Terror completely took control of the Lu Shui Peak outer disciple's entire body as he realized that his roommate was actually there and was approaching him at breakneck speed. The spirit guide darted into the passage, following his new acquaintance to hide in the safety of the demonic market. White boots landed on the asphalt, raising a huge pile of dust beneath them. Ning Yuan looked around. The demonic aura that she had experienced a few seconds ago suddenly disappeared, and she could not understand where exactly its owner had gone. The young lady really didn't like this situation, but she realized that it seemed like there was an entrance to the demon market somewhere nearby, which is why she stopped feeling the energy. The girl turned around and walked in the opposite direction. This time, the freak managed to run, but when she would definitely catch up with him, the best student of Lu Shui Peak was not upset, because someday she would definitely learn these secrets of the demonic world and find an entrance to it. Young, unfamiliar beauties openly looked and smiled at Mr. He. It seemed that he really wanted to play something today. The women were already laughing openly, not hiding their delight at the situation. It turned out that the guy was good-looking. A completely naked boy stood in front of a huge crowd of girls who thought he was quite funny, in the middle of a demonic market and did not know what to do with himself. The young man was very excited and embarrassed. The only thing he could tell the young ladies was that he was also very glad to see them, although inside he understood that he would have been better dressed at that moment. The boy understood how good it was that he had entered the territory of demons for transformation. Otherwise, the consequences could have been simply catastrophic. He Qingyan knew very well what would have happened if he had turned in front of his roommate, her anger and death from the girl's sword. Yet he was very lucky to escape in time. The guy walked the crowded streets away from the crowd of women. He was in a hurry, but later they would definitely meet and talk. The guy got to the desired store and pushed the wooden door with all his might, hoping to find the owner inside. The frightened naked young man flew into the room. He really hoped that Miss Dean would help him cope with this difficult situation. The hero realized too late that the older woman was not in the room, but from behind the counter, 3 pairs of eyes of small, shocked, demonic foxes were looking at him. Finally, one of the girls pulled herself together and, worried, decided to ask Mr. He what happened to him and if they could somehow help in his situation. The boy, with the most casual look he could muster, said that everything was fine. He just suddenly returned to human form, but he didn't have any clothes with him at that moment. The girl's reaction greatly surprised the uninvited guest. She closed her eyes, concentrating on something, and sighed heavily. The young lady put the index and middle fingers of her left hand in front of her, concentrating on some kind of spell, and her hand was engulfed in a bright crimson flame. When the young demonic fox directed the ending towards the young man, he was also enveloped in a pink glow, and in the next moment, he was already wearing a full set of very comfortable clothes. The boy was simply fascinated by the action. He could not even imagine that kids could help him cope with the situation so quickly and efficiently. The worker also advised He Qingyan to take a walk through the demon market and buy himself a spatial artifact. He was very surprised, because he had never heard of such a thing, although he thought he knew the game. This was the name given to objects that contained other objects. A low-quality artifact was perfect for storing several things. In the human kingdom, such a stone was worth 10,000 spirit stones. But here, if he can get some human things, he will change it almost for free. The guy thought about it. This was quite important information, since such an item would greatly help him in the future not to find himself in indecent situations after the transformation. The guy smiled, unfortunately. This time he didn't have much time, but next time maybe he'll look for this thing. The young man remembered that he came to the store in search of the girl's older sister, but did not see him, so he decided to ask them where he could find the older woman. The little saleswoman was a little embarrassed and told the visitor that Ding Ming was not at home at the moment. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was not very upset, asking the girl to convey his congratulations to his sister and promised to come again very soon. He said goodbye. He had a lot of things to do and needed to go. The guy again walked through the crowded streets of the demonic market, but this time he felt much more confident, because he was already dressed. The young man stopped abruptly. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, he was struck by one simple thought. The heroes were pondering their next actions, because they remembered that Ning Yuan had recently been chasing a criminal who led her to the demonic market. The guy closed his eyes tightly. He was tormented by one single thought. He could not understand why the unknown person had come from the direction of the flower house. The young man very quickly regained control of himself, although he did not know whether Mrs. Yuhua had left. But fortunately, the exit was still located in another place, so that it was unlikely that they would meet now. It was evening again over the Zuoyao County brothel, and the lights were blazing in the windows. He finally got to the room and knocked on the door very loudly. He decided to spend tonight in his own bed. The young man decided that he couldn't be ashamed all the time and needed to be a little bolder in order to achieve what he wanted and not stay overnight on the street. Finally, the door opened forcefully, and the guy saw Ning Yuan sitting at the table, looking sad, savoring hot tea. The girl finally paid attention to her roommate and decided to ask how it happened that he went out to eat noodles and returned in new clothes. King Yuan explained that a tramp clung to him in the store. The young man helped him, but he got so angry and threw a bowl of food at the guy. The owner of the bench thanked him for his help and gave him clean clothes. He would return him tomorrow. The boy was very pleased with himself because he had thought of coming up with an alibi for himself in advance. The beauty praised her neighbor in a completely calm voice because this act was worthy of a Taoist, and also said that today he did not have to sleep with her. Although King Yuan's outer disciple was pleased with the young lady's proposal, he still wondered whether this would affect her plan to catch the criminal. Mrs. Yue said that a demoness came to the flower house tonight, but she was able to injure her. Although the criminal ran away, the girl chased her all the way to the demonic market, where she hid. The guy couldn't believe what he heard. He didn't expect such information from his neighbor and was very surprised by her violent reaction. Something didn't add up. Could it be that the same criminal who slaughtered people had come to the flower house? Because her time had not yet come, and moreover, the young man had wounded the attacker that day. So there was no reason for him to return. According to the young lady's logic, the killer returned so early precisely because of the injury, because he could not forgive such a thing and decided to take revenge. Ning Yuan decided that it was time to end the dialogue because it was already quite late, and it was time for the guy to go to bed to have a good rest before a hard day. King Yuan respectfully said goodbye to his elder sister and wished her a quiet and good night. More and more stars were visible above the brothel in Zuoyao County as time passed relentlessly, approaching morning. The boy looked at the many passers-by who were still wandering the streets of the city and were in a hurry to finish all their business. The guy could not understand why the criminal was so obsessed with his goal. Was he really ready to risk his life rather than give up his plan? The young man was very thoughtful. All the facts that he learned made no sense and did not fit into his head at all. The boy was increasingly losing his temper because there was one more thing that seemed complete nonsense. The hero leaned over the railing of the balcony. He could not understand why the beauty was so kind and gentle with the puppy, and felt disgust towards him because, in fact, they were one whole. King Yuan believed that if the young lady treated him even a tenth as well, if he was a human being, then perhaps he wouldn't even have to die. But Yue doesn't really like people. It was already quite late and the time for reflection had long passed. It was time to go to bed, because tomorrow the guy had a hard workout ahead of him and he should definitely rest well and recuperate. The young people went to classes early in the morning, but unexpectedly met a joyful animal conqueror on the street. Qin Liangxin looked at her idol with an open and hopeful gaze. She dreamed that the lady would allow her to train with them and would not drive them away. Ning Yuan did not share the young face's enthusiasm because the Qin clan and their sect were completely different factions and had nothing in common with each other. The guest's eyes opened wide. She herself could not believe it. She had forgotten something about this annoying fact. The fan apologized. She didn't mean anything bad. It was just that the girl was very difficult to meet. But the young lady didn't want to interfere and was willing to wait for them to meet at dinner. Mrs. Yue smiled tenderly at her fan because she was very grateful for her understanding. As soon as the disciples of Lushui Peak returned to the same lawn near the pond where they practiced last time, the lady first of all asked how far the guy had gone in cultivation. The young man rubbed his neck with his hand and admitted that only the day before yesterday he broke through to the stage of chi purification. Since energy and these have the same aura, the girl had nothing to find, so the guy lied that he didn't do much, but it was only his personal fault. Ning Yuan believed that this was completely unimportant, because if the hero was able to achieve the first degree of purification, then he would already be able to study the technique, which is what they will be doing today. The beauty wanted to ask Qing Yang if he could move to the other side of the pond where they were now. The young lady couldn't believe that the guy didn't remember this lesson from the outer sect, but he shyly said that, to be honest, he had never been to class before. The young man could not believe that the best student of Lushui Peak was going to teach him how to walk on air. It was amazing and incredible at the same time. The lady said that today they will be learning the first style of cloud step technique called boat floating in the clouds. If you master it, you can float in the clouds, but you had to watch carefully because it will only show once. The girl said that first you need to direct chi to your feet, Then you should imagine that they are two flat boats and energy flows under them. The boy was simply fascinated, but he still had to learn how to control this current so that it formed a stable platform under his feet. You need to smoothly push qi out of your body, like a leaf on the surface of a lake that rises and falls with the vibration of the water. The body should move with the current. The body of the former ruler comprehends the Tao tens of times faster than that of an ordinary person, so that the guy is simply obliged to understand what his sister is talking about. The guy closed his eyes tightly and tried to concentrate and find the energy within himself. It shouldn't be too hard, but it still required some effort. Under the black boots of the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak, an energy began to shine, similar to him. Something is starting to come out. The owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword began her movement. The main thing for the guy was to remember that it was all about ease and control over his own body. The beauty continued to explain that water is quite pliable, but it is able to penetrate through stones and the whole body should become like it. Lady Yuehua stood in the middle of the pond. This was the best way to walk on water, and perhaps even the only way. The girl looked back at her student to understand how well he absorbed the information and whether he understood what needed to be done, but he was already standing not far from her. The young man was incredibly happy because Ning even, in his opinion, simply explained incredibly well. The beauty was very surprised. She did not expect to see the result of her labor so quickly. The girl did not believe that it was possible to learn to walk on water so quickly. It seems that the guy knew how to do it from the very beginning and simply lied to her. This was the only logical explanation. Qingyuan looked at the young lady carefully, but could not understand the sharp change in the teacher's mood and what she was even talking about. The boy looked at his feet in horror. He couldn't believe that he was now standing in the middle of a pond and calmly floating on the water without even getting his feet wet, which greatly surprised Mrs. Yuehua. The guy was very confused. He actually didn't know how it was done. He was telling the truth, but after the girl told the technician, everything started to work out for him by itself. The capabilities of this body were amazing. It could learn anything it didn't hear or see. But because of laziness and ignorance, the former owner did nothing for the last 2 years and simply wasted his talent. The girl was shocked. She studied this style for 7 whole days, but the young man only had it in an instant. Even the word genius could not fully describe his talent. Qingyang's face darkened and broke out in cold sweat when he realized that his teacher was thinking the same thing as him. The guy tried to deny his superpowers and assured his older sister that he was lucky and needed a lot more practice to reach her level. The young woman assured that the young man could study and she would return to the hotel. She did not tell him, but she planned to inform the master about such a gifted guy as quickly as possible so that she could make him an internal student. Ning Yuan sat on the Silk Dew Moon Sword, which was the best way for her to travel. The guy said goodbye to the best student of Lu Shui Peak, who had already risen into the air and was about to leave the lawn. From the strong current of wind that arose when the girl rushed high into the sky, large waves arose on the reservoir where the guy was still standing. The young man stood very unhappy and was doused with water from head to toe. It seems that he made a little mistake when he created his plan. The upset hero nevertheless went ashore. He was sure that soon everyone would know about his talents, which means he would have to come up with some new ways to hide. The young man realized that he had greatly missed showing his abilities, because again he would have to look for an item in the demon market to hide the aura. Now he needed to be much more careful. It was a clear sunny day above the flower house, and cheerful voices and birdsong were heard from different directions. In one of the rooms of the brothel, Ning Yuan tried to contact the head of their cult to report very important news about one of the disciples of Lu Shui Peak. Because of the past the girl used for communication, they answered her very quickly. On the other hand, they asked what happened and why she urgently demanded an audience. Beauty knew that the master's sister was the chairman of Lu Shui Peak, which is why it was possible to take one of the external students from her, and she had some very interesting ones in mind. The young lady recalled today and the same lesson she taught with Qingyuan. She believed that he would be an excellent addition to the clan, because he was incredibly talented. The guy's name was very familiar to the head, because she had repeatedly heard stories about their meetings with the best student. The lady was sure that the teacher should not listen to various gossip, because it would be a waste of time. But she thought that they were very interesting and promised to somehow tell the girl. The owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword blushed. Her reaction was, as always, predictable, and the master could not understand how she was going to look for a life partner with such an attitude. The beauty noticed that the main one, obviously, also did not have a partner, and this did not bother her at all. The master did not like such impudence and observation of her student. Such conversations in her direction were completely unpleasant for the older woman and infuriated her. The teacher quickly turned the topic of conversation, not wanting to continue, citing the fact that she should talk with her sister about the girl's request. When the connection was interrupted, the young lady's pass fell from a height and hit the surface of the bed with force. The best student of Peak Liushui exhaled heavily. The conversation was not at all easy for her and required a lot of effort, although it went quite smoothly, and the young lady achieved the desired result. Half a month has already passed since the last incident, during which nothing happened at the Kvitkov house. The murders were gradually forgotten and the number of visitors increased significantly. The owner of the brothel was very happy because thanks to the immortal master, business was going up and, again, they began to bring in money, so they did not have to close. Young people looked down on the bustle and happy visitors who had already forgotten or simply did not want to remember the recent murders. Ning Yuan was very focused. She did not forget that last time she seriously injured her attacker. And quite a lot of time had passed. Lady Weihua was sure that she couldn't relax anyway, and the young man didn't understand why the demon was so obsessed with the flower house. What was so special about it? The reason why the criminal returned to this place each time was unknown, because there are a couple of other cities nearby that probably had similar establishments, so there was no need to risk his life. The beauty understood that the killer was somehow connected with the flower house, and if she was captured, the whole truth would definitely come out. Then they would be able to find out the secret of this room. A large cat flew over the heads of the shocked students of Liushui Peak, who did not expect this at all. With a loud cry, the cat was too anxious and aggressive, which contradicted the quiet and calm atmosphere of the brothel, which now looked more like a holiday. So he looked very strange. From around the corner of the house, the voice of the animal's owner could be heard, claiming that Bubenchik felt a demonic aura, which is why his reaction was so negative. Qin Liangxin explained that the demon was very careful. Apparently, she somehow depresses her energy because it constantly appears and immediately disappears. The young people did not expect to hear this. This was a new turn of events in their case, because if a thief can suppress the aura, this gives him the opportunity to be anywhere. King Yuan was a little scared. It was definitely not him, because demonic energy had not emanated from him for several days. He had a special bracelet for this, which the guy put on his neck so that it would not be conspicuous. Evening had already fallen on the city and many people were wandering the streets. So, unfortunately, the criminal had already mixed with the crowd, so there was no way to find his location due to traces of the demonic aura. The girl from the beast-conquering clan was sure that one should not act rashly and involve ordinary people in this matter. Ning Yuan believed that there was no problem because if the fugitive killed someone, there would be a surge of energy and thus she would immediately reveal her location. The young lady was incredibly angry, so as soon as she found the killer, she would grind her into powder. The lady's words frightened the guy very much. He could imagine what would happen to him if she found out that the guy had another form of a demonic wolf. Over the brothel in Zuoyao County, the sky became darker and darker. The night came into its own, but the number of people on the streets did not decrease. Business flourished again with renewed vigor. Laner was also among the people walking. She explained with a smile to the gentleman that he had drunk too much and now he needed a good rest. A brothel worker walked past a guy with some unknown man, whom she was going to take to the mountain so that he could relax well and come to his senses. The young man thought about it. He had not seen the rescued young lady for several days. The owner of the establishment said that she was sick, but now she is healthy and feels great, so she is accepting clients again. The guy looked at the starry sky. He felt very calm, and when he looked at those walking lines from poetry came to mind. The owner of the moon sword of Silk Dew approached the hero from behind, which frightened him greatly, but the girl was very surprised that her friend knew how to write poetry. The boy was a little embarrassed. It wasn't like he was very good at it, more like a little hobby. The unknown man told Lianer that he missed her very much and how good it was that everything had worked out in the Kvitkov house. Otherwise, they would not have been able to meet again. King Yuan listened to the conversation of a couple passing by and couldn't believe how such words worked for the girl. The gentleman asked the brothel worker to sing his favorite song, but she believed that there was still a lot of time and there was no point in rushing. So he should wait a little. The hero could not take his eyes off the people walking. He literally felt that something was wrong, but did not yet understand what exactly. The disciples of Liushui Peak carefully looked at the back of the bed. The unknown man was very amused by the words of his longtime girlfriend. He completely agreed that they still had enough time. Laner looked over her shoulder and smiled slyly at the immortal masters. She also paid attention to them as she passed by. The guy, whose face was becoming more and more stern, kept his eyes on the brothel worker. Finally, the couple entered one of the rooms of the flower house and disappeared from the eyes of the immortal masters. The door slammed behind them with a loud sound. It seemed to the young man that Laner's aura was not the same as before, and sort of even familiar, which made him wonder how long the girl had been working in this establishment. Ning Yuan believed that if the demon knew about their presence, then he would hardly have the courage to come to that area again, because he could have killed differently, just knocked out the man and done everything using the old methods. Ning Yuan looked at the guy carefully because she couldn't understand his train of thoughts, what he even meant. The young man with a bloodthirsty smile explained that the criminal could not use magic, but simply do everything with an ordinary knife, in which case her demonic aura could not be found. The beauty was not sure of this theory, because if this were so, most of the guests would have already died. This demon is very smart. For her purposes, she chose a very crowded area, so it would be difficult to find her. The guy spread his arms. The safest place was where people felt protected, so he believed that killing a person right under their noses was pleasant enough for the criminal. The young man thought for a moment. It seemed that he understood where he had already encountered the same aura as that of a brothel worker, and he really hoped that it was not his imagination. The hero told the best students of Lushui Peak that he did not know why, but he had to test one theory. The girl wanted to know what the young man meant, but he was already pushing off the asphalt with all his might and rushing away. Mrs. Yuehua looked in surprise at the back of her former roommate, but he no longer paid attention to anything and moved towards his goal, known only to him. Through the translucent door, glowing from the inside, one could see someone's shadows. Ning Yuan, having picked up speed, grouped himself in flight and taking a fighting pose, put his leg forward in order to knock down the door to the room behind which the couple had disappeared. Laner did not expect any guests. The horror on her face was very clear. She understood that her affairs were very bad. A brothel worker stood, with a dagger in her hands, over a bleeding man, who had recently asked her to sing her favorite song for him, and looked in fear at the guy who had just walked through the door. Huge purple spots were visible under the hands of the unknown gentleman. It was not even clear whether he was still alive. The angry young man looked carefully at the picture open in front of him. Although he expected such a result, he still hoped that perhaps he was wrong and nothing was happening in the room. The young lady, with all her eyes, looked at the unexpected guest, still holding a cold weapon in her hands. She did not know how to explain her situation and justify herself. The large stone moved like a meteor with incredible speed. The heavy, extremely hard layer, at full speed, painfully crashed into the hand of a brothel worker who, until recently, was holding a knife stained with blood. Also, Mrs. Yuehua ran into the room. She stood in the passage with her hand stretched out in front of her. Finally, the young lady found the demon she had been looking for so long and now would under no circumstances let him out. The laners looked at the master with their huge, tear-stained eyes. Her whole body was shaking, and she really hoped and prayed for his help because it was the only thing she had left. The young man looked at the girl silently. He did not know what to say to this whole situation, unlike Ning Yuan, who was going to capture the killer as soon as possible. The young people were unable to immediately detain the criminal, who was already running as fast as she could through another entrance into the street and wanted to hide in the crowd. The brothel worker did not plan to surrender so easily into the hands of the immortal masters. She, with the most determined look, planned to still fight for her life. The assassin rushed through the narrow alleys of Zuoyao County, pushing aside people walking in her path. But the owner of the Silk Dew Moon sword was not going to let her go so easily and was already rushing after her. Meanwhile, the young man took out a magic pill from the bag, which he had once obtained from a shop in the demonic market. The boy didn't care whether the criminal's victim died, but he didn't want her to take another life, so the unknown man was just lucky at that moment. Laner's breathing had long been stuttered and became very heavy, but she knew that she couldn't stop and needed to run as quickly as possible. The killer ran as fast as she could, but she still heard the voice of Lushui Peak's best student behind her. The beauty ordered Qin Liangxin, who also participated in the chase, not to lose sight of the criminal, and she was going to intercept her because they could run like this for a very long time. The flower house worker looked over her shoulder. She realized that her chances of escaping were getting smaller and smaller every second, but she didn't want to make the task easier for her pursuers. Ning Yuan put 2 fingers in front of her chest. She was very determined and confident in her abilities. The best student of Lu Shui Peak was enveloped in a blue light, and she lifted her feet off the ground, rising into the air. The surprised criminal saw how in the sky, above her head, Ms. Yuehua did a somersault, intending to land right in front of her and end this crazy chase. The killer's eyes became huge. The blood drained from her face and sweat flowed in rivers from her forehead. She understood that the chances of survival were very quickly approaching zero. The young woman sank to the ground, blocking the path for further escape of the criminal. Leander looked at her future executioner in fear and could not say anything or figure out how to make her situation even a little better. The young lady took out the Silk Dew Moon Sword. She couldn't believe that the demon thought he could get away from her so easily again. Ning Yuan looked at the demon like a predator at its prey. It had nowhere else to run. It was time to pay for its sins and die. Mrs. Yuehua was absolutely calm and very confident in her abilities. She decided to give the killer one last chance so that she would surrender herself and they would do without a fight. Finally, Qin Liangxin caught up with the women with her cat in her hands. She slightly disturbed their peace with loud screams because she really wanted to help her idol. The beast conqueror threw her animal at the criminal with all her might. She would no longer be able to escape from her pursuers. Something like an explosion occurred above the women's heads, which released a large amount of dust and took all the attention of those present. Instead of a well-fed cat, an angry, huge tiger with burning eyes jumped out of the dust layer. On the face of the frightened lionary, even before that, one could now see undisguised, primordial horror. The wild beast opened its mouth and made an incredible sound, almost knocking the girl off her feet with a shockwave. Qin Liangxin was incredibly happy when she saw the strength of her pet, which greatly surprised her idol, who was watching the girl at that moment. Qin Yuan approached the women very quickly from the direction of the city. He tried to warn Sister Ning from a big mistake and begged them to wait until the verdict was passed. The young man braked very sharply at the best student of Lu Shui Peak, who could not at all understand what was happening around and why the young people were behaving so strangely. The guy was very tired from running fast. He still could not find out from the criminal Ding Ming, and moreover, could not explain to Sister Ning his relationship with her. So he simply said that he wanted to find out the reasons why she killed. Leander hesitated. She was not sure that she could completely trust the young man, but she realized that she still had no other choice. The young woman nevertheless listened to her former roommate and asked what the criminal's goal was and where the real worker of the flower house was. The fugitive remained silent with her eyes downcast. She still hesitated whether to trust these people and at least tell something. Mrs. Yuehua decided that even if the killer did not say anything, the fact that she had killed dozens of people would be enough for her and justice would definitely be done. The convict finally decided to speak up. She believed that people have no right to say anything about justice because they believe that heaven is on their side and other races deserve only death. The criminal looked very upset and accepted her fate, but still said that people killed a large number of demons for no reason, so there could be no justice. Ning Yuan looked at the young woman carefully and still insisted. She had killed a large number of people, so she deserved to be punished. The brothel worker could not stand it. Rage boiled in her blood. All those men deserved death. None of them were innocent, and they were all to blame for their fate. The conversation between the young ladies was interrupted by Qin Yuan. Nevertheless, it was his mission, so that he was the one who had to figure everything out. Although the best student of Lu Shui Peak was not entirely sure that the young man would be able to cope with a demon stronger than his. The guy looked confidently at the owner of the Moon Sword of Silk Dew. He was more than confident in his own abilities. Mrs. Yuehua agreed to the hero's condition, but still said that she would watch everything from the side and would definitely help if the need arises. The boy looked closely at the criminal. He asked if she could explain to him the reason why she killed. Leander couldn't figure out how to proceed because she remembered that Mr. He was now the disciple of a woman who wanted to kill her, so he didn't want to reveal his identity. Still, the woman understood that the young man's family were their benefactors, and she could not put him in an awkward position. In a purple glow, in front of everyone gathered, a fluffy, large red tail appeared. The boy watched the transformation with concern. His worst suspicions were only confirmed. In the place of the brothel worker stood an upset demonic fox in all her beauty. Unfortunately, the guy turned out to be right, and it was his friend who was the killer. Ding Ming still began his story. 2 years ago, she saved a scientist in Zuoyao County. The boy did not like this beginning. He spent a lot of time playing video games and knew very well that now he would have to listen to one of the stories of the NPCs, which he always found very boring. The fox once saved a man from robbers, gave him gold and jewelry. He, in turn, promised never to betray her love. So when he wanted to go to the capital to take exams, the woman thought that he was a man of honor and helped. Acquaintances told the criminal that her beloved does not study at all, but constantly goes to brothels and spends all the money she gave him on women of bad reputation. The woman did not take her friend's word for it, but decided to check everything herself. She went to the flower house to find out the truth and saw how the man was having fun with this Liang. The scientist tried to accuse his savior of being a demon and even tried to kill her. From the lead that the man gave to Long Shangxi, they found the fox's house and her clan, after which they tortured the woman and her family for many hours, and after all, they finally killed her. Fortunately, one great master did not allow the foxes to be completely destroyed, who came to their aid, and the young lady managed to escape along with her 3 sisters. Ding Ming ended with tears in her eyes because everyone else died and they were completely innocent. Anger corroded the demonic fox from the inside. She explained why she killed people. They had to die, every single one, without honor, without which they lived. The woman wiped the tears from her face. She had already said everything she wanted. She still wouldn't be able to escape, and there was nothing more to lose. The immortal masters could kill her if they wanted to. The disciples of Lu Shui Peak silently listened to the story, not daring to interrupt, and looked attentively at the criminal because they did not know what to say or what to do next. The boy looked at the very concentrated and stern Ning Yuan. He wanted to consult with the girl because it was important for him to know her opinion from everything he heard. Mrs. Yuehua stepped forward. She was not sure that any decision she voiced would be correct, so she reminded the young man that it was his mission, and therefore, only he had the decision. The young lady stepped onto the lunar silk dew sword and was about to head back to the heavenly kingdom, because in this place she had nothing else to do. Qin Longxin sat on top of the already calmed-down bell. She also understood that their mission in this place was over, and it was time to leave. The young women went about their business, leaving the demonic fox and wolf to watch after them. They had to decide for themselves how the criminal's story would end. The guy realized that Ding Ming saved his life because she did not reveal his identity, so he was very grateful to her. The girl did not want words of gratitude from the guy because she believed that it was she who should thank him, although in fact she had already accepted her fate. The woman's eyes widened. Everything around seemed to lose color and suddenly darken. The demonic fox staggered and, having lost its balance, found itself in the strong arms of the young man. He could not understand what was happening, but he helped her not to end up on the ground. Holding the young man tightly to his chest, the woman said that he was the same great master who saved her and the sisters from the He family. Finally, the boy understood why the criminal was so grateful to him, did not reveal his identity, and always said that his family were their benefactors. Ding Ming understood that this time would someday come. She had to be captured sooner or later. So she was ready to say goodbye to her life, which was now completely in the hands of the external disciple of Lu Shui Peak. The young man knew that when he let the woman go, Sister Ning would never forget it, but he was sure that he still knew one way to save life this time. The girl looked at the guy with all her eyes. His words gave hope, but she was still afraid to believe that this was possible, and therefore wanted to find out as quickly as possible what he meant. The hero grabbed the demonic fox tightly by the shoulders and looked at her carefully. The only way to prolong her life was on the condition that she agreed to become the guy's animal. There had been a large, full echo over the roofs of the flower house for a long time. The night had already come into its own, so a bright light poured from the windows of the disturbed establishment. The owner of the brothel was very happy that no one died that night and everything went quite calmly. Definitely better than it could have happened. The older woman rushed into Ning Yuan's arms. She was very glad that the girl decided to stay, because otherwise, the establishment would again have to go through the same horror as a few months ago. Mrs. Yuehua looked at the large purple stain on the floor. She could not believe that the client survived after losing such an incredible amount of blood. It was more like a miracle than reality. The women's conversation was interrupted by the returning He Qingyan, who happily told Sister Ning that he had already completed the mission and now they could be completely free and finally return home. The guy told the owner of the house that he had dealt with a demon, and now she would not disturb her establishment, and he also sent people for Liang, who was not hurt at all and would return soon. The owner of the house, this time, threw herself at the feet of the young man, which greatly surprised both young people. She was incredibly grateful to Mr. He and wanted to demonstrate this in some way. The eldest woman told the immortal masters that she had prepared something for them as a reward and would now send someone to get it. Lady Yuehua was very unhappy when she realized how exactly the guy dealt with the demon. Qingyuan did not deny it, and immediately confirmed that all the young lady's fears were justified and acted exactly as he considered necessary. So he would not take the fox's life. The girl did not know how else to direct the young man on the right path, because she believed that he was too kind and gentle. The hero clenched his hands tightly into fists. He knew very well that the woman was not innocent, but this only happened because she was the first to experience betrayal, and those people were truly terrible. Ning Yuan did not agree with her interlocutor at all. Those men were ugly people, but not bad people in her opinion, and even if they took the path of evil, the criminal had no right to judge them. The best student of Lushui Peak looked piercingly at her former roommate and demanded an answer to the question of what he did with the killer, believing that this matter concerned him directly. The young man displayed a scarlet bracelet in the shape of a fox and enthusiastically told everyone present that the demon had become his spirit animal. The accessory at the end of the guy said that throughout his life he would atone for his sins and look for any path to forgiveness. Mrs. Yuehua was very angry and disappointed to the point that she could not express all her emotions in words, so she just silently looked at the guy, hoping that he would understand his mistake. The young personality turned around and walked away in the opposite direction from the guy. Now that their mission was finally completed, they must return to the heavenly kingdom to get their points. The girl simply left silently. She knew that there was no right to be angry because she herself left the right of choice to the young man. Qingyuan breathed in and out deeply as he tried to calm down. He was very lucky that Sister Ning didn't say anything, so things could have gone much worse. Upon leaving, the young people decided to say goodbye to Qin Liangxin and Bubenchik. Her parents had already found out where she was, so the girl had to leave urgently, but was sure that they would meet soon. The animal smoker and her well-fed cat cried a lot, because they understood that they would miss the students of Lushui Peak. But there was no other way out. They had to say goodbye. The couple smiled tenderly at their friends and waved their hands after them. The young people were very accustomed to them and would undoubtedly miss them. Clouds of dust rose behind the young lady and her pet as they rushed off in the opposite direction from their new acquaintances, leaving behind only large traces of soft paws. The lady said that she had already completed her mission, and she needed to return to the heavenly kingdom by evening, so she invited the young man to go with her. Through Ding Ming, the sister began to treat the guy even cooler. But in any case, after completing 4 missions, he was going to leave the heavenly kingdom, so that was even good. The next day, a fairly large crowd of people gathered at the Palm Pavilion. In the building, Zheng Qingqing was already waiting for the hero, who had heard from other students that he had returned from a mission with Ning Yuan and wanted to know the details. Qingyuan couldn't believe that the rumors spread so quickly, and the girl found out everything. But she explained it by the fact that she was the editor-in-chief and knew all the parts of her work. The young lady looked at her interlocutor with big, honest eyes and promised that even if he told her the details, she would not write anything about it in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Kingdom. Unlike everyone else, the journalist did not consider Mrs. Yuehua and Qin Shun an ideal couple, because she saw that his elder sister was not at all interested in him, so the young man still had a chance. The guy was not very pleased with this conversation because last time they ended there, but the young lady stood her ground and believed that this was the true truth. The young man believed that he had a very keen eye, so he could notice any relationship, but the boy still continued to insist that he was just helping Ning Yuan with a mission. The young man thought about it. He remembered that in the game his character constantly pestered Mrs. Yuehua, and, in the end, she decided that it was better to be with Qin Shun. The hero didn't know if it was possible that the best students of Lushui Peak got together only because of the NPC's clinging. Perhaps it was he who pushed them to this. But the guy missed the plot of the video game, so now he can't remember all the details. The young people moved through the decorated room, past other inhabitants of the kingdom, and did not even notice how, according to conversations, they reached their destination. The journalist smiled slyly and asked her friend to tell her if he remembered any details from the trip. She was ready to listen to absolutely everything. Finally, the young man crossed the threshold of his own room. He was very tired, so he dreamed of quick rest and the relaxing softness of his bed. The young man walked deep into the bedroom, and the soft mattress and warm blanket beckoned him to plunge into the world of sweet dreams as quickly as possible and forget, at least for a while, about these busy months. The guy, with a flourish, fell onto his own place to sleep, but it seemed that the blanket was too hard. Qingyuan jumped on the bed in horror. It seemed that some living human being was hiding under his warm blanket, which he did not expect at all, because the last time he was here, he left the room completely empty. The guy who took a fighting stance was ready for any situation. If someone wants to attack him, he will no longer be able to take him by surprise. The boy was shocked. His little eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he realized that there was a person under his warm, soft blanket. Liao Xin sat on the bed and looked at the young man. She was very glad that Brother He had finally returned because she had been waiting for him for a very long time, and now he was standing opposite. The guy was scared and didn't understand why his older sister was in his bed. She shouldn't be there. The young woman rubbed her sleepy eyes. She reported that she fell asleep while waiting for the owner of the room, and also, to show a little empathy, asked how his mission went. Peak Lu Shui's outer disciple was angry with his sworn friend. He really wanted her to get out of bed and leave the bedroom immediately, because people could come up with all sorts of things. The hero thought that Qin Shen was too persistent because he had already used the same trick on him several times and failed every time, but he still did not want to give up. The young lady, trying to seduce her younger brother, extended her hand to him. She still could not understand why he did not want to succumb to her charms. The girl threw herself into the arms of the young man. She did not understand why he was so rude to her, and how she deserved such an attitude towards herself. Had she really done something wrong? The lady pressed herself tightly to her friend's chest and wanted to know if she could somehow fix the situation and make their relationship at least a little warmer, because recently they had changed a lot. Ning Yuan was not in the mood for games at all. He was too tired and wanted the young lady to leave his private territory as quickly as possible, so he forcefully pushed her away from him, exhausted. Liao Xin lay on the floor and did not understand why her brother was doing this to her, because she did not deserve his behavior at all. The angry guy stood on top of his sister and tried to explain as clearly as possible that he did not want to waste his time on the girl at all, and she was not interested in him. The heroes were already tired of the encroachment on his life, so he honestly admitted that he knew what exactly his sworn friend wanted to do. So all the games were over. Peak Lu Shui's outer disciple couldn't believe the second student's words, because how could he know her plans when she always tried to be as careful as possible? The boy silently turned his back to his interlocutor. He did not plan to answer anything. That's all she needs to know at the moment, because he must keep the situation under control. The guy stretched his lips in an evil smile. His plan worked 100%. It was exactly what he needed now. Ning Yuan turned to the acquaintance again, but this time a benevolent smile shone on his face and assured her that she should not worry so much because he knew how much the girl liked her. But now was not the right time. The guy tightly clenched his palms into fists. He was not going to say that he knew about the girl's affair with Qin Shen, or that the best student of Lu Shui Peak was dealing with demons, because he just wanted to scare the young lady. Liao Xin could hardly stop trembling. She was very scared, because she thought that the young man had really guessed everything, but now she tried not to show it. People who walked along the corridors of the hostel could hear a loud voice coming from behind the young man's door, ordering the girl to leave the room, because he was very tired and wanted to sleep, but she had not yet had time to change clothes. The door to the room burst open as a scantily clad young woman burst out from behind them. Under the surprised looks of other students, a very angry Liao Xin sat on the floor and cursed the owner of the bedroom, who pushed her out into the street in such a terrible state. Ning Yuan had already refused the stubborn young lady several times, but she still didn't seem to think that the beauty would not stop until she received his love. The guy really didn't like the current situation, and he decided that since Qin Shen went against him, he would definitely regret it later, because the guy would ruin everything for him. Under the full moon, the majestic Jushi Peak rises, its sharp peaks rapidly ascending to the sky, and memories of the game sow doubt in the hero's head regarding the exact location of the mysterious cave. The young man climbed onto a high branch of a tree. This area was unknown to him, although it was here that Qin Shen made an agreement with the demons. The boy believed that his opponent had chosen the ideal place, because people were very rarely there and you could hide well yourself and hide anything from strangers. Qin Shen really had an alliance with dark forces and constantly used their gifts. Otherwise, he would hardly have been able to become the main disciple of Lu Shui Peak. The young man was very disappointed, because he realized that his favorite game was a buggy and low-quality product. His character was killed too early. Due to the fact that Shin sucked all the vitality out of him, the storyline ended too early. Unexpectedly, a demonic fox appeared in front of He Qingyang, who was lost in his thoughts. She urgently needed to talk to her master. The woman reported that she felt weak demonic energy, which meant that besides them, there were some other invited guests here and they should be very careful not to be noticed. The young man, with a serious expression on his face, inquired about the source of demonic energy, trying to find out its origin and whether it was dangerous. The demonic fox was confident in her abilities and claimed that people like her experienced aura much better than other demons, so the owner could not doubt her. The boy smiled. He had no reason to doubt his animal, so it was time for them to hit the road. Ding Ming smiled softly and enveloped the space in a soft pink haze, creating a magical atmosphere. The guy also smiled at his good friend, calling for new achievements and victories. He was full of determination and inspiration. The demonic fox and the boy rose into the sky, searching for the very place that was emitting demonic energy. The young man was very grateful to his elder sister Ning because she taught him to move not only through trees, but also through water. While the boy was moving towards his goal, the thought shone in his head that complete mastery of the technique would help him independently cope with everything that happened on his way. Suddenly, the demonic fox said, attracting He Qingyan's attention and breaking him out of his thoughts, that they were there, and behind the waterfall they might need a place. The boy was sure that they had found the right place, and thanks to a new technique that he had recently learned, he was able to open a cave that was located behind the waterfall. The demonic fox suggested going first, because even if someone met her, he still wouldn't be able to see the girl, so she believed that it was much safer. The young lady was a little embarrassed. For the sake of her master, she was ready to risk her own life, because his family had already saved her from death more than once. Ding Ming took off at high speed, flying over the waterfall and leaving a soft pink magical trail behind her. Staying by the pond, the young man watched a fox fly over a mountain of water at high speed. And as soon as he saw its shadow, he realized that there really was a large cave behind the waterfall. Having flown into the cave, the fox was confused because the place seemed completely different, abandoned a long time ago because only echoes remained of the aura. Standing below, He Qingyan shouted to the beauty to check everything carefully because every detail was important and evidence could be hidden anywhere. The young woman walked deeper into the cave. It seemed that this was the same place where Qin Shun traded with demons. But now there was no one here, and it seemed that it had been quite a long time. Suddenly, the fox suddenly stopped and became silent, which is why the guy had a logical question about what she saw and felt. Ding Ming told the new moon that she still managed to find something interesting that was worth seeing with her own eyes. The young lady took out a box from a crack in the wall, which clearly belonged to the demons who left it here. The guy stood at the foot of the waterfall and impatiently waited for the demonic box that the girl was supposed to carry. The fox flew through the waterfall with the box, leaving behind a trail of pink smoke. Returning to their dorm room, He Qingyan and the fox lay down at the table, carefully examining their own find. They could not believe their own luck. In front of the young people, on the table stood a closed, incredibly beautiful green demonic box, decorated with 2 large green precious stones. The guy carefully examined the find and could not understand what he had to do to make it open in order to find out what was inside. After accidentally pressing the green stone on top, the demonic box suddenly opened. To the couple's surprise, a bright purple beam of incredibly strong energy burst out of the box, which greatly surprised the young man, and he considered it some kind of miracle, impossible. The demonic fox stood nearby and looked in surprise at the beam of light shining from the open demonic box. The beauty was incredibly happy, and throwing herself on the guy's neck, exclaimed that they had found a demonic artifact. And the young man still could not believe that they had found it, something truly significant. Hugging the shocked guy's shoulders from behind, the lady quietly whispered that the most immortal radiance flashed from the box. The girl's eyes sparkled with some kind of dangerous radiance, and she convinced the young man, who had already encountered magical energy and now would not confuse it with anything, that's why it was dark energy that flowed out of the open box. Ding Ming told the boy that when she was a child, she saw the Demon King and the Dragon King fight, and how the former used the immortal radiance to protect himself. The demon fox never thought that they would have the opportunity to find such a treasure in a small cave in the heavenly kingdom. She was delighted and thought that the heavens had blessed He Qingyan with good fortune. The hero, fascinated by the discovery, believed that the artifact provided almost absolute protection. But to use it, certain conditions must be met. The outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak looked intently at the find and began to more carefully examine and study the artifact on the table. The young man was intrigued by the terms of use of the artifact and asked for help to understand the demon fox because she had already encountered this item. The girl was very upset, but could not provide any more information. She only knew the artifact itself and its energy, so she could not help the owner in any way, no matter how much she wanted to. The boy could not understand where his friend got such knowledge, but he simply forgot that she had a store in the demonic market and saw a large number of medicines and magical weapons. The young lady also said that once demonic foxes were considered one of the main forces in the demon clan and witnessed many different events. The young man completely believed her, but believed that the artifact was a much more effective ace in the hole for them. The only thing that was not at all in the shadows of the guys was why the Demon King left such an important thing in a cave where anyone could find it. The fox looked down, because she didn't know how to answer this question at all. She was the only one who found the box. In fact, the girl remembered that when she was in the caves, there was some dust scattered around the magic box. The lady suddenly remembered that she had heard about the attack of the immortals on the Demon King, as a result of which he was seriously injured. The young lady could not believe that the strongest among them had really died, and the ashes were all that was left of him. A dark, cloudy night enveloped the heavenly kingdom, and with it, the thoughts of He Qingyun, who continued to figure out how to properly use the demonic box. The Demon King was still alive, and in the future there would be many events related to him in the game, the young man thought. Hearing thoughts in the voice of his master, the demonic fox asked him what he was talking about, but for now he decided to hide his thoughts from the girl, considering them trifles. The boy understood perfectly well that he needed to closely monitor Qin Shun and find out what kind of agreement he had agreed on with the king. There was silence in the room. Only the voices of the demonic fox and the young man disturbed the peace, until sounds were heard from outside. Outside the window, the young lady decided to be careful and hide from the overnight guests in order to avoid unwanted meetings. The girl disappeared into thin air, wrapping her master's wrist in a magical pink mist and whispering that it was better for her to hide away from prying eyes. Opening the window, He Qingyun was very surprised, because in front of him sat a small chick who was holding a wrapped message for him in his beak, ready to be transmitted. The little diving creature looked very serious and was in a hurry to give the note because it was well aware of its importance to everyone around. The boy was very surprised because the parchment was written for him by Ning Yuan, which could not help but shock him and leave him indifferent. The young man, having read the letter, quickly burned it, trying not to leave traces, realizing the danger of the situation. The hero enthusiastically went to meet Lady Yuehua, having received an invitation from her, full of excitement and joy, although he did not know why she could call him. The misty forest located at Louis Shui Peak was difficult to reach, causing it to remain almost deserted, surrounded by a mysterious atmosphere. The young man rushed across the water with all his might, calling for Sister Ning, his heart overflowing with admiration and impatience from anticipation of the meeting. The beauty was embarrassed by what she saw, stood on the water, adamantly waiting for He Qingyun, and when he approached, she greeted him with restraint, but surprisingly, quite warmly. The girl said that finally their classes would resume, which means that today is the day when she will teach the young man to fly in the clouds, opening up new opportunities for impressive adventures. I couldn't believe my own luck because the girl really decided to teach him the next step so quickly, demonstrating her passion for learning. Sister Ning was going on a mission and could not be in touch for half a month or even longer, so as not to leave any traces. So her main task was to teach He Qingyun and prepare him for the mission. The guy couldn't believe that they wouldn't see each other for so long and was very embarrassed, feeling anxious about the possible danger. The beauty asked in surprise whether the guy was really so interested in her mission. Noticing how his eyes lit up with curiosity, He Qingyun misunderstood the question and began to say that at his current level, the hero could only take on one entry-level mission, fearing that he would later become powerless against more difficult tasks. The beauty was very disappointed with the guy's monologue, but did not know what to answer, feeling how curiosity overwhelmed him, preventing him from focusing on the goal. The young man felt suddenly uncomfortable. After the reaction of his interlocutor, the guy thought that perhaps she wanted him to leave with her, hoping for intimacy. Ning Yuan said that she would act in the same way as before in her studies, but with minor changes, warning about the impossibility of monitoring the young man's success because he had to go to the master to say goodbye. The young man confidently proclaimed that he understood everything, while demonstrating determination and a desire to constantly move on. The girl immediately began teaching the young man, telling him that the cloud steps style required not only physical strength, but also sensitivity to the air currents connecting heaven and earth. During the process, Sister Ning showed in detail how to work with the energy of the air, telling the young man not to forget that the body is not intended to break through the air, but to merge with it, becoming part of a boundless flow. Mrs. Yue described the energy of the air as the most boundless and free in the world, which gives a feeling of ease and carelessness and brings incredible emotions. When body and mind merge into one, forgetting about the world, a person realizes that the air under his feet is as strong as the earth. This was the essence of the style of cloud steps. It symbolized merging with the air and ease of movement. The girl finished her explanation. The lady asked if everything was clear and remembered by the interlocutor, hoping that the interlocutor was ready for new challenges. The demonic fox turns to the owner with a smile, assuring that she also understood everything, which greatly frightened the young man who did not expect such a thing. The boy's teacher realized that Ning Yuan is not obliged to teach the young man, and although her eyes do not reflect love for him, her actions hint at sympathy for the guy. Sister Ning nevertheless said that her mission would take place in Kunming, causing genuine surprise on her face and a lot of questions from He Qingyang. The girl flew away, and the young one carefully followed Sister Ning in the sky, leaving behind her a beautiful blue energy that attracted her gaze in the night sky. Suddenly, the energy of a demonic fox flared up on the Neroy's wrist, experiencing his sadness for Lady Yuehua, which filled his heart with anxiety. The girl from the bracelet appeared before her owner in full growth, because she could not leave him alone, with her grief in such a terrible state. Dingming reminded the guy that the beauty told him the location of her mission, trying to help him understand how to proceed in this situation. The demon fox explained that it may not seem obvious, but Sister Ning clearly wanted the young man to find her. He happily agreed with the fox's words. After all, he was thinking of taking on a new task. The young woman exclaimed angrily, saying that she didn't mean it, feeling her emotions take over at her master's absurdity. The boy insisted with a smile that he understood what he was talking about, even admitted that he was interested in his sister, but he still remembered very well that she would be the one who would kill this NPC in the game. He Qingyang suggested that the fox go to the Palm Courtyard tomorrow to check if there were any suitable quests there, wanting to learn swordsmanship techniques from Sister Ning. Dingming admits that he also wants to master Lady Yuehua's skill, but they need to master this technique first, because they shouldn't be too greedy. The boy, grabbing his interlocutor by the waist, confidently declares that he has already studied the technique provided by him, feeling pleasure from his success. Having risen into the air with the help of energy, with a demonic fox in his arms, the young man asked his friend if she liked the possessed technique, hoping to hear positive support. The young lady was amazed to learn that the guy really mastered the technique so quickly. She couldn't understand how the gentleman did it so quickly, but he simply considered himself a genius. The young woman was very surprised because she did not understand at all what the boy meant. Spinning high in the air, the hero laughed loudly. He was confident in his superiority, demanding recognition from the demonic fox, reminding her that their connection is eternal and inextricable. Having descended from the air to the ground, He Qingyang ironically asked the fox about his assessment of his technique, hoping for flattery and a very high assessment of his skills. Dingming recognized the guy's talent with a smile and gave a high score of 99 points. She realized that the young man's talent made her think about the future. In front of the ancient building, there was a sign inviting people to watch new missions that could change the course of events and influence the fate of the whole world. The sage asked the guy if he was ready to look at the only mission that could be the key to unusual adventures. The hero was surprised that he was entrusted with a mission of such a high level. He could not understand whether there really were no lower tasks here, because he would like to start his journey with something simpler. The older man was surprised by the youth's desire, as he had already reached the foundation formation stage, but still only wanted to carry out lower-level missions without fear of ridicule from the other students. He Qingyang talked about the previous mission to the teacher, who was also supposedly of a lower level, but Sister Ning said that it was much more difficult, although this did not add any points. The task manager asked the young man to speak a little more quietly because someone could hear their conversation, after which he realized that perhaps the sage was guilty somewhere and was afraid of publicity. The boy moved closer to the man's face. He demanded 4 points for the task, promising not to disclose the elder's mistake, who almost killed a student due to underestimating the difficulty of the task. The sage, stunned by the guy's impudence, covered the boy's mouth with his hand and promised to give him another point for keeping quiet about the incident. The gray-haired man expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation to the guy, arguing with him or whether he knew how difficult it was to work in such conditions. while people around were discussing what was happening between them. The older man sighed heavily when the younger one nevertheless told him that he was ready to accept the conditions because he wanted, no matter what happened, to take on the completed task, despite the difficulties. The boy winked slyly and asked the sage to help him get a worthy reward for this task, hoping for support so that it wouldn't happen like last time. The blood drained from the face of the frightened and tired one. With this conversation from the teacher, he reluctantly agreed to all the conditions, realizing that the situation turned out to be more complicated than he expected. Meanwhile, the young ladies gathered near the building began to discuss Mr. Qin, who was due to appear in the square any minute, as well as about his secret love for Sister Ning. The guy was very angry, because the mere mention of his sworn enemy caused an incredible storm in his soul, not the most pleasant emotions and feelings. The guy decided that everything really happened on time because it was high time to see the main character of this game and join the fun, since he had long wanted to see Qin Shun live. Stopping abruptly, Qing Yuan uttered a self-stopping speech, realizing that the situation could be dangerous, and he was not at all prepared. Lu Shui Peak's outer disciple understood one thing. Qin Shun knew that his blood was good for cultivation. There was a fairly high chance that the Demon King had told him about it. The young man was struck by the thought that the Demon King did not seem to know his true identity. Otherwise, he would have been exposed as a spy, and this would have very negative consequences. The boy was very pleased because he realized that if his opponents did not have useful information, this meant that the main one had just begun to implement his plan and had recently disappeared. The hero stood in the middle of the square and heard the enthusiastic exclamations of the young ladies talking about Brother Qing, who had fulfilled his heavenly mission in just 3 days. It was simply incredible. Qing Yuan ironically noted that the girls reminded him of boy band fans, but in their opinion, only Ning Yuan had a real interest in their idol. Suddenly, the surprised boy noticed a familiar figure among the girls and was very surprised that Mrs. Yuehua was also in the square, because he thought that she had long gone on a mission. Watching the beauty in the crowd, the young man wondered why she was so cold, and how her conventional fiancé could smile while looking into the face of this snow queen. Apparently, he was indeed a real playboy in the heavenly kingdom. Unable to bear watching her master at this too cute sight, the demonic fox appeared in energy form and offered him her help, asking if he wanted her to eavesdrop. The boy was very worried about his friend, so he asked if she was afraid of being noticed among many cultivators, but she was sure that his bracelet hid their aura. In addition, the animal explained that it was now the youth's ward, which means that only those who have reached the 7th stage of cultivation can see it. And this, as is known, is only the elders and heads of sects. The young man agreed, but warned the demonic fox that in case of problems or danger, she must return immediately, which the girl did not even intend to argue with. The invisible spirit flew up from behind to the best student of Lu Shui Peak and began to eavesdrop on their conversation, hoping to quickly complete the task. The man wished his destined one that this time she would quickly and easily complete the mission, but would not get into any more trouble and would return back as soon as possible. The beauty noticed that Brother Qin is very hardworking, but he just finished the heavenly mission, but has already decided to take on the next one, so she is not sure that her help is needed at all. Qinshin thanked Sister Ning for her words with a smile, believing that thanks to the masters everything would be fine, but inside he was filled with happiness from her worries. Mrs. Yuehua, with a completely absent look, also wished her interlocutor to return safe and sound. The young man couldn't even think that the Snow Queen cared about him at least a little. He was sure that if he won the great competition in 6 months, they would definitely become closer. The demonic fox, having overheard the conversation between Sister Ning and Qin Shenya, returned and rushed forward to inform her master that her opponent had no chance. Ding Ming returned to her master and reported that the beauty had teamed up with his rival. But this did not suit her since he was devoid of eloquence and intelligence. The young man wondered if the NPC really offended the girl so much that she took Qin Shen's side. It seems that one idiot outplayed the other, and then it is completely unclear what actually happened. The demonic fox asked the young man if it was time for them to go, highlighting her concern. Walking along the road, the young man discussed future plans with his girlfriend, noting that he needed to meet his teammates, which they had, this time, at the foot of the mountain. But first, he needed to take some things. It was a sunny day on a small shopping street, creating a cozy atmosphere, and friendly merchants sincerely communicated with customers. Qing Yuan finally arrived and went as deep into the shopping street as possible, carefully inspecting every stall to buy the things he needed. Getting into the rhythm of business, the young man quickly went around many merchants, buying a variety of goods for his business with the demonic fox, rejoicing at the profitable deals. The cunning guy was incredibly happy because he was able to buy discounted and expired goods for almost nothing. This was an incredibly profitable offer for him. As he exited the market, the happy guy wondered how much he could exchange in the demon market, looking forward to new opportunities. A huge wall of energy appeared on the horizon, separating the heavenly kingdom from the whole world and preventing students from leaving it without a pass. The young man saw a stranger at the border and called her, deciding that they should carry out the mission with her on the team. Looking back at the voice, the young lady realized that it was her partner who had come. Therefore, the whole team was assembled and they could go to complete their task. The boy was very tired because he was dragging a huge bag behind him, which surprised him when he saw his colleague. After collecting his thoughts, Ning Yuan, with all due respect, walked closer to the lady and introduced himself, saying that he was from Lushui Peak and was at the stage of forming the foundations. The lady calmly listened to the guy and his congratulations, finally spitting out the straw that she had been holding in her mouth all the time. Suddenly, the young lady smiled and told the guy that her name was Li Jingchan, and she had already heard many interesting details about him, so she could say she was familiar with him. The new acquaintance continued to say that she had read stories about Ning's boyfriend and sister in the news and collected them, and he began to get more and more angry, realizing that Zheng Qingqing had written them. China began to hint to Ning Yuan that she knew much more about him and Mrs. Yuehua, showing him a magazine with racy photographs where she and her elder sister were depicted together. The partner told the guy that she was a big fan of the articles about him and the beauty, still holding the magazine in her hands. And he didn't know how to react to the photo because he and his sister Ning were just friends. Li Jingchan laughed and said that she had a very high opinion of the articles by editor-in-chief Zheng Qingqing. The boy sighed heavily because it looked like he would have to go through the mission together with another strange character, and this upset him a little and was very stressful. The young man smiled and decided that it was time to change the topic and start getting down to business, so he invited the young lady to go on a trip. The girl happily agreed because she had a lot of fun, joking with her new partner and putting him in an uncomfortable position, in her opinion. After 2 days on the road, the young people finally reached their destination. They were greeted by the majestic gates of a city. The partners, coming closer, noticed that a calm and quiet atmosphere reigned near the palace, and the castle was surrounded by a high, strong fence. Of the 35 members of the Wang family, about 20 had already died, and this was a real tragedy, and Long Xiangxi was too busy to deal with such matters. Approaching closer to the door of the palace, Panyanka explained to the guy why this case was transferred to the students, to which he skeptically replied that during his last mission, the policeman only looked at the case and made a note. Li Jingchan continued the conversation, saying that she heard about the death of the Demon King, causing other demons to go out of control and become dangerous. Qingyan was shocked by this information and asked the lady again where she even got it from. The girl, walking forward, explained to the outer disciple of Lushui Peak that she had heard a lot from the brothers and sisters, but these were just rumors, and Sister Ning and Brother Qin's current mission was to hunt demons. Coming close to the door and knocking on them, the young man told the guy that, given their strength, it was too early for them to engage in such matters. The guy thought about it after his partner's words, because if indeed the ashes were all that was left of him from the Demon King, then with whom did Qingshun actually make the agreement? Opening the door, Panyanka carefully looked at the thoughtful guy, asking why he was delayed, because they still had a lot to do, to which he replied that he was already on his way. Opening the door of the palace courtyard, they felt a cold and unpleasant wind of incredible strength. It seemed that the frosty gusts were creeping into the bones and were about to sweep the travelers off their feet. They were so strong and unexpected. Suddenly, the wind died down, and a man in dark clothes appeared on the way with a cold look in his eyes. Coming closer to the young people, an unfamiliar gentleman asked with a piercing gaze if they were looking for someone. Maybe he could help the travelers. Qingyan immediately entered the conversation, introducing himself with all respect, and said to the man in dark clothes that they were disciples from the heavenly kingdom and had come to deal with their problem. The stranger smiled kindly, pointing forward with his hand, and inviting the immortal masters to go deeper into the palace to discuss everything in detail. Li Jingchan decided to ask her colleague what he was carrying in such a large bag because, obviously, it was not food. Walking through the castle courtyard, the guy said that in his bag he just had cheap magic weapons from the market that could come in handy. His foresight greatly pleased his companion. Passing by the maids standing in the courtyard of the palace, the hero told the girl that he was simply trying to be prepared for anything. One of the palace workers could be seen to be frightened. Her head was lowered to the floor, her whole body was shaking with strong trembling, and she herself looked down with fear, without trembling her eyes. A man in dark clothes led the young people into one of the rooms of the palace, pointing to the door. He said that they could rest in the house while he went to fetch the master. The guy watched the stranger carefully. There was something about him that the young man didn't like and caused a feeling of anxiety, but he couldn't yet understand what it was. Having walked into the room, the travelers decided first of all to relax. The girl sat comfortably on a chair after a long journey and said that she noticed how all the maids had black marks. Li Jingchan rightly thought that if she and her partner did not do anything, then a lot more deaths would await this place. But they, of course, could not allow this to happen. On the way to this place, He Qingyun managed to read a lot of information given to him in the Palm Pavilion, from which he learned that the owner and his wife, as well as their children, live in the castle. But the woman has been bedridden for 6 months. Her daughter rarely moves out, appears, and the youngest son died long ago. The girl took out her magic compass. Meanwhile, the young man stood in front of her, but could not believe what happened to this family because what demons or ghosts could they anger? The young lady picked up the magical artifact and said that first, they should find out where the negative energy comes from, after which the arrow began to rotate quickly. The arrows of a large round compass with hieroglyphs began to rotate at great speed and separated, showing in completely different directions. Finally, the metal parts of the artifact began to point in one direction and did not rotate anywhere else. The boy's face expressed great embarrassment and fear when the arrows of the magical compass in his partner's hand pointed exactly to the place where he stood. The girl also looked at He Qingyun in surprise. She could not understand what the problem was, why the arrows on the magic compass were pointing at him. So she asked him a fairly reasonable question. The reason was paler than horror. Sweat was running down his face in streams. This couldn't happen because he was wearing a bracelet that muffled the energy, which made his surprise even greater. The partners looked at each other in silence, waiting for one of them to appear and begin to speak. The guy was the first to break down, trying his best to appear calm. Although it worked very poorly, he asked Master Li if her compass was broken. The young man's thoughts turned to Ding Ming, because he believed that everything was lost, and she, as his faithful pet, assured that she would die with her master and would never leave him. The girl smiled at the frightened young man. Nothing more than cheap antiques could be expected, but it would be very cool if we could still find the energy. Li Jingchan didn't get too upset because she still bought this compass for almost nothing, so it worked exactly as expected. When the boy walked away from the passage, behind him, in the doorway, a tall dark male figure was visible, towards which, as it turned out, metal arrows were directed. The husband apologized for keeping the guests waiting for a very long time, but he had to give medicine to his wife before she fell asleep. But now he was at the complete disposal of the young people. The partners looked at each other. It seemed that their thoughts were rushing in the same direction, because it was impossible not to notice who exactly the compass arrows were now pointing at. Perhaps he was not mistaken after all. The girl believed that the artifact pointed to the owner of the castle for a reason. There was definitely something unclean about it. The guy, in turn, already considered the compass to be a very cheap fake, because Master Wang not only did not emit a demonic aura, he barely retained his own spirit in his body. Li Jingchan pretended to be as relaxed as possible and told the family around that there was no reason to worry and everything was fine, so they could also relax a little. The man sat down in a chair and immediately got down to business. He was sure that the Immortal Masters were aware of the whole situation, because that's what they came for. The owner of the castle said that his poor family had always been very merciful. He did not understand who they could offend so much that they would take revenge in this way. He Qingyun invited the head of the family, since his wife was sleeping, to introduce him and his partner to young Madame Wang. The older man lowered his head, his brows furrowed and a few extra wrinkles appearing between them as he considered the young master's request. The guy could not understand such a reaction to his words. Could it really also cause some inconvenience for the owners of the house? Without looking up, the owner of the house noticed that his guest was indeed right, because there was a problem, and it was directly related to the condition of his daughter, which is why he was overcome by doubts. Finally, the young lady who had been silent before spoke up. She said that it was worth looking anyway because the masters could help her. If it was a curse or demons, they should know what they were dealing with. The older man finally gave in under the pressure of the couple. He led them to a nearby building through a magical park with sakura trees. The soft spring sun passed through the soft pink crown of the trees, caressing travelers passing by with its warmth. Master Wang led the young people into the courtyard where his daughter lived since she became ill and stopped leaving the area of her room. The boy turned to his partner in a whisper and said that peaches did not bloom at this time of year. She also considered this event very strange and worthy of attention, but now was not the time to discuss it. A group of people were moving along the road and heard magical, gentle female singing coming from somewhere, and a beautiful song about love and peach blossoms dancing in the spring breeze. When the transparent tulle moved a little due to the wind, He Qingyang and Lady Zheng Qingqing saw the beautiful face of a young girl who was looking straight at them and continued to sing. The young man told a sad story of how clouds and rain on Mount Wushan seemed like a dream, like a light veil covered the moonlight. Music played between her and her beloved, and it was an incredible picture. The girl sang about the peach blossom, which was still smiling in the wind, and the heart of his beloved went to the sky because the clouds and rain in Wushan are very difficult to stop, and the depth of love is like the tide of the sea. The girl's father, seeing his daughter in her state of health, turned to the maids and asked them if his daughter had started showing symptoms of the disease again. The workers told the owner that his daughter had been in this state all day and was still singing. It seemed like she just couldn't stop. The desperation and worry were clearly visible on the father's face, and he became even more distressed by his daughter's condition, telling the maids that they could go on to help in the garden. The father told the specialist that his daughter had been in this condition for a long time, and it was very painful for him to see her pain. So the woman offered her help because she could go to his daughter's room and examine her. Li Jingchan, absolutely confident in her abilities, went to the bedroom, and the guy was very worried about his partner, so he shouted after her to be careful. With a loud sound, the door slammed tightly behind the young lady, separating her from her partner and the preoccupied owner of the house. The guest told the charming owner of the room, who had come to help her with everything in her power. So, first of all, she asked how she was feeling, because she had already heard unpleasant stories. The girl extended her tender hand to meet the visitor, as if trying to press her palm against her. Miss Wang suddenly began to dance, a strange dance known only to her, and sing in front of the enchanted girl, the thin dress of the young lady barely covering her body as she moved. The young mistress was spinning around her axis and still did not open her eyes. It seemed that she did not notice anyone in the entire universe and was focused only on her beautiful dance. The immortal master watched the beauty twirl in the dance and could not understand whether she was obsessed with something or simply enjoyed what she was doing. After standing for a while, Li Jingchan finally decided to approach Miss Wang and, placing her hand on her shoulder, asked the girl if she was tired from singing non-stop all day and would like to drink some water. Finally, the owner of the room opened her eyes, looking directly at her guest, her gaze flowing with an unknown bright pink, bewitching light from which it was impossible to tear herself away. Wang Sir looked at the stranger without taking her eyes off, as if she was trying to tell her something silently, transfer information directly from her brain without using her lips. The legs of the young guest began to tremble, as if they refused to hold their owner upright, and in general, they no longer wanted to perform any functions. Li Jingchan could not understand what was happening. She looked at her interlocutor with disbelief, as if expecting at least some kind of explanation from her. The immortal master fell to the floor and grabbed her lower limbs. She was scared and angry, not understanding how it could happen and what Miss Wang's gaze did to her. The girl turned her gaze back to the owner of the room, seeing her very frightened, so she screamed that she had the strength to make the lady calm down and stop doing these strange manipulations with her body. The guest tried to shout to her interlocutor, explain that she only wanted to help, and tried to somehow bring her to consciousness from the state in which the lady was. Miss Wang came closer to the stranger and stood right above her. The young woman was very scared because she did not know what to do next, because her whole body was completely paralyzed from the magical gaze. The young lady sat on the floor watching the actions of the owner of the room, expecting that she wanted to do something to her, because she could not understand the girl's actions at all. The strange lady bent down and began to extend her hand to her guest, who panicked from this action and tried to persuade the lady not to do this and resist the body that had taken over her. Miss Wang touched the stranger's collar, causing her to hold her breath, carefully observing the movements of delicate and incredibly fragile limbs, mesmerizing with their softness. Suddenly, Li Jingchan realized that she couldn't even speak now. The young woman's touch had also paralyzed her vocal cords, making her unable to speak. Concentrating and gathering all her will into a fist, the student thought that she could shout to He Qingyang in order to quickly get out of this situation and not succumb to Wang Siwer's power. Meanwhile, the guy stood on the alley, near the building, and thoughtfully looked at the color of the peach trees. They looked simply incredible, soft pink. They enchanted with their beauty. The enchanted boy muttered quietly to himself, remembering whether he had ever seen such magical peaches in his life. He could not believe that they had always been so beautiful. Suddenly, the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was shocked by the mention that this area was very familiar to him. Had he really visited such houses before when he played games? I hope the young man heard Li Jingchan's voice very clearly, as if she was standing next to him. The demonic fox also noticed this. She realized that the girl was in trouble and urgently needed their help. Hearing his partner's cry for help, the hero rushed with all his might to help her. He ran with all his might just to make it in time. He was very worried that he might be late. Rushing into the room, Ning Yuan saw a very compromising and incredibly shocking picture. The young mistress of the house was sitting on top of his friend, with her hands on her waist. The guy ran into the room and first of all called Li Jingchan to assure that she was fine. She was not injured and did not require urgent hospitalization in order to calm her nerves at least a little. Taking a closer look at what was happening, the young man was incredibly shocked by what he saw. It was completely unexpected. Wang Suer was very angry because all her plans were thwarted by an unfamiliar guy who ran into the room and did not allow her to do everything she wanted with her guest. To stop the enchanted young lady, the boy called Ding Ming, realizing that in such a situation he might need help, and now he must take care of his partner and free her. The demon fox flew out of the magic bracelet, obeying its owner, and rushed into battle with the attacker, because at least someone should have stopped her and harmed her insidious plans. The demonic animal put its hand forward and, from its index finger, fired a ray of magical violet light at its rival. An incredible flow of energy hit her own room in the head, which unsettled her and did not give her the opportunity, at least somehow, to protect herself and fight off the animal. Screaming in pain, Wang Suer fell to the floor. She didn't even intend to do any harm. And Ning Yuan rushed to help his partner because he was very worried about her. The boy, having seen the whole scene that had recently taken place before his eyes, still could not fully understand what happened in the room between the women, but he saw that the girl needed help. Standing next to her, Ding Ming waved her finger, pointing at Li Jingchan, who was still lying on the floor and didn't know what to do next. The rescued girl lay on the ground and looked at her savior with admiration and gratitude because she helped her once again, covering her with a red cloth to preserve her honor and dignity. The demonic fox looked at her new acquaintance, who was still lying on the floor. It seemed that her body was numb and she could not control it at all, so the guy should help her. Tapping her master's head with her finger, the girl from the bracelet hinted that he should think quickly, because he should have guessed something like this much earlier. The partner looked at the stranger and guessed that it seemed to be the boy's spiritual pet, but her aura was much stronger than his, so it was completely unclear why she served him. Ning Yuan was embarrassed by the candid appearance of the beauty who was still sitting on the ground, in shock after everything that had happened to her and still unable to move after interacting with Miss Wang. The young man was embarrassed by the sight of the student and was wondering what to do next, so his beast hinted that he was looking at the victim too much, but he just wanted to help and didn't think about it. Li Jingchan, based on what happened, gradually began to understand that she was under the illusion of the young mistress of the house, so she could not do anything to stop her, so she was very grateful for the rescue. The guy was happy that he was useful. He immediately began to quickly wrap the victim of the attack in a blanket. She didn't even have time to answer anything, as she was already wrapped from head to toe. The hero threw his partner over his shoulder and quickly picked her up, saying that he would take her to the sofa and ask Ding Ming to help the girl change clothes, because she was unlikely to be able to do it on her own. Having dealt with all the current affairs, the guy went to the building where Wang Suer was resting after the events of a hard day, but did not hear anything. There was peace and quiet outside the door. The young mistress of the house, after being struck by the magical energy of the demonic fox, slept soundly and deeply. The head of the family came out from his daughter's bedroom to the guy who was still waiting at the door and asked Ning Yuan how Master Li was feeling, and the visitor assured the father that she was fine. The older man stood with a gloomy face and asked the guy for forgiveness on behalf of his daughter, and asked to order a few words in front of his partner for his daughter, because he did not want this to happen at all. The guy reassured his interlocutor and said that everything was fine because they came here to find out what the true reason for the strange behavior of the young lady and all these deaths on his estate was. The hero did not put the difficult conversation aside and immediately got down to business, informing the owner of the house that his child could be possessed by a demon which is why he began to behave so strangely. The elder man assured the immortal master that throughout all the generations, their family had always been pure, and that what happened to his daughter horrified him because it was a disgrace to their family. As he descended in the air, the demonic fox told his master that he had checked everything and felt an evil aura in this family's house, and perhaps that was why terrible things were happening. However, Ding Ming also said that she could not sense where exactly the evil aura energy was coming from. He Qing Yan, meanwhile, listened to her very carefully. The boy thought about it. This information was extremely important and unusual because it made the search very difficult. Having considered all the options, a crazy thought struck the young man, and he said that there were many mirrors in this house. He assumed that it was from them that an evil aura could emanate. The hero remembered that earlier in the game there was a quest located on the border of Kunming. It seems that it was there that he saw this place, and that's why it seems so familiar. He remembered this plot perfectly. In this problem, there was a mirror demon that was killing people everywhere. The guy also remembered that this demonic creature was very fond of peaches, elegant things, and took possession of women's bodies. The first step in solving the puzzle was to break almost all the mirrors and leave one hole for the dark creature to get stuck in. The guy also mentioned that in the game it was Ning Yuan who performed this task, and this was an incredible coincidence of circumstances. In his opinion, it is surprising that now it went to him. The hero understood that this time Madame Yuehua was on a mission with Qin Shan's, and it was impossible to contact her, so he must figure it out himself, and at the same time find out how strong the demons are. The young man began to think about how to fight evil creatures on his own. He asked if his pupil had noticed that there were quite a lot of mirrors in the house, with which she absolutely agreed. The owner of the house entered the conversation. He was very surprised that it was all about the mirrors, since he remembered that his wife constantly buys these very items. The young people looked at each other. Their heads simultaneously looked at the same thought. It seems that this is where their key to solving the riddle is located. They have more attention to pay to this information. He Qingyan looked carefully at the eldest husband. He needed to know when exactly his wife started buying mirrors. From the metal blade of the sword, stained with blood, large crimson drops flowed onto the ground. Ning Yuan looked in front of her. Her face was calm and did not express any emotions. Only from her eyes one could understand how much she did not like the situation she was in. The girl waved the moon sword of silk dew, and all the enemies scattered in different directions, feeling on their own skin the full power of this bladed weapon and its owner. After there was no one left on the battlefield except the beauty, she informed Brother Qin that their mission was over. The boy did not expect anything else from Mrs. Yuehua, as he thought she was able to destroy all the demons, even without his participation. The girl's strength was simply incredible. The husband smiled and, as he hoped, gave his partner a magical wink. They could already move on to the next mission, because this was over. The young lady suggested that Qin Xun go ahead as she planned to go to the city that was very close to them to check if they needed help with a task. The chief disciple of Lu Shui Peak did not want to leave the lady alone, so he said that he would leave with her. The girl was completely indifferent to her partner's hopes, so she did not argue. The sun had been shining for a long time, and now it was a beautiful, warm day. So the young people did not waste time and immediately got ready to hit the road. It was quiet and calm at the castle gates. No one could stop him from plunging into his thoughts. He Qingyan, who was walking around the estate, was well aware that the mirror demon had already guessed the reason for their appearance and seemed to have come to deal with him. The demonic fox, who now accompanied the young man forever, noticed that this evil entity was targeting Sister Li, and it seemed that he had become even stronger after devouring quite a lot of people. The spirit animal could not understand if their enemy was not afraid that they could break all the mirrors, and then he would have nowhere to hide. It was somehow unconvincing for her. The guy decided to joke that some demons were not as smart as people, which greatly offended his interlocutor. The guy felt that they didn't really need to worry too much about this task. It was simple enough and didn't require any special effort. The young man knew that there were only 2 stages in this mission. The first was to break the mirrors, and although he missed almost all the dialogues, he knew for sure that the second was somehow connected with the peculiarity of the creation, which is how Sister Ning was able to kill him. The only thing that He Qingyana was worried about now was Madame Wang's role in this matter, because he didn't understand why she would buy such a huge amount of reflective surfaces, so they must definitely meet with her. Li Jingchan came out to the lawn where the boy was walking and said that she was much better now. After the younger mistress of the house fell asleep, the illusion melted away. The girl was a little embarrassed, because she didn't know how to express gratitude to her mission partner for not abandoning her and coming to the rescue. The guy smiled at his partner. He didn't need words of gratitude because they were friends, so he couldn't imagine anything else, but he would do it again if necessary. She visibly relaxed and noticed that the young man was using an ordinary iron sword, which performed its functions well against ordinary people, but was not suitable for fighting demons. In fact, the lady was absolutely right, because the hero had very few spiritual stones to buy a good weapon, so he carried with him one that he had enough money for. Although it was hard to tell from Li Jingchan, she came from a famous family of weapon makers, and if the guy wanted, she could make his sword much better as a thank you. The boy was shocked and could not believe what he heard because he knew the craftsman with that name very well. He had repeatedly encountered their products when he was still playing the game. The girl was a little upset because she misinterpreted her colleague's reaction. She could understand if he did not want to trust her with his own weapon, because so far she had not shown her best side. Ning Yuan beamed with happiness and handed the young lady his sword. He was very happy with her offer and could not convey how grateful he was. The demonic fox also noticed that its master was always very lucky, as if he was blessed by the gods of luck. Since the sun was already setting below the horizon, having chosen to take the piece of iron with her, Li Jingchan said that she had gone to do business, leaving the young people alone again. Unable to bear her own emotions, Dingming began to appear in a soft pink haze. She knew that the girl's surname was too familiar. She had definitely heard it before. She just couldn't figure out where exactly. The Li family was known for its members being able to create divine weapons even with entry-level cultivation. The demonic fox couldn't believe that its owner didn't know this. The young lady, who had not yet fully taken on her physical form, wrapped herself around the young man, even though he was her master. But this was somehow too much. She was just a little overboard. The girl pressed her cheek to the young man. She could not help herself, because she really wanted to be closer to her master, although she did not understand why she was so attracted to him. In addition, the lady reminded that she is Ning Yuan's spiritual pet, so she will always be by his side, and even if he finds a wife, she will still not leave his side. So there is no need to be shy. The guy could barely contain a yawn. He really should get used to such closeness and stop being embarrassed every time. The young man nevertheless decided to discuss some points and set boundaries, because he did not want the girl to appear in human form when he took a shower, because this would only disturb him. Dingming was very pleased with the boy's reaction, so she said that she could not promise anything because she was not able to control herself at such moments. The fox demonstrated her demonic essence and said that either the guy releases her from the contract and she goes to destroy Ning Yuan, or he will just have to get used to her presence. The young woman whispered in the young man's ear in a seductive voice that, in fact, many monks live with their spiritual pets. Ning Yuan did not fall for this obvious provocation. He turned to the young lady and said with a smile that it seemed that his animal wanted to be very close to the body. Such statements offended the lady very much. She did not like it at all when they mocked her, because she considered it dishonest to herself and completely unpleasant. The demonic fox, wanting to end this conversation as quickly as possible, informed the owner that he was very tired and would go to bed, again taking the form of a bracelet around his wrist. The city had long been covered in its embrace by night, and bright stars could be seen in the clear sky, illuminating the way for late travelers. The main disciples of Lushui Peak had finally reached their destination and were now looking at their surroundings. They knew that some strange events were happening in this place. Qinshan noticed that the demon's aura was not very strong, so they themselves could deal with it quite quickly. Unexpectedly, the young people were called by a couple of passers-by who really did not expect to see someone from the heavenly kingdom, especially its main stars, in such an unusual place. The students looked at the strangers, trying to understand what they wanted from them and how they knew each other. The girl with pink hair was the first to speak. She asked Sister Ning to take them with them, because she had always dreamed of learning from such a great master. The stranger turned out to be Zhang Ninger, the granddaughter of the master of Juyang Peak, named Zhang Qing Yue. When she learned that the girl would be in the city on a mission, she hurried to finish her job and set off in her footsteps. Lady Yue Hua had nothing against the young couple, so she allowed them to accompany her on the trip. The new acquaintances were incredibly happy, because such an opportunity came only once in a lifetime and such a task was definitely worth all the efforts they made. Qinshan noticed that the lady had a lot of admirers. He also admired her talents and dreamed of sparring with her as soon as they completed their mission. There were only 5 months left before the big competition, so the beauty preferred to wait for this time rather than get into fights and waste her energy. A gentle female hand knocked hard on the metal gate, causing a metallic clang to be heard throughout the city. The heavy door opened with difficulty, letting in a bright light through the gap. As before the previous students of Lu Shui Peak, the same man in dark clothes stood outside the gate. He asked the travelers who they were looking for, and whether he could help them. Ning Yuan said that she was a student from the Heavenly Kingdom, and her friends heard that the Wang family was having problems, so they decided to come to the rescue as quickly as possible. The older man smiled at the guests and asked them to come in. He said that their brother and sister had just arrived this morning, so he would be happy to take the young people to them. The night had long ruled the streets. Stars sparkled over the tops of the roofs, and bright lights burned in the windows, making it clear that the owners were not yet sleeping. Qingyun decided to go ahead with the plan, so he came to Senior Madam Wang with a few questions, although he was inconvenient to bring up her rest at quite a late time. The guy decided not to drag his feet for long, so he immediately asked why the woman suddenly decided to buy such a huge number of mirrors. The young lady was very alarmed by the young man's question, because she could not understand what was wrong with them, and did not want to completely believe that she herself had brought trouble into her own home. The young man smiled to reassure the lady at least a little. He was only interested because in their house there were much more of them than in the ordinary houses of other people. The owner of the house said that she once dreamed of a fairy who said that there should be more mirrors in the house because this would help her husband earn a lot of money. Master War confirmed that since they bought the reflective surfaces, their family has earned a lot of income. But in reality, they have lost much more. The hero was very interested in this information, so the woman added that before she had this dream, she was in the Yu Ying temple in the south of the city to resolve the issue of her daughter's wedding, because they say that this is the most suitable place. The boy was very pleased with this conversation, because he learned a lot of interesting facts, so he decided not to take up any more time from the owners of the house and, having said goodbye to them, wanted to go to his room. Qingyun left the room and, already outside the room, decided that he would definitely need to visit the temple that the eldest woman was talking about. A man in dark clothes unexpectedly approached the guy and said that his friends were waiting for him in the front room. The guy smiled. He realized that it seemed that Ning Yuan and Qin Shun had finally come to the city, and from now on, events would develop exactly as they did in the game. The guy, following his guide, walked into the main room and already from a distance noticed that Mrs. Yuehua was inside and was already waiting for him. The owner of the Moon Sword of Silk Dew sadly looked at the mirror standing on the table. Something in its appearance interested the girl very much, and she could not take her eyes off. The young man appeared at the door of the building. He was incredibly happy to see Sister Ning and wanted to quickly share with her the information he had learned. The beauty turned to the newly arrived student. She did not expect that it was he who took this mission, but this was not as important as finding out what exactly the guy already knew. Qingyun said that he was going to go to the Yu Ying temple in the south of the city, which the mistress of the house told him about, to find out what was going on there. At the other end of the room there was another young man to whom no one paid attention. He, like the hero, learned that the young lady also wanted to go to the temple. Qinshin didn't really like the situation, but he still decided that it would be better to stay in the house. The guy became very tense when he heard his opponent's words, believing that he should have stayed as close to Ning Yuan as possible. And since he had now decided to leave them alone, he might be planning something. The boy ordered Ding Ming to stay and watch the best student of Lu Shui Peak, but only discreetly, and if anything happened, she had to immediately return to the owner. The man noticed for himself that the young man still did not leave the beauty, but this was not bad because he almost got everything he wanted, so now he must get rid of her as soon as possible. Qingyun looked at his opponent carefully. He really didn't want to lose this crazy fight because for him it was a matter of honor. Qinshin also looked at the guy disdainfully. He now felt his advantage well, because he was sure that nothing could stop him. The girl was almost out the door when she saw that the guy was not going with her, so she called him to see if he had changed his mind about going, because it was time to get going. Under the dark, starry sky, young people rushed at incredible speed along the rooftops to the south of the city to get to Yu Ying. After the couple left, Zhang Ninger and his brother came out of the shadows, and the girl asked if it was not the loser who was chasing Sister Ning, because the guy's face seemed quite familiar. The young man ridiculed his sister because Lady Yuehua called the guy by name, so his identity was no mystery to them, so the question was rather meaningless. The relatives continued their argument because the girl really didn't like Qingyun, and the guy considered him an ordinary loser because after several years of cultivation he had never progressed beyond the first stage, so he had no talent at all. Kinshin entered the conversation and reminded that they were all from the same school, so they should have treated such people more leniently. In addition, the young man was already able to break through to the next stage, since he was still given this task. The young lady still insisted, even if the guy managed to reach the stage of forming the foundations. In her opinion, he was nothing more than a loser. The lady also noticed that women are very kind-hearted, even if Ning Yuan didn't like the young man at all. Before, this time she called him by name, so they became much closer. The best disciple of Lu Shui Peak still continued to insist on his own. Last time Lady Yue Hua only helped the weaker sect brother, so there is no need to get ahead of yourself. This conversation was beginning to infuriate Qinshin because he believed that the Lady of the Silk Dew Moon Sword belonged only to him. He was not going to share her spiritual body with anyone. The young man decided that he would take the chance. As soon as the guy returned, he would challenge him so that he would embarrass himself in front of Sister Ning and stop being of any interest to her. Saliva flew in all directions as the white demonic wolf sneezed, unable to cover his mouth as he ran. The beauty heard this and was very angry. If the guy was sick, then it was better for him to return to the room, because she did not need an additional burden with her in an already difficult matter. He Qingyun walked with Sister Ning to the temple gate. The night outside was still dark and quiet, creating a mysterious atmosphere. A young couple approaching the temple walked at a distance from each other, as if there was some kind of tension between them, or the guy was afraid of infecting the young lady with his mysterious disease. Walking behind the girl, the young man was very tense and upset because he was thinking about how to behave further and thinking so as not to turn into a dog today, because this is fraught with big problems. The hero imagined that if his sister's young lady had been fooled, if he had turned into a demonic wolf, imagining how the girl was throwing herself at him with swords, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The guy was still walking behind not far from the best student of Lu Shui Peak. He was frightened by every rustle, listening more and more to her. Sister Ning did not understand the guy's behavior. Turning half sideways towards him, the lady asked why he was going so far. The young man pretended that everything was fine, and he had everything under control, and told the girl that he was just carefully studying the territory they were walking through, so he was walking a little slower than she. The young lady did not expect that he, Qingyun, would be sent to Kunming for the next task, because she thought that they would not see each other for a while, so she was very surprised to meet him. To somehow diffuse the situation, the girl asked if the young man was doing well with the training of the technique that he had to study before starting the task. In response, he asked if she really wanted to know about his successes. The beauty didn't understand at all why the guy was asking such questions, because why would she ask the question if she wasn't interested? The hero looked seriously at his interlocutor. He was very proud of himself because he had already fully studied all the techniques and was not shy about boasting about it over the young ladies. The owner of the Silk Dew Moon Sword looked at the guy with great surprise. She couldn't believe that someone could master this technique so quickly, because it took a lot of time to fully master it. Mrs. Yuehua approached the guy at the shelter and asked him if he learned the technique so quickly. Then why he didn't have such success? Was he really hiding something? He Qingyun answered the question with a smile that it is better to show his successes now than never. He could not understand what that NPC was thinking. Probably, according to the plot of the game, he should not have any brains. In addition, the young man noticed with a self-confident look that he could not let down such an incredible teacher that he had, so he would do everything to be the best. About himself, the guy thought that the main thing was to learn to move quickly in order to quickly escape after completing all 4 tasks. But he did not voice these thoughts. Ning Yuan, without panicking for a long time and searching for words, told the boy directly that she knew about her plan to get closer to her in order to engage in paired cultivation, in order to increase her strength. He, Qingyun, frowned and thought where the lady could have such thoughts because everything is not as she thought and it was some kind of terrible mistake. The beauty, noticing the guy's gaze, told him how good it was that he didn't think so, because the human subconscious cannot be deceived, because it reflects the true truth, after which she invited them to continue their journey to the temple. The guy didn't like this conversation. In fact, he was much smarter, so he would never have dared to do this to the young lady, because she is the same heroine who killed the NPC in the game. As they approached the temple, the couple noticed that a quiet atmosphere reigned there. A massive closed door could be seen from the darkness, where a lantern hung, emitting a warm yellow light. Entering the middle of Yu Ying, The young people saw a large altar lit by several candles, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The large statue stood in a long robe, her arms folded across her chest, and on either side of the statue stood two smaller figures of children, each holding a round, flat object in her hands. The girl was surprised that the temple was so well maintained. It looked like someone had looked after it, but surprisingly, there was not even a guard at the entrance. Noticing that the statue was holding a mirror, Ning Yuan attracted the young man's attention so that she looked at his amazing find. Ning Yuan looked at the item seriously, but wanted to know if the boy was sure that the mirror demon was definitely to blame for all the problems of the Wang family. Although the guy couldn't tell me that he had already completed the game and remembered the plot, he still assured his interlocutor that it was true. Only he still didn't understand how the creature was connected to the temple, because he felt a dark aura there. Lady Yuehua also thought about it and agreed with the hero, but she still did not feel the demonic aura in the temple, guessing that it might be because of the aromatic scent. The girl's gaze became very gloomy because the fact that she did not feel any energy was very strange. The young people were too focused on the statue, so they did not notice how someone's shadow began to appear behind them, which became larger and larger every second. Turning back, the outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak was horrified to see a huge thing moving towards them and shouted to the girl to be careful and duck down. The beauty did not notice at all how a large black monster with horns and green eyes was already rushing towards her at incredible speed, which seemed to want to tear her to shreds. The huge snake that wanted to pounce on Ning Yuan hit the ground with force and created a terrible roar and destruction. Because she managed to react in time and jump back, rising into the air, Lady Yuehua took out the Silk Dew Moon Sword, which glowed with blue magical energy, and prepared herself for the inevitable battle. The young face realized that the creature watching his every move was Li Yu's python spirit, which could not mean anything good. This demon was very powerful and equal to a human cultivator who was at the third stage. Suddenly, a terrible thought dawned on Ning Yuan. He remembered that his sword was still being restored by Li Jin, so he was completely defenseless and could not help. The black snake circled around the room, creating an extremely dangerous atmosphere and not allowing the young people to relax even for a second. The guy, suspecting something was wrong, thought that this snake could not reach only the core sphere. Something was wrong. It did not fit in with the overall picture. A yellow light shone in the young man's eyes, and his gaze expressed real, animal, genuine fear. The hero began to run to Sister Ning to help because the snake was unusual. It gave off an aura almost at the level of a cultivator at the generation stage. It was a demonic realm of a soul generation. The young lady, hearing Ning Yuan shouting, was very surprised because it was almost impossible, especially on a task of such a low level. Distracted by the words of her interlocutor, the girl did not notice in time how the black tail of a snake was rushing towards her with great speed. Then she realized that things were bad. The lady watched in horror as part of the demon's body inevitably approached her and realized that there was no salvation. The dark creature hit the girl with all her might, causing her to fly across the entire room and land only thanks to the concrete columns, which she hit hard. The sister, having fallen to the floor from the snake's blow, was covered in bruises and blood and was very weak, and an unbearable cough was squeezing her throat. The snake pointed its fangs at Lu Shui Peak's best student, lowering its head down and making hissing, terrifying sounds. Mrs. Yuehua, sitting on the floor covered in blood, understood that things were very bad for her, but due to her powerlessness and the injuries she received, she could not do anything. She knew that this was the end. Unexpectedly, for the girl, the young man jumped out in front of her. He ran with all his might to Sister Ning because he could not allow any terrible monster to end her life like that. The boy screamed loudly from powerlessness and anger, and his body emitted incredibly strong streams of energy. The yellow rays headed towards the demon and pierced right through him. From the force of the blow, he flew away from the young people. The previously quiet night brought terrible events after the energy hit Yu, piercing it with a beam. A large hole could be seen in the wall of the temple, and a lot of debris was scattered on the street. Ning Yuan looked at the light coming from his chest and thought that, fortunately, he had found the immortal radiance before he came here, and the battle with the python demon began. The boy understood perfectly well that if Qin Shun had taken the immortal radiance from him, then now he and the girl would have had huge problems. The guy quickly hid the brightly shining stone in his pocket so that no one would see it, because he had no intention of explaining everything to his partner. Finally, the young man realized that the best student of Lu Shui Peak was still lying motionless on the floor, and this worried him very much. It seemed that the girl urgently needed medical attention. Ning Yuan sat half leaning against the wall. Her whole body was stained with blood, and she did not react to any sounds at all, which was very alarming. Running up to the beauty, the guy tried to wake her up to find out her condition, but it was useless. She still did not respond to any manipulations with her body. Suddenly, Yuan felt that something strange was happening in his body, as if some kind of hypnosis was taking over his body and he was no longer in control. Looking at the girl, the guy realized that things were bad because he suddenly felt dizzy. The whole picture in his eyes began to double, and he could not focus his vision. The young man's gaze moved lower to Yu Hua's neck. He could not take his eyes off the delicate and soft skin. The boy's eyes suddenly turned red, as if they were bloodshot. He could not focus on anything else except the lady in front of him, and the thought that he was thirsty for her was only pulsating in his head. Standing over Sister Ning, the young man's gaze did not leave her. She beckoned him and beckoned him. Then he realized that he unbearably wanted to bite her. Bending low to the beauty's neck, Yuan was already close to biting through her delicate skin. The guy had almost touched his teeth to the soft skin, under which the blue vein was pulsating. But somewhere in the depths, a loud thought flashed, which still stopped him from biting. Finally recovering from his strange state, the young man was shocked and asked himself what he was doing, but had no answer to such a simple question. The boy could not understand what was happening to him and why he could not control himself, because this desire came over him suddenly, and he could barely restrain himself from the terrible act. Suddenly, Yuan heard a rustling sound near the wall where there was a hole, and with his peripheral vision he saw that there was a python demon standing quietly looking at him, completely ready to attack. The boy decided to use the only weapon available to him now, namely the Silk Dew Moon Sword, which belonged to the girl who was now unconscious. Squeezing the weapon in his hand as tightly as possible, the young man felt a trembling, as if she did not want anyone other than the owner to touch her, and was trying to somehow escape from unfamiliar hands. The guy told Klimk that if he wants his mistress to stay alive, he will have to trust and help defeat the enemy in battle. The sword shone sharply in his hands, agreeing to the hero's words, and was ready to defend his mistress. It seems that they were able to quickly find a common language. Having rushed into battle with the snake, the student began to think about how he would fight it, going through all the options. The guy thought that if the python had reached the stage of the birth of the soul, then it should be stronger than it. The young man could be calm because he had immense radiance, which means that he was protected and no one could harm him. Besides, he had the Silk Dew Moon Sword, and this is an extremely powerful weapon, so the chances are not bad. Having thought everything over, the guy confidently ran forward towards the snake to engage in battle with him. The guy pushed off from the ground to rise as high as possible and reach the head of his enemy. Yuan could not doubt his strength now. He had to win, because not only his life depended on it, but also that of the unconscious girl sitting against the wall. The young man's eyes reflected the demon, which also attacked him with incredible power and wanted to win this fight. Flying towards the snake, Peek's outer disciple Louis Shui pointed his sword in his direction and was ready to pierce Yu right through. He understood that this was the moment of truth. It was a quiet, starry night outside, as if nothing had happened. The night atmosphere filled with silence and peace. The young man stood, wiping the blood from his face after the fight with the snake. Anger and determination were still visible in his coded movement and expression. Looking at the dead demon, the boy thought about the whole situation. He thought that he really almost died in this battle. He is gradually coming to his senses after the battle, but he could not even imagine that he would make a breakthrough right in the middle of the battle and cope on his own with a large and powerful snake. The boy smiled self-confidently because the soul formation sphere of demons was equivalent to the core formation stage of humans. With a satisfied face, Yuan perked up and began to think that as a person, of course, he is weaker for now than Ning Yuan. But at this stage, cultivation will be much more difficult, but the chances of survival are much higher. The guy sat over the girl and thought about what safe place he could take her to, since he could not return her to the Wang family because there was not a single scratch on him, and his sister was covered in blood, so it was problematic to explain what happened to them. The guy was concerned because he didn't want to reveal to everyone that he had an immortal radiance. It was better to keep this information to himself for now, for safety. Appearing in an energy shell, the demonic fox shouted to its master, afraid for him, not understanding what happened there. Returning to her body, Ding Ming said that Qin Shen began to act, implementing his insidious plans. Looking to the side, the young woman saw a dead snake lying on the floor and was scared. She did not expect that the owner would deal with the enemy so quickly. The guy was very happy about the appearance of his assistant. It was just in time, because he believed that she would just take great care of Sister Ning while he was away on his business. The spirit animal was afraid of such a proposal, although the boy was her master and Lady Yue was a demon hunter and could also kill him, so she did not want to touch the girl in any way. Taking a closer look at the fainting figure, the demonic fox was very surprised because she saw something somewhat mysterious. The young woman ran her finger over the young lady's chest, and after touching her hand, a mysterious glow appeared on the older sister's body. In surprise, Ning Yuan asked the fox why she was doing this, because her actions resembled the behavior of an old pervert. It was very strange to touch someone who fainted. The boy misunderstood the demoness's actions because she realized that the young lady had reached her maximum and was ready for a breakthrough, but problems could arise due to her condition. The hero was very surprised and at the same time very worried that at such a moment the young lady might have a breakthrough. It was very bad timing. When the cultivator breaks through, he faces his inner demons, defeating them, thereby increasing his limit. But because the girl was now in a coma, she was unable to do this. The spirit animal said that if Ning Yuan did not make a breakthrough soon, then he would remain at this level forever. Ning Yuan screamed in horror, indignant that this could not be and this should not be allowed. Ding Ming tried to show the positive side. If Lady Yue remained at the same level, then she would know that the young man was actually a demonic wolf and would not be able to kill him. The boy didn't even want to listen to the fox. He spoke with kind words about the student, remembering that she helped him in his studies and almost became his master. So it would be wrong for him to leave her in this state and not help. Although the demonic fox did not like the current situation and was against it, she still agreed to help because there was one way that could be tried. Night had long fallen over the city and all the residents were sleeping soundly and dreaming sweet dreams. The spirit animal was still hesitant to talk about its known method, from which its master concluded that it must be somewhat unusual and unusual for them. The young woman's cheeks were flushed, but she still said that paired cultivation could help the young woman. The young man was outraged. This method was mortally dangerous for him because as soon as Ning Yuan woke up, he would immediately kill him. Ding Ming began to pull the owner's cheeks, trying to turn a smile on his face. It was because of his reaction that she didn't want to talk, so she didn't understand at all why he was angry with her now. The boy grabbed his face. He admitted his mistake and wanted to know if there was perhaps some other way to help. There was another completely obvious option, since the young man was the heir of the demonic wolf clan. His blood could help people with a breakthrough in cultivation. Ning Yuan, after all, only a drop of his blood could significantly help the young lady's condition. Although inside he was a little upset because he understood why another student was hunting him. The spirit animal was very upset and did not like this idea at all. But she advised using this method, because if the gentleman loses a lot of blood, it will take too long to recover. The young man took the sword in his hand and pulled out the other with his palm up. Even if his recovery takes too long, sooner or later he will still return to normal. The young man, with a very serious look, pressed the cold blade to his hand. In any case, he was very happy that his girlfriend was next to him at such a moment. Ning Yuan sharply swiped the moon sword across the silk dew on his arm. A thick crimson stream escaped from the young man's wrist, falling onto Ning Yuan's face. Although the young lady's lips were stained with blood, very soon she should regain her strength and come to her senses. The demon fox believed that its master was treating the student too well, because sooner or later he would have to leave the heavenly kingdom anyway, so much effort was just a waste of time. To stop the woman's anger, the guy pressed his finger to her lips. If his blood was so good, then let her try it. Maybe it will become a little better. Ding Ming was very surprised by this act. She did not understand why the gentleman did this, but she did not plan to stop him. The girl greedily clung to the young man's wrist, trying to collect every last drop. A viscous, dark liquid flowed down the lady's tongue and chin, but she liked it and really didn't want to stop. She enjoyed the blood of the ruler. The woman felt simply incredible. She was filled with strength and ready for new achievements. Ning Yuan was very surprised by this behavior of the pet, because he only gave her wolf blood to try and not an aphrodisiac, so it was very strange that she could not control herself. The demon fox believed that it was better than any aphrodisiac, but reminded that she was not the only one who wanted to enjoy his blood. The guy sighed heavily. Everyone wanted to take away his beautiful body. He couldn't believe that his blood was so valuable. The bright moon and beautiful stars were still shining above the roofs of the houses. It was deep night outside. The boy dozed a little next to the still unconscious Ning Yuan, although he expected a new danger, but now was the time to at least relax a little and regain strength. The girl began to open her eyes and come to her senses, although now she did not understand very well what was happening. Suddenly, Ms. Yuehua stood up, holding her hand to her mouth and making a sound that seemed like she was going to be sick. The young lady felt like a butterfly that was about to break out of its cocoon. She was completely ready for a breakthrough. The young face could hardly rise. She could not even think that after the python, she would have a breakthrough so soon, not even suspecting that she had been in a coma all this time. The girl sat in the lotus position, although it was not the best place, but she did not have to choose. The guy was awakened by the loud voice of his student, who was telling him with all her might that the second student had already woken up and was preparing for a breakthrough. But his condition was not the best. He looked very lethargic and exhausted. Having recovered a little from sleep and rubbed his eyes, the young man asked the best student of Lu Shui Peak how she was feeling. Ning Yuan, who found conversations very difficult, nevertheless said that she was about to make a breakthrough. Without finishing the conversation, she plunged into meditation. The guy stood nearby, leaning on a column in the hall, and felt powerless, but he reassured his sister, saying that he would protect her. Suddenly, the boy's legs were bitten. It seemed they were no longer able to support the body of their owner, and soon he would fall to the ground. The girl was very concerned about the condition of the second student, so she asked if everything was okay with him. The young man believed that he had not lost so much blood that he was dizzy, so he simply said that after sitting for a long time his legs were numb and there was no reason to worry. Also knowing the demonic fox's concerns about Qin Shun, the master reassured her and promised that as soon as the lady broke through they would return immediately. Qing Yun did not leave the beauty. He stood firmly on his feet and loyally protected her, waiting for him to finish his breakthrough. The girl was fascinated by the young man's act. She could not even hope that he would agree to protect her. The boy smiled sweetly at the second student, but in his heart he was very afraid that she would suspect nothing and would not understand what had happened while she was unconscious. The fox spirit began to capriciously pester the owner, as if jealous of his sister Ning, saying that they must return so that everything would end, which surprised him very much. Because of all these events, Ding Ming's memory completely disappeared from what she wanted to convey, because the best disciple of Lu Shui Peak was connected with the mirror demon. The boy was incredibly surprised and angry, and shock was visible on his face, because he did not expect such a turn of events. It was too much for one night. The demonic fox continued to talk about everything that she had forgotten to tell until now, because it was not for nothing that she was in such a hurry to see her master. The young woman also said that Van Sewer was also still in danger and she definitely needed help, because that's why they came to the estate. The boy could not believe the pet's words. He was scared and did not know how to react to the new information because it changed everything. Qing Yun watched his elder sister with concern. In the game, she had no idea what her betrothed really was. So in the end, he deceived her and forced her to leave the sect. The guy really wanted to tell Ning Yuan everything, but he was afraid that she might understand correctly, so he decided that it would be better to catch the intruder red-handed. Ms. Yuehua sat on the floor, peaceful and focused. She was close to a breakthrough, not even suspecting what truth awaited her about her mission partner. Meanwhile, the guy couldn't understand why Qin Shun took on this task in the first place and what his goal was. The young man raised his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, frowning. It seemed that he realized that being here was very beneficial for his rival, and that was the only reason he agreed to the mission. Half an hour later, Sister Ning was still sitting in a meditative position, continuing to break through. It was quite a difficult and long process. Finally, the young man opened her eyes. From now on, she was at the first stage of the birth of her soul. The young man was very happy with his colleague because he knew that this was a very important and exciting experience, so he congratulated her as sincerely as possible on yet another achievement to her name. For the first time in a long time, the girl rose to her feet. She was very grateful to the boy for protecting her all the time and not leaving his post for a second. The beauty closed her eyes. It seemed that the second student did not understand how important this was for her. His act won her heart and touched the innermost strings of her soul. Ning Yuan finally looked around and saw the killed python spirit. She was very surprised that the young man was able to overcome such a strong opponent on his own. It seemed something unreal. With the most sincere smile, the hero said that he had done almost nothing. He borrowed the Silk Dew Moon Sword from the girl, and he had already done all the dirty work because he was very worried about its owner. The young lady's mood suddenly deteriorated because she knew that even with her sword, Qing Yun was only at the foundation formation level, so he could not overcome such a monster on his own. Or, more advantageously, he was hiding something. Sweat flowed down the guy's face in rivers. His whole body shook violently when he realized that the young lady suspected him of something. The demonic fox reassured his master, because when he became stronger, he would simply say that he was turning into a tiger. This was the only logical way out. Near the young lady's snow-white boots, on the blood-stained ground, lay a huge dead head of a python. Peek Lu Shui's top student, with a very focused look on her face, extended her hand forward, using her new skills. A purple glow of unknown origin began to emerge from a hole in the demon's giant head. It was as if an incredibly beautiful stone, shining with violet light, was magnetized into the young lady's hands. One emotion was clearly visible on the young man's face, namely shock. He never expected that his friend would be able to do this. It seemed almost unreal. Ning Yuan explained that it was a demonic python core and could be used to enhance one's own weapons. It was simply an incredible artifact. The lady gave the shining crystal to the amazed guy, who could not believe in his happiness since it was he who killed the creature. It was not enough that it belonged to him, because so many strong stones were rare. Usually the maximum that can be obtained from such a beast is a blue crystal, so, in the girl's opinion, this python was much stronger than other creatures similar to it. The guy couldn't understand what the python had to do with their business because Wang said that she started buying mirrors after she visited this temple and had an amazing dream. According to the girl's theory, the mirror demon's pet could have been lying in front of them. It was fed with human essences so that it would reach its current form. This really explains a lot. King Yang's face became very tense. It was clear that he was thinking about all of the above and trying to come to some logical conclusion. Very unexpectedly, the beauty asked where the guy's pet was. She was interested to hear about the fox who loved to cut men. The young man felt the hidden implications of this question, but still answered that the demonic fox was always with him, showing his interlocutor his wrist, on which he was wearing a corresponding bracelet. Peek's top student Lu Shuai expressed her fears, she says, that the spirit animal might simply charm its owner. Dingming and her master looked at the student very dissatisfied. They understood perfectly well that her words were far from being filled with delight, but just contempt. At the main gate, bright lanterns burned all night to illuminate the path for everyone who might get lost in this area, and for rare passers-by. The young people were met by their old acquaintance in dark clothes and told them that all the other masters had already gone to bed, so he would simply lead them to their rooms. As expected, the young man noticed Li Jingchun at the entrance with a sword in his hands. Too many events had collapsed lately, and he had managed to completely forget about his mission partner. The girl was incredibly glad that the students had finally returned, because she really wanted to go to bed, but before that, she had to talk to them. Since the young man did not warn the weapons master that he would continue to carry out the tasks, she had to speed up very much, so the result might not be as good as he expected. The guy said that Ning's sister had arrived and offered to look around, and he also didn't want to interfere with his colleague doing her business, so he happily agreed. The joyful young lady turned to Mrs. Yuehua with congratulations. She had heard and read a lot about her, but she saw her in person for the first time, so she was incredibly happy to meet her. The craftswoman handed the guy a vagina with a weapon. It was a sword that she specially made for him, and if he doesn't like something, he can simply tell him and she will definitely redo everything. The girl pulled the handle, and an incredible bladed weapon with a blue blade began to appear. The young man was simply delighted, and could not believe that it was his weapon, which until recently had looked like an ordinary piece of iron. Li Jingchan reported that the blade was endowed with the water attribute, although it was originally fire, so she had to work with it a little and made some changes. Now its level was about rare. The demonic fox couldn't believe that this was really the same craftswoman that everyone was talking about, because compared to the Silk Dew Moon Sword, this one was just a piece of iron with an attribute that was almost twice as bad. The young man's eyes glowed. If it was only half as weak as Ning Yuan's sword, then it was already an incredible blade and much better than what he had at the beginning. The boy seemed fascinated by the blue blade. He was very grateful to Sister Li because her work was simply unsurpassed. The girl was embarrassed, she didn't do anything special, it was just gratitude to the guy for the same day. So she's incredibly happy that he liked everything. Mrs. Yuehua did not understand what the young lady was talking about, but she did not at all like the direction in which this conversation, which was not very pleasant for her, was moving. The best student of Peek Lu Shui did not want to listen to this flattery anymore and told the young people that she was already tired and was planning to go to bed. So she said goodbye to them. The girl left along with the man in black, who accompanied her into the room, and her partners could not understand what was happening, so they simply silently looked after them. Li Jingchan was very surprised because she could not understand what exactly upset the beauty. Finally, the young people went to their rooms. This night had been incredibly long and it was high time to have a good rest before the hard day tomorrow. Dingming, in human form, lay on the bed and looked at her owner with a bored look, because she didn't know how else to entertain herself. The demonic fox did not understand how long the master was going to admire his new sword, because now he could find something much more pleasant and finally relax. The boy simply fell in love with his new weapon. He was very afraid that if in the morning he gave the demon crystal to the craftswoman and asked her to melt it, she would think that the young man was too impudent. The teacher did not see this as a problem because the young man took a lot of human things with him, so they can visit the demonic market today. The fox was an excellent acquaintance with a sword maker from the demon clan. For him, melting the crystal core was an ordinary trinket, so he could handle it perfectly. Qingyun was just happy. It was a great idea, so he immediately agreed without even thinking. Even at such a late time, there were a lot of different creatures walking around the demon market. Its life was just beginning and seething with the arrival of night. Dingming had not been home for a very long time, and she took the opportunity to first go to her store to visit her younger sisters. She missed them incredibly. The little foxes were very happy to see their older sister. They were not expecting guests today, but this did not at all dampen their joy and surprise. The little one ran as fast as he could into the elder woman's arms and continuously questioned her about what the human world was really like and whether it was true that all human cultivators hated people like them. The young lady was incredibly happy to be back in her native walls and surrounded by her own family, whom she had not seen for a very long time. The guy decided that he would be superfluous at these family meetings, and he also had a lot of his own things to do, so he left the pet to rest for now and decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. The boy, with a huge bag, moved through the streets of the demon market and realized that first of all, he should find a blacksmith's workshop, because that's what he was here for. In one of the shop windows, the young man saw a bright light and realized that he had found exactly what he had gotten out of the house for that night. On the other side of the display case, the young man was met by Zhang San, a demonic red dog, and also a local blacksmith, by the way, the best in these places. King Yang said that he needed to melt the purple demon crystal and wanted to know if the man made such orders or if he should go elsewhere. Koval finally looked up from his work and turned his attention to the visitor. He said that the work would cost 50 medium spirit stones. The guy unfolded the bag he was carrying all the time in front of the master and asked if he could pay for the work with some of the items he had. Zhang San's eyes sparkled. He had never seen such beauty in his life. The bag contained an incredible amount of very rare, for him, treasures. The bag looked like a real treasure, but there was one item that most attracted the demonic red dog, namely a large, beautiful ball. The boy was very happy because he did not expect that he could exchange this thing for 50 medium stones. It was just an incredible deal, and a huge crowd was already gathering behind him. The shopkeepers, vying with each other, offered the young man to inspect their goods. Some had an orange pill to harden him, and some had a pea to enlighten him and were ready to exchange it for one of the treasures. A brawl had already begun at the blacksmith's workshop. No one wanted to give in. Everyone was afraid that they would not have time to show the young man their goods. Qingyun decided to step forward and take the floor. He promised that he would return soon and there were enough things in his bag for everyone. The guy ordered everyone who wanted to sell him goods to get in line and prepare their things, so as not to detain anyone and to deal with it as quickly as possible, preferably without fights. The shopkeepers obeyed the young master and stood in one row, which amused him. The guy was incredibly happy and promised that he had looked through all the goods so they could take their time. There would be enough time for everyone. He would not leave anyone unattended. Within 10 minutes, a satisfied guy was sitting with 4 new bags of various demonic goods. The hero no longer restrained himself because he was very happy after such purchases and considered himself an incredibly rich man. The guy looked into one of the bags, looking at today's catch, which he exchanged for old, unnecessary trash from the human world, which the demons so lacked. The first guy came across a vessel that could absorb absolutely everything, including enemy attacks, as well as even the energy of heaven and earth. It was simply bottomless. The young man pressed the loot to his face. This thing was simply perfect for storage. Also in one of the bags was a flag of the 5 elements, which used the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. With its help, it is possible to produce formations of the 5 elements for both attack and defense. The 9 Revolution Golden Pill greatly increased one's cultivation level. and even allowed one to purify the marrow and bones, restoring and strengthening the practitioner's body. The void breaking pill helped cultivators overcome obstacles and had a miraculous effect on void reversal stage masters, especially valuable to core formation stage cultivators. The soluble powder could cleanse the body of various impurities and increase vitality. The underworld P absorbed the surrounding Qin and spiritually, and then channeled it into the practitioner's energy, strengthening it. Regeneration pellets were used to establish and restore limbs, and also help the joint regeneration of the entire body after severe injuries. The ghostly breath talisman hid the cultivator's chi from all his enemies, as well as those to whom he did not want to share it. The boy collected all his possessions into a new bag and could not believe that he was so lucky to end up in this place and get so many incredible things. The young man was very happy because it was worth going to the demonic market just for the sake of it, not to mention all the other finds. Finally, the blacksmith returned and informed the master that he could check the addition to his sword and evaluate its work, because everything was ready. Ning Yuan was very pleased, because this is exactly what he wanted, and he sincerely thanked the master and wanted to return home with all the treasures. The red demon dog suddenly became very embarrassed. He didn't know how to say it, but he had one more small request for the young man. The young man smiled, tying the bag to his belt. He was in a great mood, because the evening had turned out to be very productive and was ready to listen to the request of his new acquaintance. Zhang San handed the gentleman a ball, which he had recently exchanged, and asked him to throw it, because they were both from a family of dogs and understood each other perfectly, and he had not played with anyone for a very long time. The young man agreed, because he understood that no dog could resist the sword, and somehow he didn't even care for it. The boy stood up and ordered the red demonic dog to get ready, because now he would throw the ball to him. The joyful blacksmith could not describe in words what he was experiencing at this moment. He was overwhelmed with incredible, happy feelings, and he did not want this moment to ever end. The guy straightened his arm and the ball flew in an unknown direction, and a very joyful dog followed him. Ning Yuan was sure that even though they were both from the dog family, they had one very big difference, because he would never run around the streets on round objects like that. Unexpectedly, the white fluffy tail of the demonic wolf made itself known and began to wave very actively from side to side. The young man was shocked and scared at the same time. He did not at all expect that his body would ever transfer in such a strange way. The large red round object fascinated with its beauty and evoked an incredible desire to catch up and own it. It was simply irresistible in its simple and elegant forms. The red demonic dog ran after the ball and could not help himself, and the hero tried to keep up with them and be the first to reach the goal. Finally, the sun shone over the Wang family's house. This long night ended, and all the immortal masters gathered in the square near the house to discuss the further plan of action. The young man said that, first of all, he and Li Jingchan must break all the mirrors so as not to allow the demon to escape, because then it would be incredibly difficult to catch him. The boy also asked his pupil to make a fuss when Qin Shen did anything again to attract the attention of the elder sister and inform him, after all, he was not here only to catch the demon. Ning Yuan informed the newcomers that they would go together to complete the task and for their safety. The chief disciple of Lu Shui Peak invited the young lady to join everyone who was performing tasks so that nothing would happen to them, because she was the strongest and could protect everyone. The scoundrel himself decided to stay in the building to keep an eye on Miss Wang, so they don't have to worry and calmly go about their own business, because he can handle everything. Since everyone had sorted out their roles, the young lady finally suggested that they disperse and get down to business, because they wanted to catch the demon as quickly as possible. Ning Yuan mentally cursed his opponent, although he didn't know it, because the guy was sure that his proposal was not just like that and was planning to do something. The young people finally dispersed. Everyone except the long-haired man went to deal with the mirrors, and he went to the room of the mistress of the house. Qin Shen was very pleased. After he absorbed the essence of the mirror demon, the probability of advancing to the next stage would greatly increase, even though Sister Ning was nearby. But he planned to finish before she knew. The young man, minding his own business, went to Miss Wang's room. The demonic fox in the form of a spirit did not leave the villain for a second, although he could not see her, but she was always nearby. Ding Ming closely monitored the situation. She understood that the most important action would begin soon and very much regretted that she did not have a tasty drink and seeds with her. Lu Shui Peak's top disciple sat in the lotus position and immersed himself in meditation, expecting that he was in the room himself. From the outside, it might seem that Qin Shen's body was still in the room, But in fact, his spirit had already left its hiding place. The ethereal creature penetrated the mirror at high speed. It was a beautiful, sunny day outside the building, only disturbed by strange sounds coming from the surrounding area. A huge, heavy hammer landed on the reflective glass surface, shooting a large web across it. Zhang Ninger reported that they finished the task and broke almost all the mirrors. Only those that were currently in Wang Xiu Er's room remained intact. The conversation of the young women was interrupted by some strange roar that did not come from their group at all, which might not have been surprising, because the rest of the territory was quiet, as if uninhabited. Master Zhang Qingyua's Onuka reported that a similar noise was coming from the young lady's bedroom, so the elder brother had probably caught the mirror demon. Hai Qingyuan was pleased inside because he understood perfectly well that now they would have to visit the home of the Hithi. Ning Yuan flew in the direction of the sound as quickly as possible because she thought that her partner urgently needed help. She did not want to let the demon escape. The girl's legs left the ground at high speed. The beauty burst into the room with a flourish, kicking down the door because she expected to see a demon here. Mrs. Yuehua stood in the middle of the room and did not understand where the sound was coming from because nothing was happening. Only her mission colleague was lying unconscious in the corner of the building. The boy's bracelet showed signs of life, telling him who was really to blame for the noise. The guy believed that the demonic fox did the right thing because she pushed the villain so that he fell and caused as much noise as possible, as promised. The beauty stood over Qinshen's body. She could not understand why he did not respond to her voice, because she had been trying to call her partner for a long time. The young man's face was completely calm, his mouth was open, and his eyes seemed empty. They had no life. Wang Yue realized that the student's soul was outside his body. It seemed that he had fought with the mirror demon and was now in a completely different place outside his own body. He Qingyuan laughed in his heart. The young man was indeed right. His opponent was now in the mirror, but he was not fighting the demon at all. He was doing a completely different thing. Zhang Ninger suddenly noticed that there was a small mirror on the table and guessed that she could see her elder brother in it. The young girl picked up the glass surface and screamed very loudly in horror, realizing what was happening on the other side. The girl blushed. On the other side, she saw Qinshen, but she didn't understand at all what he was doing, and most importantly, why. Ning Yuan realized that what was happening was somewhat strange and wanted to know what the young student saw. The girl scaredly hid the small mirror behind her back. She didn't want anyone else to recognize what she saw because the picture was truly terrible. Mrs. Yuehua became more and more fused. She extended her hand to the young woman and very persistently asked to show her what exactly was happening in the mirror immediately. The grandson of the master from Juyang Peak stretched out her hands, which were shaking violently, to the mirror. She was sure that the man must definitely have some reason for doing this. Mrs. Yuehua was shocked by the picture she saw. On the other side of the mirror, the best disciple of Lu Shui Peak was trying to perform paired cultivation with a demon. Ning Yuan's face darkened. She was very angry and didn't want to say anything, only to deal with the situation as soon as possible and destroy the mirror demon. Zhang Ninger tried to somehow protect her older brother because she was sure that this was some kind of plan, because he could not do such a terrible thing, because in her eyes, he was almost a saint. Li Jingchan covered her eyes with her hand so as not to see all this horror. She did not understand according to what plan it was necessary to do such things, and the man seemed to be enjoying the process with all his heart. Ning Yuan did not want to engage in dialogue. She simply put her hand in front of her, folded in the correct symbol, and concentrating all her energy on the limbs of her fingers. All the mirrors in the room, except for a small one, instantly broke. The mirror demon realized that something terrible was happening, because he saw how his world was falling apart at the seams, but did not know how to deal with it. The situation was stalemate. Lady Yuehua sent strong streams of energy into the last remaining glass object in her hands. Qinshen's head, whose spirit was still on the other side of the reflective surface, was also hit by a stream of energy. The young man lay in a quiet atmosphere on the floor with his eyes closed, trying to put his thoughts in order. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shui Peak's top disciple thought about all the recent events that had happened to him, as well as the plans that he planned to implement. Standing up abruptly, Qinshen asked himself why he returned back to the Wang family home, because now he should have been in a completely different place. Suddenly, Sister Ning's angry voice rang out and asked her partner if he wanted to explain what he was doing in the mirror. The scoundrel sat on the floor, mentally thinking with surprise what the girl was doing here. Fear of the unknown was expressed on his face, because for him, The disclosure of all his plans was the collapse of everything he thought to do. Suddenly, it turned out that the beauty was not alone in the room. Other members of the team came with her, taking the long-haired man by surprise. Looking at the indignant faces of the team members who came to him, Qin Shun was shocked, thinking that this should not have happened. How could his plans be revealed? The elder brother groaned in pain, clutching his heart. His whole body ached. Because due to the fact that he was taken out early, the connection with the demon was weakened, which is why his soul suffered. The scoundrel could not believe that just one step away from the core formation stage, his plans went to failure because he was so close to victory. The young lady looked at the man angrily. She saw what he was doing in the mirror, hinting that she knew how he was connected with the demon. Ning Yuan told her partner that when they returned from the missions, she would tell the master everything and he would punish him for his actions. Kangshin had a look of fear on his face. He couldn't believe that the lady had seen everything. She already knew everything. The young man began to make excuses to Sister Ning, telling her that he only wanted to conquer the mirror demon solely for the sake of their victory. Lady Yuehua knows everything and saw how he sucked out the essence of that demon, and also knew that that demon had absorbed many other human essences and that Qin Shun deliberately took advantage of the demon to break through to the next stage. The beauty was very angry, because the best student of Lushui Peak himself knew that his actions equated him to a devilish creation. He was no better. Turning her back, the young lady walked forward, and the standing man thought that the chance given to him by the elder was missed, and now he had lost the lady's trust, wondering how this could even happen to him. The young woman, walking towards Miss Wang, stopped in front of her bed and slept in a sweet sleep, not reacting to the steps in the room. Sitting down softly on the bed of the young mistress of the house, the beauty tried not to wake the young miss. Taking the mirror in her hands, the elder sister was ready to perform the seance. Ordering her team members to suddenly cover her, He Qingyun and Li Jingchan faithfully promised to cover her. If the demon attacks the girl, no one dares to disturb her during the battle. They will take care of it. Yuehua also ordered her partners to watch the mirror and prevent the demon from using the light in case something happened, so that the demon would not run into the pond outside. Ning Yuan sternly warned the team members that the surface of the water could become a refuge for the demon. And then, this would complicate the process of expelling him. He Qingyun told his elder sister with devotion that he understood everything and would do everything as she said. He would not let her down. The guy's plan worked. Everything was exactly as it was in the game. It seems that some key points could not be changed so easily, so he must complete all the tasks as soon as possible and escape. The young lady, sitting in a pose of meditation, released her powers outward, preparing to engage in battle with the demon in the mirror. The hero stood opposite the beauty and pointed the demonic mirror towards his sister so that a connection could be established between the demon and her. Li Jingchan was happy that she could see with her own eyes how the best disciple of Li Shui Peak fought the demon. Such a chance comes only once in a lifetime. The mirror demon was scared. He understood that everything had not gone according to plan, and now he would be punished in the person of Ning Yuan. The creature, screaming in fear, flew towards the mirror. He thought to get out of it so that the young woman would not kill him. The creature rushed at high speed in the direction where he thought the exit was located. He really wanted to live, although he himself repeatedly took his own life. Leaning against the mirror portal, the demon could not get out. It did not let him through since the immortal master had installed protection so that the demon could not escape and wanted to finish him off in the portal. The terrible creature was scared. He did not give up hope trying to get through the mirror, but after several attempts he realized that he would not succeed. Lady Yuehua quietly approached and hit the creature, causing it to fly away from the mirror without having time to react. Flying away from Sister Ning's blow, the demon screamed in pain and fear through the mirror portal. The demon saw the sharp blade of the Silk Dew Moon Sword in front of his face and begged the girl to spare him. He did not want to die and was ready to do anything. The beauty, without taking her eyes off the killer, asked him if the python spirit that attacked her was his pupil. The dark creature did not stop begging the woman for mercy, but the sister, without departing from the truth, continued to insist on her question. She wanted to know whether his pet had attacked her. The demon nevertheless confirmed the words of the beauty, because the spirit he guarded his temple, where he was born from a bronze mirror, having told everything that Lady Yuehua wanted to hear, he continued to beg her for mercy. The young lady could not believe the impudence of the creature. He had killed so many people, and now he himself was asking to be spared. Tears appeared in the demon's eyes and he begged the girl with all his might to save his life. Li Jingchan and He Qingyan stood with a mirror in their hands and heard the dark creature scream wildly in pain. It seemed that his life had ended after all. The weapon master was delighted with the best student of Lu Shui Peak. She did not hesitate for a second before doing what she had to do, and it was very exciting. Meanwhile, the guy felt sick with fear. His face expressed horror. Pondering what would happen if the woman found out about his true nature, she would do the same to him. After the beauty dealt with the mirror demon, her astral body, along with Miss Wang's spirit, flew out of the paste. Ning Yuan transferred energy from herself to the young mistress of the house, returning her energy essence to its place. Wang Shu'er lay motionless on the bed as her energy essence transferred into her head. Now that the matter was completed, the young people could finally return to the heavenly kingdom to receive their well-deserved reward and have a good rest. After the exorcism of the demon was completed, the young miss woke up. Raising her voice and opening her eyes, she saw that the top student of Lu Shui Peak was sitting next to her on the bed. The young owner of the room did not understand what was happening and why she was surrounded by so many unknown people. She was very confused and did not know what to do. Mrs. Yue Hua, with a smile, told the girl that everything was fine. She was just a little sick, but now they could cure her. Although Ning Yuan looked like the goddess of death, if someone needed her help from the defenseless, she was always kind to them. So the young man thought that maybe he should also appear defenseless and weak. Perhaps then she would spare him. The young lady, after listening to the comforting words from the immortal master, calmed down. Joy and peace were visible on her face. Master Wang thanked everyone for their help and invited them to dinner, but the woman refused, saying that she still had a task that she must complete no matter what. Sister Ning told everyone that she had not finished her mission yet, so her colleagues had to return without her. Tinshin offered his help as he wanted to go with the young lady on the task, hoping to redeem himself. The young woman believed that the scoundrel should return home because he behaved unworthily, so he should go into solitude to think about his actions and rethink his behavior. After saying goodbye to the entire team, Sister Ning prepared to go to her remaining unfinished task. Back at Lu Shui Peak School, the weather was warm and sunny, filling the demonic fox and He Qingyang with a joyful mood. Ding Ming and her master began to count the god-level artifacts. The young lady sat at the table, writing down the calculations that the master made, telling the girl to record again and recording 6 like everything else. On top of everything else, the young man found some strange pills in the amount of 15 bottles. The lady still believed that the pills should be divided according to their effects. Otherwise, the guy might not be able to stand it if the effect was too strong. It was too life-threatening. The guy suggested that the girl take a few tablets for herself, and she should sell those that had an average effect. He was sure that they could earn at least 1,000 liang of silver. Then he would buy the girl several dresses. Ha Qingyan was very happy when he received all the treasures for the tasks he completed. Dreaming, he was already thinking about a rich future. The fox asked him in surprise what kind of rich future he was thinking about. The guy was a little numb at the fox's reaction. With a smile on his face, the young man told the demonic fox that this means becoming rich and prosperous. Having received an explanation, the girl was happy with Ha Qingyang's words, saying that he knows how to please the girls so that they are happy before he also promised to reward her, but he forgot about it. The young man, without any second thoughts, said that she can take whatever she will want it. Ding Ming faithfully and joyfully told the guy that when he becomes stronger, her strength will also grow, and she doesn't need small rattles, hinting at his blood with her eyes. The young lady, approaching the guy's neck, licked it and gently whispered in his ear that she wanted his life essence. Resting against the hero's neck, the beauty bit through it and began to drink the blood, and the boy, telling her, just so that she wouldn't admire it too much, drank all his blood. The demonic fox, having drunk the blood, joyfully touched her face to her owner and said that she would never dare to drink more blood than she should, convincing him that she would not weaken him. The guy, looking at his pet, allowed her to drink blood as much as she wanted, because she had helped him out on business more than once. Ding Ming exclaimed joyfully, and a happy smile could be seen on her face because the young man completely trusted her. The demonic fox began to lean towards her master's neck again. Her face showed the thirst for blood that she was so eager to drink, she could not quench her thirst in any way. Grabbing the neck with her teeth, the young lady began to greedily suck the life force out of the guy. After drinking the blood, the demon fox could not come to her senses for a long time, because thinking with delight about the taste of He Qingyang's essence in her mouth, it was unsurpassed. The young lady was very happy. She didn't even know that she would ever be able to feel so good. And it was all thanks to the fact that her master allowed his spirit animals a lot. The young people lay relaxed on the loot that the guy found in the demonic market. Both were completely satisfied, and the young lady considered the essence of her master simply incredible. The young man was already beginning to think that the demonic foxes were real fox spirits. His ward was so cunning. The lady asked the man in surprise what he was talking about, claiming that she was the same spirit of the fox, and they were the best because they took care of their owners and kept them warm in winter. Ning Yuan, tired, told the girl that it was time for him to rest, because tomorrow he had a lot of things to do and he needed to train to take on a new task. The fox waved her fan over the gentleman, wishing him good night and making himself comfortable. The young man lay with his pet on the floor. He was exhausted and quickly fell asleep, and the fox, lying on the owner's body, promised him that she would take care of him while he slept. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan went to complete unfulfilled tasks and found herself in the forest, where there was a quiet atmosphere that did not foretell any storm. A little later, the girl nevertheless met with all the demons who came to her and were waiting for a fight. Lady Yuehua, preparing for battle, said out loud that the dark creatures had come to an end. Determined to kill them all, no one deserved to live. The best student of Lu Shui Peak immediately rushed into battle, directing all her energy towards her opponents. The demons did not expect such ardor from the young lady and were very stunned when she was already flying towards them with a sword. Sister Ning very quickly dealt with a bunch of scoundrels, separating their heads from their bodies. They didn't even have time to react by answering her with force. They were too weak for her. From Sister Ning's sword and its magical energy, only stripes remained in the air where the sister cut through the demons, and her energy expressed concentration and peace. Having descended to the ground after the battle, the young lady's gaze expressed anger and irritation. She was ready to tear any scoundrel into pieces right now. The creatures did not understand why the girl hated all demons so much. What they did, Lady Yuehua, responding to the demon, said that they should all die with a light and slightly crazy smile. Meanwhile, while the girl was talking to the demon, others appeared behind her. They planned to surround the attacker and finally destroy her so as not to endure persecution anymore. Feeling the dark, dangerous gaze on her, the young woman flew into the air in time. Dodging the attacker's strong blow, they had no chance. Turning around in the air, Sister Ning looked at the demon, examining him to understand who dared to encroach on her life. From behind the trees of the forest, a large stomping sound was heard, reminiscent of a whole army of giants walking in the forest, and a strong wind suddenly blew. Lady Yuehua was almost blown away by the wind, barely able to stay on the ground so as not to fly into the air. Suddenly, something got into the girl's eyes. She could hardly look forward. Having gathered her strength, the beauty prepared to fight with the villains, saying that even if demons speak human language, they still always remain demons. Freaks must be wiped off the face of the earth. Dark creatures rushed into battle. They could not tolerate such an attitude and wanted to stop it on Friday. A huge crowd of demons had already gathered on the lawn, planning to destroy the eccentric woman who wanted to destroy each of them, indiscriminately, considering them the same. Ning Yuan gathered all her energy for battle and released it in the blink of an eye, killing all the demons standing in a crowd. Having finished the battle with the crowd of demons, the young woman stood calmly, still radiating magical power from herself, enjoying the picture of the killed demons. Hearing another voice of a living demon, the young lady tightly clutched the moon silk dew sword in her hands. Returning to the side where the voice was heard, the beauty saw another demon standing on the path. He decided to tell the girl not to be arrogant, killing all the demons indiscriminately. The doomed man told Sister Ning that their master had already set his sights on her, hinting that he would soon come to her. The girl, without hesitation, cut off the demon's head with a magic sword so that he did not even have time to react. Having finished the battle with the demons, the best student of Lu Shui Peak calmly walked on. Stopping in front of the night sky, Ning Yuan looked at the stars, clutching the sword tightly in her hands. If the Demon King wants a battle, then she will definitely be ready for it. Outside Qingshin's room, a calm night atmosphere reigned. Only a light breeze could be heard, swaying the trees, and evening fell on the city. The man contacted the elder through the mirror. The events of the last month were quite strange, and he wanted to find out how to proceed further. After consulting with the chief, the scoundrel was very afraid that all the opportunities given to him were in vain. If this had happened once, he would not have been surprised. But since this happened systematically, there was some kind of pattern in it. The entity in the mirror asked how things were going with Liao Xin and whether the guy could tell him new information. Qinshan responded to the demon in despair that the lady's affairs were still in the same place, and unfortunately, nothing had changed. Hai Qingyuan was obsessed with Ning Yuan. He was clearly driven by lust, and Liao Xin was very pretty, but he didn't even look at her when she rushed at him with a hug. He had changed a lot recently, even breaking through to the next stage. The elder, after listening to Qin Shen's story, briefly replied that he understood everything. The man continued his conversation with the main one, angrily shook his head and said that he had moved even further due to his injury from reaching the golden core. What happened was that the scoundrel felt the aura of Mrs. Yue Hua, and she had already broken through to the 400. If this continues, the gap between them will only increase, and the chance to become her partner has completely disappeared. Suti did not like this conversation because the guy must definitely do this. The girl's jade body will help him achieve immortality, so he must win her trust by any means. Qinshan noted that speaking is the easiest thing to do, and he cannot control Ning Yuan's feelings for others. But the chief assured that this is not a problem, because he will help him in this matter. Towards the end of the conversation, the chief reminded the man to come to him a little later. He would give some pellets to support the strength in the body, but also to remember to be careful and enter through the back door in order to be unnoticed. The scoundrel promised to follow all the advice of the elder and took leave of him with all respect. It was a clear, starry night in the courtyard. There was not a soul on the street. It was just the perfect time to be invisible. The demonic fox enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere, sitting on a tree branch and waited for further events because she knew that all the fun was just beginning. Suddenly, the apartment door opened and Qin Shen himself came out, wearing a long black cloak with a hood that almost completely covered his face. Ding Ming carefully monitored the movement, and finally, the floor came out of its hole. The young lady respectfully looked at the man who came out of the headquarters and, smiling slyly, followed him. The game began. The demonic fox quickly transformed into fox energy and followed Qin Shen's tracks. The bastard tried so hard to walk quietly that after every step he looked back so that no one would notice him, and the girl flew behind him, trying to keep up with his every step and also be as invisible as possible in his eyes. Flying after the best student of Lu Shui Peak, the animal thought that he was definitely planning to do something, because every step he took was very suspicious. Finally, the man approached a large black door and paused before opening it to make sure he wasn't being followed. Qinshan opened the door, and in the background it was clear that the inside of the building was dark and deserted. Having flown up to the door where the student was entering, the demonic fox thought that she needed to stay close to him in order to see in detail what this evil one was planning to do. The girl wanted to quickly fly after her, but in the doorway she suddenly crashed into something very painful, as if something was not letting her inside the building, and flew back out into the street. The young lady fell to the ground in pain and saw that an invisible barrier had been placed in the doorway, preventing uninvited guests from entering. While the spirit flew to her master to tell the information she had learned, she was thinking about what purpose Qin Shen had for infiltrating the residence of the clan head, and also why the Demon King was hiding in the Star Pavilion. It was a starry night outside. The moonlight illuminated the roof of the building, and the windows of the building glowed with warm light, creating a cozy atmosphere. Qingyun sat at the table, holding papers in his hand, examining and rereading them in detail. The boy couldn't understand what it was, but he definitely didn't like what was written. Zhen Qing, quickly taking the papers from the hands of the ungrateful young man, said that this was a draft of the Mystical Chronicles and that he was very lucky to see these wonderful notes. The chief editor was full of enthusiasm. She believed that the guy was simply reading without the correct intonation. So, having taken the magazine issue from him, she decided to read it out loud herself. The journalist began to read the chronicles, but Qingyun closed his eyes so as not to see what was written in the magazine, and told her that she should not read them because it was too much. Sitting at the table, the young man still held his head with his hand, saying that he was very ashamed and was ready to go somewhere so as not to see these chronicles. The girl smiled, believing that there was nothing terrible after all. The news was just a mixture of truth and lies. The girl collected the story of He Qingyang and Ning Yuan from trifles and turned them into an article. And all this was only so that everyone could enjoy this masterpiece. Zheng Qing did not believe that the elder sister was so strict and laughed in response to the guy's concerns about the punishment, thinking that he was exaggerating. Despite her stern appearance, Miss Yue Hua almost never harmed her classmates outside of competition, so it is unlikely that the boy would get hurt. The young man was very surprised by the clarification, almost never, but there is always an exception to any rule. Standing up from the table, Zheng Qingqing said that she would probably go to bed because it was already night outside. Finally, the journalist told He Qingyuan that now he is the star of the heavenly kingdom, you should not forget about us when you are rich, and he believed that he was popular only because of her news. Leaving the boy's house at night, the editor-in-chief wished him a good night and said goodbye. After the girl left, the guy was still sitting at his desk and sighed heavily, saying to himself why people love to gossip about everything so much. Suddenly, someone put a warm, gentle hand on the young man's shoulder. Turning back, He Qingyang saw a demonic fox standing behind him, holding a hand on his shoulder. Smiling at the one looking into his eyes, he was delighted by her presence. Placing his hand on her, Ding Ming happily hugged her master, joyfully shouting that she had very good news for him. The young man, in the arms of a joyful beauty, told her that he wanted to first hear what news she had learned, and then they would talk about everything else. The fox responded loudly. The young lady stood up, letting go of the hero's embrace. It seemed that she found out where the Demon King was hiding.